Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 2022 Jeju Plus International Environment Forum is being taken place. Welcome all of you. I am Moon Sori, your host. Hosted by Ministry of Environment, UNESCO and Jeju Special Self-Governing Province and organized by Korea Environment Corporation Jeju ICC, the steering committee of the forum under the theme of Plastics and Biodiversity. So today's forum will cover environmental issues caused by plastics and talk about how to reduce negative impacts on the ecosystem. And following the previous year, we are holding this year's event in Jeju again. As its name speaks, the forum refrains from using plastics, paper, and single-use products. Thereby, we can take care of the environment. And your engagement will be very much appreciated during the forum. And you can find booklets at the lobby or scan the QR code and download them. And today we have many online participants as well. If you have any questions for speakers, please leave them on YouTube 20 minutes before the end of the session. Then we will aggregate them and deliver them to speakers so that our speakers can give you answers. And from now on, we'd like to start session 1. Under the theme of plastic pollution management and biodiversity conservation, we are going to share ideas and opinions. And Director Jung Dae-yeon of Asia Climate Change Education Center will moderate the session. Please, now the floor is yours, Director Jung.
네, 그럼 지금부터 진행 부탁드립니다.
Please go ahead.
안녕하십니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As have been introduced, I'm Director Jung Dae-yeon of Asia Climate Change Education Center. I majored in environment socialism. So it is about studying environment in the perspective of society. And I retired, and now I'm working at Asia Climate Change Education Center under the Jeju province. It is an education center. So currently I'm working as director of the center. So as you know, it is very honored to serve as the moderator for this session. The organizing committee asked me to speak in English. So including myself, all the presenters will speak in English and share ideas as well in English too.
Yeah, before we start this session, I would like to give some notice to you about how to run this session. The first one, as already has been introduced, the theme of this session is management of plastic pollution and the conservation of biodiversity. According to the literal interpretation, the theme of this session is just the relationship between plastic pollution and biodiversity. However, in real sense, I think this is not a simple linear relationship, just the plastic pollution, how to impact on the conservation of biodiversity. And the second notice is this session has the limited time. The presentation from 10 to 11:40, we have invited 5 speakers from domestic scholars and overseas experts. And after that, we have the panelist discussion from 11:40 to 20, just 20 minutes. So the speakers, 5 speakers, and the 2 panelists in the discussion session. Then, when using this time given to us, I think the speakers, each speaker can have 15 minutes for presentation. I would like to keep this time given to you. If you use longer than 15 minutes, I think what will happen to this session, you can guess. That means some speakers, we have to miss some speakers. Yeah, okay. And another notice is the simultaneous interpretation between English and Korean is available. Or as you have been informed, you can use the channels 1 or 2 according to your preference. And this session will run as a hybrid in-person and virtual workshop. We are attended here physically, and many people, I think, are on internet. So now we start the first speakers. Mr. Junu Shrestha. She is an environmental expert and currently is working at World Bank Korea office. The topics she will deliver is international cooperation and the challenge for solving plastic wastes in Asia. Okay, then we can meet her on screen.
Thank you, Director Dayun, for this kind.
Okay, we got her, all right. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, but please keep the 15 minutes in your mind, all right?
I will.
Yeah,
I
thank
will.
you. Yeah.
I'll speak as fast as possible. Thank you for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. Though virtually, I would have loved to be in Jeju instead. But I'm Junu Shrestha. I'm a senior environmental specialist at the World Bank. I cover East Asia and Pacific pollution issues. Right now, we're focusing a lot on plastics, so this is very timely. And it is wonderful to see participants from different countries where we have worked together. So I'm looking forward to learning more and sharing more ideas. Should I share my screen now? Okay, slightly different from what from the stated title, but the content is not does not differ much. So I'd like to speak a little bit about challenges of plastic problems in the ASEAN countries and the role of the World Bank in tackling this challenge. So before before we even start, why is this important? All the documents, all the publications and literature coming out in the past couple of years about plastic pollution in the world has really shown that waste management and plastics is a problem. As you can see in the graph shown here, in lower income country and lower middle income country, you can see the waste generation is increasing drastically from 2016 to 2050. So in lower income countries and lower middle income countries, the increase in generation of waste is an issue. And you can also notice that in most of these countries, as the waste is generated, it's not really managed properly. They're managed in open dumps or burnt. So this is of concern. Next, now
excuse me, Ms. Juno. I'm sorry
Yes.
for interrupting you.
Sure.
We are requested to show your presentation data.
Oh, you're not seeing my presentation?
Yeah. Can you load your PPT on screen?
It's being shared. You don't see it?
No one can see it.
Okay, let me try it again. Oh, because I was thinking you could share it, see it already.
I think it's a technical
Is this
problem.
better?
Oh,
Is this better?
no, not available yet. Oh, okay, we got, thank you.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
please go ahead, yeah.
Apologies for that. So now focusing on the region itself, as you can see, the last block on the bar chart, East Asian Pacific does show rapid increase in waste generation amongst the other regions in the world. And on the graph on the right-hand side shows that significant proportion, at least from a couple of the studies we looked at, from 16 to 24% of this waste is actually plastic. So, and given that plastic is a significant proportion of this waste, and also long-lasting in the environment with multitude of other issues, to focus on this pollution is of importance. So you can see here about half of the waste in the region is uncollected, and even even of the waste that is collected, very little gets recycled, treated, and managed properly. So this eventually gets to the environment, and we have a multitude of, like I said, issues that we all know about coming from pollution, plastic pollution. And East Asia and Pacific is of a concern because of the amount of waste that's increasing in the region because of urbanization. And also, as shown in the graph, when looking at number of rivers in the world, more than, I think, these are the topmost rivers sending the most amount of plastic into the oceans. And the top ones we have are Philippines, Malaysia, India, top three. So I focus a lot on Philippines in Asian Pacific. So it is of interest and also of a lot of importance, because if plastic pollution is tackled in East Asian Pacific in major countries like Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, plastic problem in the world can be reduced, can be managed to a certain extent. So it's with hope that I speak today. So as I alluded to before, plastic problem is not just an eyesore. It has tangible problems. In economic sectors, we've seen that plastics have caused reduction in income in tourism, fishing, and shipping in APEC countries, about 10.8 billion in 2015. Same with ecosystems and diversity. We've all seen pictures of turtles getting tackled in ghost fisheries gear. And cost to the marine ecosystem is estimated to be at least 13 billion per year. And also in food security, a lot of people in the region depend on fish protein. And we see that a significant amount of fish products in the region have shown microplastics. So this is of health concern as well. So what is the bank doing to tackle this waste, support the countries, respond to this plastic pollution issue? We are looking at this problem at the regional as well as country level. All the countries shown in the map here are being we are working with all the countries shown on the map to tackle the plastic waste. And we have accumulated over $9 million of trust fund resources to do analytical work in these countries. Our view is to set up a strong analytical base, understand the problem, set up the policies, and then look into the investments to reduce the plastic pollution. So this is the approach we're trying, looking into metrics, diagnostics of plastic problems, what kind of plastic problems there are. I'll give a short example of Philippines later on. And then type of policy support that are needed for each of the countries, like plastics roadmap, national action plan for plastics, depending on the country status and capacity, and also then finally figuring out what kind of investments may it be sorting facilities, recycling facilities that are needed in these countries to set those up with the necessary investments, loans, and grants. So that is the process we're taking in the World Bank in the East Asia and Pacific. So going from overview to some of the tangible sort of work that we have done, we have supported at the regional level to bring out a regional action plan for plastic waste. As we know, plastic waste is a regional problem coming from different, like you saw in the slide before, plastic waste coming from different countries into the ocean. Similarly, plastic waste trade. One country sort of work and achievement in plastic is not sufficient. It has to be a regional effort in this matter. So we worked with the ASEAN to develop a regional action plan to tackle marine litter, and it was 2-year sort of a program, and identified waste reduction, collection, and recycling as a key element that needs to be looked into. And we categorized the kind of approach that is needed to tackle this waste issue. So policy support and planning, research, innovation, and capacity building, public awareness, education, and outreach, and private sector engagement. All these are needed in a concerted sort of manner to make a dent in the plastic pollution in the region. So another regional document that may be of interest here is we did a study in 3 countries, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and speakers here can add more to it. What we found was very interesting. Less than 25% of recyclable resin is actually recycled in these countries. This is not just a waste problem, like we mentioned earlier on. It's actually an economic problem because 75% of resin that could have been recycled and finances that could be brought back into the economy, about 6 billion per year across these 3 countries, is currently untapped. So a lot of business development opportunities are there for public sector to facilitate the policies and private sector to get this opportunity and build businesses focusing on waste management. So this shows the regional action, the ASEAN regional action plan against marine litter. As mentioned, is divided into 4 categories, focusing on reducing the inputs into the system, enhancing collection and minimizing leakage, and finally, creating value for waste reuse. So just a couple examples. We have guidelines. What's highlighted are need for guiding principles for phasing out single-use plastics. Some work that we're supporting this phasing out single-use plastic are in the Philippines, also in Vietnam. Also highlighted our need for best practice manual for minimum standards and technical requirements for plastic labeling and packaging. And if we go into collection and minimizing leakage, enhancing common methodologies for assessment and monitoring of marine litter, which is a big gap in all the countries we've seen. Really, the data, lack of data on what is collected, what is recycled, and what is leaked into the environment is vast. And without the data, the planning suffers. And also to highlight the regional platform for knowledge sharing and investments for innovations are also highlighted in this regional action plan. I highlight these because for these actions to bear fruit, regional collaboration is needed, and also support from all the countries is needed. So this is going back to a specific country level, sort of a snapshot of country level support the World Bank is providing in the Philippines. For example, we're moving from analytical support to policy support and finally to the investments. We've done plastic monitoring in the Pasig River, as a short result I'll show, to really see what kind of plastic is a problem. You know, we can't tackle probably all the plastic issues, all kinds of plastics, to put our money where the most results can be gained. And policy option analysis, what kind of policies from EPR to fees to tax, what can be most suitable for a country like Philippines? That has been studies. Like mentioned, the market study on plastic circularity showed that recycling can bear a lot of economic opportunities in the country, and more economic sort of returns can be gained by increasing recycling in the Philippines as well. And at a local level, we did solid waste management assessment of SWM municipal investment plans to see what are the gaps, what are the opportunities, what are the actions that are already being done at the municipal level. For example, collection of efficiency of collection of waste, private sector approaches such as building plastic products into chairs, into road products. Can that be upscaled? Those kinds of analysis were done under SWM investment plan analysis. And finally, we're supporting currently development of single-use plastic phase-out roadmap. And I would like to add that we have just completed a study on assessment of EPR studies, EPR system in the Philippines, and what Philippines can learn from it as it moves towards implementation of EPR bill that just got approved earlier this month. So a snapshot of the field work we conducted on top 10 plastics found in the environment. We did field study sampling as well as drone studies to collect this data. And this is very interesting, like I said. As you see, all the the most polluting, most leaked plastics that we saw along the Pasig River, that is the most polluting river that feeds plastics into the ocean, is single-use plastics, Sandu and Labo bags, the wrappers.
Excuse me, Ms. Juno, I'm
Yes.
sorry for interrupting you. You are
Sure.
already behind the schedule.
Okay,
Will you
I'll wrap up.
please go to the conclusion?
Sure, of course,
right.
of course. So knowing this, we are doing a number of analytic. Let me focus a bit on what we are doing right now on analytical study, regional analytical study on innovations through the Korea office here. What we focus on here is, as we noted in the Philippines and also in other countries, there are a number of innovations that are happening on the ground, and that are not replicated and scaled up. So there should be an opportunity for this smaller innovations, SMEs that are tackling, looking at plastic waste on the ground to be replicated and investments for them to be upscaled. So we're focusing on that as one of the analytical work we're doing. Another key work we're doing is CMAP, which is a regional level work investment program covering all the countries in the region, to really bring out lessons learned from all the countries and sharing of lessons. Some of the main components in the investment are harmonization, strengthening of policies and institutions for plastic circularity, and also establishing regional, through ASEAN, establishing regional platforms to promote innovations, knowledge, and partnerships for plastic circularity. This project is being implemented by the ASEAN, and there's a big opportunities for the countries and Korea itself to participate and really make efforts into share knowledge and build capacity improve plastic circularity throughout the region by participating in this program and in these knowledge platforms that the ASEAN is setting up currently. The project just got approved and is currently under implementation. So again, these are the elements of regional action plan that the project is addressing. So in closing, what I would like to share is plastics and waste issues in the region is going to increase. So the time to act is now. And overall concern about plastic is not just cosmetic, it's environmental, health, and economic, with large repercussions on GDP growth eventually as well. And also, World Bank, as you see, has been doing regional and country level support, leading for analytics to investments. But for this to be successful at a country level, at the regional level, sharing of knowledge from countries that have capacity to other countries where plastic problem is increasing is of importance, and also to adapt technologies that are there in these developed countries in the region in a way that can be adopted and context specific to the developing country is necessary. And in this way, technological policy and implementation know-how of countries with advanced waste management system will be valuable, and studies like we just finished on EPR knowledge and sharing of capacity would be valuable and to be replicated on other plastic waste management approaches as well. I end there. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I'll welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Juno. So the one important thing we have got from her presentation, then her presentation is composed of, firstly, she introduced the status of plastic emission, particularly in Southeast area, and secondly, she presented the impact of plastic pollution on economy, ecosystem, and food security. Next, she introduced the World Bank's role in relation to the plastic pollution. Particularly, she emphasized World Bank's role. The first one is analysis. Second one is development of policy in relation to plastic pollution. And finally, she introduced a desirable framework for regional action plan. However, then she used 7 minutes more. Then if this is accumulated, we can think what will happen. The last speaker, we have to skip the last speaker. So this will be very good reference for the next speakers, okay? Or the next speaker, Professor Jang Yong-chul. Jang Yong-chul, he is a professor at Department of Environmental Engineering, Chungnam National University. Currently, he is serving as the president and a chair of International Affairs of Korean Society of Waste Management. Okay, then the topic of his presentation is Sustainable Plastic Waste Management by EPR in Korea, particularly with reference to achievement, key factors, and future decision. Okay, then, yeah, please, Professor Jang, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Yong-chul Jang from Chungnam National University. It's a great honor for me to present today. So I'd like to talk about how to manage plastic waste by EPR system in Korea, specifically focusing on some key factors, successful factors and lessons, and future direction and challenges. So, so this is an overview of my presentation today. So as you can see, first, so what is EPR? Before we get into the plastic waste, what is EPR? So EPR is extended producer responsibility, meaning producers take more responsibility of their products from manufacturing to treatment, recycling, or disposal stage. So this EPR concept has a very popularity around the world. As you can see in this table, this EPR concept was adopted in 1990, especially in Europe. And as you can see, there is a dramatic increase trend of EPR system for plastic, electronic waste, battery, fluorescence lamp, etc. So there is around the world, as you can see on this figure, there is an increasing trend of mandatory or emerging or even voluntary EPR program around the world. In Korea, this EPR started in 2003. So we have about 20 years experiences. And for packaging material, such as you have metal cans, glass bottles, and plastic bottles, and some kind of single-use vinyl gloves and even wet wipers, and you should keep adding these EPR items. Also, there is some lubricants, tires, and battery lamps, electronic devices, and things like that. And in Korea, by the EPR system, target recycling rates for each item is annually assigned by the government, so that producers must comply those target or mandatory recycling rate. So for example, here PET bottles has 80%, so meaning PET bottle manufacturers should achieve 80% recycling rate out of PET bottle that put onto the market. So in this one is 2022, this year, and the EPR system, how it works, EPR system in Korea. This is a whole like a system floor. If manufacturer, there is a product floor from manufacturing product going to the distributor consumer, and after use there is some waste floor, and also there is a supporting financial supporting floor. So this is a whole kind of EPR system in Korea. For example, consumer also should play a key role of collection and recycling, because you usually separate all the recyclable at homes, right? So those are the contributing to the recycling of plastic by household. And EPR usually focusing on recycling of waste material, but other waste management programs and policy are also very important to effectively implement the EPR system, such as the producer must make those products with eco-design, easy recyclability, and also source separation is also important. So source separation guideline, or landfill tax, or incineration tax, etc. So those are the all key program to support EPR system. Here in Jeju, there are a good source separation practice of recyclable. You can see papers and plastic bottles and food waste and clothing and all kind of recyclable separated by household. And even you can see a very good, convenient recycle center available around the Jeju Island. And this is one of the good examples for the implementing EPR system for plastic waste. And here in Korea, there are usually 4 different plastic items separated at household. You have PET bottles and plastic packaging sheet and vinyls, and plastic, the polystyrene foam, and mixed plastic item. Those are the 4 items usually source separated, and then once they those are collected recycled items are processed by sorting and recycling facility, converting into the construction material and recyclable pallets, and then also the some photo frame, etc. And this is one example for PET bottles consumption and recycling statistic over the 15 years. And as you can see, in 2003, it's keep increasing of PET bottle consumption over the years. And as of 2019, more than 3,000 tons of PET bottles were consumed. And then out of that consumption, about 80% were collected and recycled by EPR system, as you can see. And this is a whole PET bottles recycling process from source separation and sorting and recycling, and all the PET bottles can be converted into the PET fibers, your clothing and the film, and even bottle-to-bottle recycle can be achieved. And this is the material flow of PET bottle in Korea in 2019, and from about PET bottle 310,000 tons coming into the market, and then collected this March, and then usually much of used bottle collected and recycled as of different products. And then here, as you can see, incineration and landfilling is a very minimal, so very small amount of used PET bottles going into the landfilling and incineration. This is another also common plastic item here in Korea. You have like polystyrene foam and box by online shopping, or you have all the mailbox, and then this polystyrene foam is separate at household and then collected about 52,000 ton of used polystyrene foam and converting into the recycled pellets and construction materials and photo frame and then consumer product. And so this by EPR system, there has been a continuing increasing of recycling. As of 2019, about 900,000 ton of plastic materials were recycled here in Korea by EPR system. And over the more than 15 years, recycling keep increasing, but on the other hand, incineration and landfilling keep decreasing over time. And also, this by recycling plastic material can be a good economic values. As of 2019, it's about more than 300 million US dollars. 300 US dollars. That's economic value by recycling. Even this plastic recycling can create a job or employ annually. As of 2019, it's about annually 3,500 jobs by this plastic recycling activities. And in summary, this by EPR system, we have good key lessons that we can share. These are the 5 successful factors. First, government has a very strict, very robust legal framework, and the second one is a clear target policy, which item we should include in the EPR system, what kind of recycling rate we need to achieve, and then there is also integrated plastic waste management system from source separation up to recycling or treatment. And these are the whole integrated approach that we take. And these are also important. Also, all the stakeholders should participate to effectively implement the EPR system, from consumers, from local government, and private recycling sectors, and producers. Those are all the key players are very important to implement the EPR system. And there is also performance check every year. They monitor and check how it works and what kind of performance is doing. And these are the good lessons that we can share. And from the global perspective, still current plastic waste management is heavily relying on linear economy with limited plastic circularity. So as Dr. Schroeder mentioned before, Asia, especially Asia region, is the most polluted area with plastic in the world. So we should come up with the better solution and then make a sustainable plastic waste management. So in order to achieve plastic circular economy, there are two, I think, concepts. The right-hand side is a fossil fuel plastic for circular economy. Right now, there is a very limited recycling, reuse. So we have to keep circulating this plastic by chemical recycling and reuse and other advanced material recycling technology. On the other hand, on the right-hand side, there is a bioplastic for circular economy. We should also, in the long run, we have to replace fossil fuel based plastic with bioplastic. This bioplastic can be degraded by microorganism or composting or microbiological activities. So these are the two key sectors are very important in the future. And in Korea, 2021, last year, we announced Korea Circular Economy Action Plan, and then packaging and plastic are the key sectors for establishing a circular economy in Korea, I think. And so those other sectors will be very important. And as Dr. Shireta mentioned, that regulatory framework and the technological development and economic conditions and social factor, those are should be integrated and then should be coordinated so that toward the circular economy. So Korea should step up and play a key role of solving plastic pollution, not only in Korea, but also in Asian countries by transferring knowledge and then build the capacity buildings as a part of international cooperation. So this Jeju Plus Forum is one of the good example to address how to solve plastic waste in Asia and in the world. I think we can talk and we can build a more international partnership with between Korea and other Asian countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Chang. First of all, I would like to give deep thanks for keeping the time very punctually. All right. Okay, then let me summarize his presentation. His presentation, I think, can be summarized 5 points. The first one, he introduced what the EPR is a concept and as a means to manage waste. The second one was he introduced plastic management by EPR system in Korea in relation to its history, recycling, target rate, how EPR works, EPR supporting program, source separation by household collection and recycling of plastic by EPR, and so on. And the third thing he introduced was the achievement of plastic waste by EPR in Korea in terms of recycling trends, growth of economic value, job creation. And the next, he introduced 6 key lessons learned by EPR in Korea. Finally, he emphasized the necessity for international cooperation particularly in relation to international cooperation, he provided a desirable paradigm how to approach the international cooperation. Yeah. Once again, thanks a lot for your presentation. Next speaker, we go to Miss Emenduna from Indonesia. We can meet her on screen. Then Miss Emenduna, she is assistant professor at Environmental Engineering College, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. Then she is serving as a resource person for several Indonesian ministers and companies. The topics of her presentation is current effort and the challenges for plastic waste production in Indonesia. Ms. Amanda, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Please keep the time given to you, 15 minutes. This is very important for running this session. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair Daewon, for a short introduction of me. Now it's 8:50, right? So my time is 9:05 in Indonesian time. Let me share my screen. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers who invited me to join these environmental forums. I am Amanda Sembiring, and I am an associate professor from Environmental Engineering Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering Institute Teknologi Bandung. I also work as a team of national coordinating team for marine debris management in Indonesia. Okay. So I would like to highlight, because most of the discussions mentions that plastic pollution is an emerging global risk. That is why we want to know the magnitude of the problem. I will highlight the model of laboratory and Andrade, which also mentions that if we are doing nothing or business as usual based on the data in 2015, where the level of waste management correspond to the data for 2015, and the consumer demand for plastic increased with GDP, then you can see in scenario 1 that the number of mismanaged fraction of plastic into the environment is increased. And also the generations of plastic waste is also increased if we compare from 2020 to 2060. And in scenario B, if we do something like improving waste management, then with the base of improving the waste management as per GDP, then we can see the improvement. But it's only for some part of the world. The other part of the world, we can still see the mismanaged fractions of plastic waste increase. And if we add more effort to reduce the plastic usage, then in scenario C, we can also see the reduction in plastic demand per capita with fractions plastic in municipal solid waste kept it at 10% at 2020 and 5% by the 2040, and the waste management gradually improve it like in scenario B. We can also see in some part of the world, there is an insignificant reduction of mismanaged fraction. So this is an alarming model, though we know it depends on the granularity of the data. But again, this is a good example how we can predict what's going on if we do nothing about these plastic pollutions. Because knowing the magnitude of the problem is also important. There are some literature mentioned about and modeling about the plastic leakage. And for Indonesia, if we looking at the literatures, there are, of course, there are differences of findings. However, there are some of literatures and studies showing a similar range, because we need a baseline number so that we know what to start and we can project into what our target is. So based on the more coherent study, and thanks to our partnership with the bank, then we decide, the Indonesian government decide the matrix leakage for Indonesia in 2018 is around 200,000 to 600,000 tons per year. So this is the baseline. This is like the starting point when we want to achieve how many reduction we need and what our governments want to do. So based on that metric, we also see whether other measures can also be part of the solutions. So we are looking at the first one, looking at the current regulation is Indonesia. Of course, there is no such specific regulations targeted specific to plastic waste. However, as we already alarmed about the challenges, the problems, the plastic waste problems, then the Indonesian government also developed a presidential decree number 83/2018, which regarding the National Plan of Action for Combating Marine Litter from 2018 to 2025. And in the meantime, there are also other regulations also developed and enacted based on what we think will be also part of the solution to achieve the target, including the environmental ministerial decree related to the semi-EPR, I think. It's not completely comprehensive EPR, but we already have the regulation regarding on this. Okay, so based on the Presidential Decree 83/2018, Indonesia's government developed a national action plan to combat marine litters. It consists of 5 strategies. Strategy 1 included improving behavior change. The strategy 1, to name a few, it includes the national movement to raise awareness of negative impact of marine plastic debris for ecosystem and health. And it's also including the national movement to raise awareness of solid waste management. And it also includes the national movement campaign on waste management and marine debris. In strategy 2, the national governments announced reducing the land-based leakage. So in this program, to name a few, it includes install an equipment like interceptor and thrust boom at the water bodies. It's also support the upstream industry to produce degradable plastic, including biodegradable or thermodegradable plastic. And it's also include the support the pilot and development of waste to energy, and also improving and development of material recovery facilities. As as we see the alarming literature from laboratory and R&D, though we know it's only including the land-based source, our governments already recognize the important part of the sea-based sources. So it's included in our strategy number 5. It's include the coastal and sea waste management. To name a few, the program include the development of reception facilities at the port, solid waste infrastructure at the port and the beaches and small islands. And strategy number 4 is enhancing funding mechanism, policy reform, and law enforcement. And to name a few for this program, there are diversification of source of funds, which is included blended investment. And lastly, the strategy number 5 is research and development. We are focusing on a lot of study regarding how to make the plastic more sustainable, what about the degradable plastic, and other study related to the impact of microplastics into the environments. Based on these 5 strategies, then our governments, Indonesian governments, optimists up until 2021, we can reduce the plastic leakage into the ocean for about 28.5%. How can we achieve the 28.5%? It's based on what the strategy already set in the Presidential Decree number 83, 2018. But can we achieve that target to 70% reduction of marine litter by 2025? So the challenge is, will the strategy eventually reach the 70% plastic debris reductions? Or the activity which are already mentioned in the national strategy lead to the reduction of plastic debris? Which activity will contribute more on the forthcoming years? Is there any means to fasten the target reduction? So the government of Indonesia decide that this is not a dead document, it should be an active document. So every year, annually, we monitor which target can, which already achieved and which one is not. So it means that we actively, annually revising our national action strategy. So how can we revising the national action strategy? For example, do we achieve the reduce and substitute plastic usage to prevent the consumption for more than 1 million tons per year? What about the redesigned plastic product and packaging for use and high value of recycling? Do we achieve that? Is there any design that it can back to the manufacturers and use the high value material for recycling? Can we achieve the target of to increase 90% to 84% by 2025? The collection system in Indonesia. What are the challenges if we not meet the target yet up until the 2021? And we also have already set a target that we double the current recycling capacity to additional like 975,000 tons per year. Some of the target can be achieved, but some others haven't achieved yet. So we are looking at the root of the discussions. Of course, we are looking at as researchers and the technical assistant team, we are looking at the literatures, best practices from other countries, and etc. There's a lot of recommendations how to reduce plastic pollutions, like this literature. However, we come to an idea that we are looking at, if we reflect to the human being characteristic, as human, we drive by fear, needs, and value. So if you fear if you fear to be sent to the jail, then the command and control or regulation can drive you. If the industry want to reduce the cost of future non-compliance to the environment, then the industry needs to deal with the waste management. But value and moral compass can also drive someone to act. So based on that, we looking at all the literature, best practices over the world, and we see education, awareness rising, regulations, economics, the three instruments is not enough. We need technological interventions. Previous speakers also mentioned about the important part of technology, including the EPR scheme or circular economy movement. But part of that, individual actions, national action is not also enough. We need collaborations. So what we think, the idea of our governments is try to do more partnerships, not only to finance and to invest in the national action plan, but we think we can also share the idea of our government, how we deal and achieve the target by 2025 to other neighborhood country. So partnership for all the stakeholders, including private, philanthropics, or development bank, I think is also part of these important actors to achieve what Indonesian government target. So I think this is my last presentation. So this is the other ongoing study because what we think, because it's an active document, so we keep revising the programs every year. So there are also a study on levy and tax, whether it's for plastic, whether it's also applicable for Indonesia, whether the VAT subsidy for collections fee is also part of our context in Indonesia. And also we want to revise the retribution and collection fee schemes. And also we try to increase the number of single-use plastic ban for in city and regency levels. We also to see that there's also a problem with coordination among the central governments and the local governments. So we need to revise the regulations, how the connection between the central governments and the locals until local governments. Technology driven, of course, is part of it, education and awareness. And lastly, of course, it's not going to happen if we are not partnership with other stakeholders, our neighborhood country, because it's not only part of the discussions, though we know 80% is coming from the land-based source, but we see also there's a challenges with the movement, illegal movement of plastic from other countries to others. I think that's our sharing for Indonesian part. Thank you for listening. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amanda. Okay, let me summarize her presentation. Her presentation, I think, can be summarized into three sectors. The first sector, as an introductory level, she introduced the plastic waste generation at the global level, and the remaining two sectors are regarded to Indonesia. The first one was the status related to plastic waste in Indonesia, including the current model on plastic leakage, regulations of solid waste management, and national action plan responding to marine plastic debris, and national strategy to responding to plastic pollution. Finally, as this third sector, she suggested 3 approaches in Indonesia to plastic pollution. The 3 conceptual realities were regulation, education, and economics. Once again, thanks a lot, Ms. Amanda. Next, we are moving on to Ms. Wasaba from Thailand. Okay, then from Thailand, okay. She is the senior professional level at Pollution Control Department, Ministry of National Resources and Environment, Thailand. She has served as a research on national plan, on an integrated waste management and marine debris management, and so on. The topics of her presentation is current effort on plastic waste reduction and recycling in Thailand. Okay, we can meet her on screen. Ms. Wasana?
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, great to see you even on screen. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, then load your PPT on screen for sharing.
Let me share
Okay,
you.
we got. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for inviting me to share our experience to the plastic waste management in Thailand. May I thank you for introduce myself. The content for sharing today is I will tell you about the background information for plastic waste management in Thailand and what we have done so far about the plastic waste management in Thailand, including the best practices and challenge, opportunity, and the next step forward for the plastic waste management in Thailand. For the background information that you see in the screen, in 2021, we have the solid waste management approximately 25 million tons. In this amount is waste utilization, 13% is come from the household source separation and come from the waste separation at the material recovery facility. And we have the properly disposed approximately 37%. They go to the waste to energy, composting, and sanitary landfill. For the rest, 31% is improperly disposed. They go to the open dumping, open burning, and some is go to the small incinerator, which is emits the greenhouse gas in Thailand. So this slide shows the waste composition in Thailand. You can see the most of the organic waste is come from the food waste and yard waste, and the second is recyclable waste is almost 40%. This includes the glass, the paper, the plastic, the metal, and aluminum. And the hazardous waste is just a little bit, but it's really hard to address with the hazardous waste. The rest is the general waste is approximately 12%. This is like a textile, diaper, wood, and tire or the leather. And you can see it's the really important for Thailand is actually besides for the recyclable waste, it is the organic waste. This slide shows you the what we do about the solid waste management in Thailand. Thailand is developed the policy and plan on the waste management since 1992, and in the 2015, the roadmap on the solid waste and hazardous waste management were developed. Since then, the policy for the specific waste management, such as the plastic waste, the e-waste, were developed. The circular economy concept were put in place in all plans of the waste management. We have the new policy in Thailand, which called the bio-circular and green economy model, which is important to develop the policy on element and economy development in Thailand. For the status of the plastic waste in Thailand, we show you that during 10 years, we evaluate the plastic waste is approximately 2 million tons per year, and 1.5 million tons per year is go to the recycling as material recycling and recover as energy recovery. The rest of plastic, 1.5 million tons per year, is osmosis in a single-use plastic, such as the plastic bag, plastic cup, and plastic straw. This is disposed of by sanitary landfill or incinerator, and partially accumulate in the dump site. And this is maybe leakage to the element, but we try to do the policy and plan, and we have the practice to deal with the rest of this plastic. This picture shows you the roadmap on plastic waste management in Thailand. We developed for the as the framework and direction for the prevention and solving the plastic waste in our country. The key principle for the roadmap, we apply the 3R principle, the life cycle management, and the public-private partnership, and the concept of circular economy and responsible consumption and production. You can see in the picture, we have the 3 phases of the roadmap. The first phase in 2019 is stop using the plastic capsule, the oxo-degradable plastic, and the microbead. And the second phase in 2022, we need to stop the using for food container, plastic straw, plastic bag with thickness less than 36 micron, and the plastic cup with thickness less than 100 micron. And the third phase, we focus mainly on the recycling the target plastic by the 100% by the year 2027 to serve the circular economy concept. This is challenge the target for the plastic waste in Thailand. After the roadmap is accepted by the cabinet, we propose the first phase of the action plan on plastic waste management. We have the 2 targets. The first target is reduce and stop using the 4 types of plastic target by replacement with inventory-friendly material. There are 4 types, such as the plastic bag, tin plastic cup, and the EPS for food container, and plastic straw. And the second target is we have the target to recycle 50% of the 7 types of plastic waste by 2022. And when we evaluate what we have done so far about the action plan, we found that is some of the target did not meet the target for the recycle 50%, and the reduce the stop using the 4 types of plastic is we can stop by using the plastic bag and the tin plastic cup, but it's not in the whole country, but it is some area such as for the official building and national park. We will tell you later. Because due to the end of the this year, the first phase of the action plan will end, so we draft the the second phase of the action plan. So this plan we emphasize to reduce the plastic waste to the landfill, and we set the target for the plastic recycling by 100% by the year 2027, and we need to reduce the amount of plastic waste in the sea at least 50% by the year 2027. But this target is still discussed because it's very important to set the baselines for the plastic waste in the sea. So we have many programs and projects to do the plastic waste in the sea, and we monitor for the plastic waste, this leakage to the element. And last is we target the plastic waste management tools are introduced in the action plan, such as the EPR scheme, the plastics product standard, and the database. And we need to use the digital platform for the recycling and collection system for the waste to collect and recycling and to serve as the EPR scheme. The measure for the second phase of the plastic waste is we try to producing the environmentally friendly product, and we reduction the use of the single-use plastic at the consumption process, and we will concern and for the post-consumption plastic waste management, and after we use the plastic, we need to set the standard and facility for the waste management or the collection point for the recycling material to send to the recycling factory. And the last one for the second phase is the sea-based management. We try to work with the other department to do set the collection system for the community who's located near the river or the sea to do the collection point and develop the marking gear system. The best practice for the plastic waste management in Thailand, you can see Pollution Control Department will together with the all stakeholders, including the government sector, the private sector, set the program, and we work together to address the plastic waste management. The first, you can see we reduce the plastic capsule by cooperate with the 5 major drinking water producer to stop using the plastic capsule for drinking water bottle since the 1st of April 2018. And besides this, to address the microplastic, the microbead plastic, the Food and Drug Administration issued the notification to prohibit the cosmetic that they produce and import containing the plastic microbead. We prohibit since the 1st of January 2020. And the same year, our ministry cooperated with the department store, the supermarket, and the convenience store to stop using the plastic bag since the 1st January. This is a big campaign in Thailand. And now the supermarket and department store and convenience store, they don't give the plastic for free. So this is the next is the one important campaign that we reduce the single-use plastic. We cooperate with the government agency, restaurant and food delivery.
Excuse me,
from,
Ms. Wasana.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you. Time
Yes.
Time approach closing this session, so you have just 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the one more speakers. Okay, then please
Yes.
close your presentation in 1 minute. The whole time left only 15 minutes. All right.
That's so. I would like to share you about the challenge and opportunities for the plastic waste in Thailand. As we need the policy and plans on the plastic waste management, and we try to do the incentive about the how to change behavior for the customer to reduce the plastic waste. And for the next step forward for the plastic waste in Thailand, we need to study and draft the law and regulation on plastic waste management. We try to do the circular economy or the EPR on packaging waste management in Thailand. And we need to determine the waste type of the final disposal. If we need to produce the packaging or one kind of the packaging, we need to do what they go to recycling or they need to go to the composting, so the bioplastic may be considered in Thailand. So as you know, for the established policy and plan according to the new international legally binding instrument on plastic waste management, I think it's in our region in Asia Pacific need to do the plastic circular society for our region to all member states to address the plastic pollution, and Thailand will cooperate with all member states and Philippines, Indonesia, South Korea to do the new legally binding instrument in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. I'm really sorry for pushing you. That was not my own willingness due to the time press given to us. Once again, I'm very sorry for having pushed you. Okay, then we do not have enough time to summarize her presentation. So because only 12 minutes left until closing this session. So I would like to move on to the last speaker. The Juvinia from Philippines, but nothing has been informed to me about the speaker. Just what I have got is, the name is Juvinia Serapin, and the position is UNESCO TBC. The topic of presentation is waste management for preventing the destruction of biodiversity in Philippines. That's all I have got from the organizing committee. Juvinia?
Good morning.
Oh,
Ano yung
hello.
kayo?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Before you start, I have one thing to notify you. Due to the time given to us, only the 10 minutes left for your presentation. Okay, would you please load your PPT on screen, and we have to close your presentation at 11:40. 10 minutes left.
Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, please.
May we request the secretary to please share the presentation.
Yeah, okay, we got your PPT.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Javinia P. Serafin. I'm currently the OIC Chief of the Solid Waste Management Division of the Environmental Management Bureau in the Philippines. So I will be presenting the updates on solid waste management in our country. So we have our law, the Republic Act number 9003, and it is the act that will provide systematic and comprehensive and ecological solid waste management program for the implementation in our country. Next. So I guess similar to other other countries, yes po, kindly next. We follow this inverted pyramid, which is we emphasize on waste reduction, waste avoidance, waste reuse, recycling. This is our ideal, our target, I guess, for all the countries in the world. We would like on solid waste management to emphasize and properly implement waste avoidance, waste reduction, and recycling. Next slide, please. So in the Philippines, Republic Act number 9003 specified the goals or specified the roles of the local government units in the implementation of solid waste management. So for the segregation of the biodegradable and the recyclable waste, it is supposed to be the function of the cities and municipalities. And then for the for the biodegradable and the recyclable waste, it should be the function of the barangay or the lowest LGU level in our country. And then for the special waste or the household hazardous waste, and then the residual waste should be the function of the city and municipal level. Next slide, please. So at the national level, at our institutional mechanism, we have the National Solid Waste Management Commission that is tasked to provide the policies, to prescribe the policies in the implementation of solid waste management. And they are also tasked to approve the solid waste management plans of local government units that should emphasize on waste avoidance and waste recovery. Next slide, please. And at the moment, we have around 1,592 solid waste management plans approved, and that is 71% of the local government units in the country. But still, the challenge is in the implementation. It is good to have a very comprehensive plan, but really the outcome and the output on the proper waste management is what we aim for. Next slide, please. So in support to the management of plastic wastes, we have initially have two items under non-environmentally acceptable products, which are the plastic coffee stirrer and the plastic soft drink straw. So these are only two small items, so small plastic waste, but it's very difficult to engage or to have the approval of the industry on banning of these types of waste. So, but however, we have to push for the banning of these two types of plastics as our initial non-environmentally acceptable products. Next slide. And then the National Solid Waste Management Commission also identified several single-use plastics as non-environmental, or some single-use plastics as unnecessary. So we have the plastic cups, the plastic drinking straw, the coffee stirrer, the spoon, plastic forks, plastic knives, and the plastic thin film sando bags. So at the moment, the Department of Science and Technology in the Philippines is currently conducting a life cycle assessment of the plastic utensils, the spoons, forks, and knives, and the plastic labo, or the single-use plastic bag, like here in the photo, so that once it was identified as an environmentally acceptable product, we will again be conducting a public consultation on the phase-out schedule of these products. So again, this will be a very challenging effort for the country. Next slide, please. We also have the support to the implementation of the National Plan of Action. Previous slide, please. Support to the implementation of the National Plan of Action for the prevention, reduction, and management of marine litter. So the NPOA-ML has a vision of a Philippines free of marine litter through shared responsibility, accountability, and participatory governance, and an overarching goal of zero waste to Philippine waters by 2040. So that will be a very ambitious goal. However, we have to strive to, if we're going to protect the environment, we have to strive to implement this strategies under this goal. So under the NPOA-ML, we have several strategies to be implemented, including a very important, the national marine litter baselining. Currently, we don't have any a very comprehensive information on the plastic leakage, the accuracy of the plastic leakage, and the amount of plastic products that are being produced and disposed. So we have the one important strategy is the national marine litter baselining, and then circular economy and sustainable consumption and production mainstreaming, recovery and recycling enhancement, collection and disposal safeguards, shipping and fisheries waste control, cleanup of riverine and marine environments. And then we also have the policy and enforcement strategy, social marketing and communication, sustainable financing and resource allocation, and strengthening local action. So these are very important strategies to be implemented in order to fully achieve the goal of the National Plan of Action for the prevention, reduction, and management of marine litter. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. So these are photos of the launching, the national launching, and the ongoing simultaneous regional launching for the period of July to October in all the 16 regions in the country. Next slide, please. So as part of our support to the NPOA-ML, we also provide the equipment to local government units in the country for the management of the plastic residual waste. So we provided plastic molder for the conversion of plastics into chairs, to school chairs. Next slide, please. We also provide financial support to LGUs in the National Capital Region and Region 3, which is part of the Manila Bay region, in the installation of this trash trap. So at the moment, this project is in the building stage to identify the service provider for the development and construction of these trash traps. And then for the next slide, please. We also provided for the management of biodegradable waste and management of greenhouse gas. We also provided biogas, bio-waste shredders and composters to local government units in the country. And then as part of solid waste management, as part of an integrated solid waste management, next slide please, we are also providing assistance to local government units in the identification of possible sites for sanitary landfills. We need sanitary landfills as disposal facilities for residual wastes. Next slide please. So these are just some photos of the assistance to LGUs in the identification of disposal facilities. Next slide please. And then this photo illustrates our development of feasibility study for the clustering of LGUs for common disposal facility. Next slide. The Philippines, the Solid Waste Management Division and the EMB also provide assistance to the LGUs in the design of SLFs. We also implement the Solid Waste Enforcement and Education Program, which aims to monitor the unclean sites in the public places and mobilize these local government units to clean up these unclean sites. So currently we have 300, we call them environmental monitoring officers that are conducting the monitoring and mobilizing the barangays or the local government units in the cleanup activities. Next slide, please. So these are some photos of the unclean and clean up operations. And next slide, please. Next slide. I'm almost done. 10 slides only. this is one of our innovation in the Bureau is the development of online system where we can upload the reports of these environmental monitoring officers, and then the local government units are being capacitated to respond by using also this IIS, the Integrated Information System of the Bureau. Okay, next slide, please. So we can also map here the unclean and clean up sites. Next slide, please. And of course, we have the availability of our online system database. Next slide, please. Okay. So based on our data center, our current data, we have around 61,000 tons of solid waste that are being generated in the country daily. So based on our study, we have around 11% of the recyclable materials are plastic waste, and some 7% of the residual wastes that are being disposed in the landfills are also plastic. So we have around 7,300 plastic waste that are being generated in the country. And the problem is in the management, the problem is in the recovery of this wastes, these plastic wastes, which are also resources. So the next slide, please. And based on our data, we have around 276 sanitary landfills where we can dispose the residual waste, including some plastic waste, and 525 local government units, or 30%, only 30% of the LGUs have access to this proper disposal facility. So we would know that the remaining 70% will be disposing where, in the dump sites or burning their wastes. So these are really the challenges that we are encountering right now. And next slide, please. But last year, we have this milestone. We were able to close all the illegal dump sites, and hopefully they will not reopen. But our challenge now is the proper rehabilitation of these illegal dump sites. Next slide.
Yeah, excuse me, Ms. Jivinia, would you please move on to concluding remark?
Okay.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
remaining. Okay, so next slide, please. So we can see that we have only 39% of the materials recovery facility that are here in the country to recover this plastic waste. Next slide, please. Move on to the next slide. So with the approval of the APR, the Extended Producer Act of 2022, it's our milestone in the implementation of the management of plastic waste. It is an act institutionalizing the extended producer responsibility on plastic packaging waste, amending for this purpose the ESWM Act of 2000. Next slide, please. So in this act, next slide, we have the obliged enterprises. So they shall refer to the product producers that are required to implement an EPR program. So this becomes mandatory on the part of the plastic producers. Product producers are obliged to implement EPR, and this article shall refer to large enterprises that generate plastic packaging waste. So for the next slide, please. This is the timeline for the implementation of the program. The following targets for the recovery of plastic packaging footprint generated during the immediately preceding year. So by December 31, 2023, 20% of the plastic produced will be recovered. And then by the end of 2028, it should be 80% of the plastic produced by the manufacturer should be recovered. So thank you very much. That is the last slide.
Thank you, Ms. Jivinia. We have no time to summarize her presentation. Okay, then we finished the first part of this session, presentation by 5 speakers, and we are moving on to the second part of this session, panel discussion. We have 2 panelists. The one from the Professor Lee Seung-hee from Department of Environmental Engineering, Gyeonggi University, Korea. Currently, he is serving as a police advisory member. Ministry of Environment, South Korea, and so on. Another panelist, Mr. Hans from UNESCO, I think, headquarter office. He is the senior program specialist for water and environmental sciences in Jakarta, Indonesia. Before he taking the current position, he has worked at UNESCO in Beijing office and other division, such as National Sciences and so on. So only we have 15 minutes before we closing this session. So please, the 5 minutes. Then I think you can give some questions or comment on the presentation. And if you have some different idea on then you can suggest your idea.
Okay, thank
5
you.
minutes, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Seung-hee Lee in Gyeonggi University. Also, I was served as the president of Korea Basel Forum. And thank you for every speakers. As speakers, 5 speakers mentioned about the international cooperation. It's very important. So I'd like to emphasize international cooperation and suggestion for solving plastic waste problems between Korea and Asia. Next one, please. Okay, this is the Asian and the plastic waste problems. It is very, very serious. It's more than you anticipate. So next one, please. So also UNEP, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 SDGs. But among 17 SDGs, 7 SDGs are related to plastic waste. Next one, please. So international cooperation is very important. I'd like to, thank you. Mention about the 3 areas. First one is global issues and trends. The second one is legal framework, restoration and for recycling. And third one is capacity building. That is infrastructures and technologies. Before I mention about the 3 areas, it is necessary to consider the current situation and barriers of plastic waste management in each country. For the implementation of international cooperation, it is necessary to carry out the research project on policy transfer, forest framework, and capacity building to overcome the relevant limitation. That is very important to make the research work between Asian countries and to build the manpower. Also, technology transfer. International partnership is also made by the research work. So that is proceeding by large scale or small scale. That is, come to the parties to parties sustainably. University to university, also institution and institution, and student. That is parties to parties partnership. That is very important. It is came by its researcher, not technical transfer. So this is global issues and legal framework and capacity building to implement the UN SDGs. And global issues, one is SDG, the other one is transboundary movement of plastic waste. This is 10 Asian countries in 2016, the import and export, you can see net amount of plastic waste is negative. That means East Asian country did not receive the plastic waste. But 2020, the import is much higher than export. That is the net amount is plus. So a lot of plastic waste go to Asian countries. Sometimes it is not legally transportation. That is the problem. So cooperation is very important. Another one is the plastic waste reduction. I like to skip this one. And legal framework is awareness. I think some speakers mentioned about the awareness. That is very important also. The capacity building is pre-consumption, and that is very important. This is related to producers and manufacturers to produce the manufacturing goods. In Korea, we have the several things in here that is the plastic bottles, the same colors, not different colors. Also, items is the same materials, not different materials. And they take out the labels, so it is easy to recycling. So using the bioplastic, and then finally I got the post-consumption. So that is make the material recycling and chemical recycling and reuse. Those are work together between Asian countries, international cooperation. I hope that this forum, Jeju Plus Environmental Forum, should be initiative or platform to share the knowledge and transport information. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Lee. Okay, we have 10 minutes before closing this session. Okay, next we are moving on to Mr. Hans from UNESCO office, Jakarta. We can meet him on screen.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Okay, we got you. All right. Yeah, just 2 minutes, please. All right. I'm really sorry.
You were able to hear me well?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for this opportunity to close the discussion, as it were, today. I'd like to pick up from Dr. Rees, Professor Rees' point on international cooperation, and say a few words without a presentation this time, just words, and very much reflecting on what has been said this morning. I gave it the sort of overall headline, and it's a matter of integration. What happens on land affects what happens at sea, and what happens at sea directly affects our lives and our livelihoods on land. What happens in one country affects other countries, and what happens in the realm of governance affects the life choices made by people at the local level. And what happens locally has the potential to have a major impact if it's given the visibility and the opportunity to show. So how do we integrate all of this across these different sectors and levels and across the countries of the region? I was impressed with Dr. Jang. He showed us a very effective EPR system in Korea with mandatory recycling and the really comprehensive progress being made. But this comprehensive solution adopted in Korea, can we directly transfer that to the wider region? We have challenges in legal frameworks, policies, targets, integration of management, degree of participation. These achievements that have been made in Korea, there are barriers to those in the region. We can see that there are limited collection, recycling in place. Dr. Shrestha highlighted this from across the different countries. We can work towards it, and I think the presentations from Thailand and from the Philippines, from Indonesia showed the current action plans that are being implemented and the that is being made. But maybe in parallel with this progress, moving towards these really comprehensive frameworks, we need parallel initiatives that can help close the gap, local initiatives. And I mentioned already this point made in our first presentation from Dr. Shrestha about on-the-ground innovations that are not necessarily being captured, being replicated and adopted at scale. And I think that's a crucial issue. I also really liked the point made by Dr. Mentna from Indonesia, saying, humans are driven by fear, needs, and values, and this relates to how we regulate, how we govern economics, and how we provide education. But importantly, we need this input of technological intervention, and we need collaboration. I like the diagram that she showed because it's familiar to me. It resembles what we work with in UNESCO and in the biosphere reserves, which is a diagram that has three principal functions: to conserve, nature conservation, integrated with development, and underpinned by research, innovation, cooperation, networking, and the transfer of technology. And so this is my proposal in conclusion, to ensure that we have a better visibility for local initiatives, innovations, and progress, to link these local innovations with the national level, with the regional and global scale, and to connect the way we manage plastic waste with the way we manage biodiversity. And that is an issue we didn't really discuss so much today, even though it was in the title of our session. I would like to propose, and of course, since I work with UNESCO, I would like to propose the convening power of these UNESCO designated sites. And I do that with particular reference to Jeju, because we are now in the Jeju Forum, hosted by Jeju, one of the few triple designation sites in the world. Jeju is a World Heritage Site, it's a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, it's a UNESCO Global Geopark. So the people of Jeju, the government of Jeju, and the government of the Republic of Korea have all committed across these three different frameworks to work towards sustainability and to make sure that Jeju is the best in the world in what it does. So UNESCO Biosphere Reserves, as well as geoparks and World Heritage Sites, they are in a strong position to be a vanguard for innovation, adoption and replication of integrated waste management and biodiversity conservation models. Because they are places where these multi-stakeholder commitments for sustainability have already been made, where sustainability is giving high visibility through the way the site is branded, through the identity of the site, and we know this in Jeju. Jeju is a very proudly an environmentally oriented island. And of course, because they have to comply with the expectations and regulations that govern their international designation. So we heard today from Korea, from Thailand, from Indonesia, and from Philippines. These countries are if we just look at biosphere reserves, they have 9, 5, 19, and 3. So that's 36 locations in these countries that are committed to identifying and pursuing integrated solutions to the harmony between people and nature. And a majority of these sites, if I'm not wrong, are coastal. They include marine areas and they include terrestrial areas. So they are ideally placed as locations where you can look at integrating the way we manage land and sea. They are linked in regional networks. We have the Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. They meet every year. We met last year and are going to meet again this year in November to look at prioritizing joint research, capacity development, and exchange. So my conclusion, let's consider a new project, a new initiative across the region to identify and document places where we have integrated biodiversity and waste management initiatives in all of these locations and beyond. To make sure that these local initiatives are publicized and brought to the attention of decision makers and academia, to help them exchange, replicate, and scale up where there really is innovation that is relevant, that may not be seen, and to help bridge the gap where they exist between these local actors, between academia, policy, and decision makers. I think with that better integration between local, national, regional, between waste and biodiversity, between science, policy, and people, we have a chance at not proceeding with business as usual. But I think we have to focus on this idea of integrating. It's a very difficult to make headway if we look at plastics in one sector, biodiversity in another sector, development, economic progress in a third sector. So we need that integration. I think we have a good potential in the UNESCO designated sites to showcase where advances are being made. With that, there are 2 minutes left. I will close and thank you very much for your attention and for allowing me to be part of this really exciting session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hans. Okay, then it's the time for us to close this session. As we know, the theme of this session is management of plastic pollution and conservation of biodiversity. In relation to this session, we have got a great idea and valuable suggestions from 5 speakers and 2 panelists. So, based on all the contents presented by speakers and panelists, then I think those can be drawn as a concluding remark for this session. So, based on my understanding from 5 speakers and 2 panelists, the concluding remark can be carved 3 sectors. First one is, why should no plastic pollution this society? So plastic product is used very intensively from product in everyday life to medical, even aircraft. So it is inevitable for us to use them, but problem is to use a plastic product more than we need. Therefore, it may be true plastic products have improved the convenience of our life, however, threaten the original quality of nature. That may be the crisis of nature. Then, crisis of nature does not end itself. It is linked to the crisis of human existence on the earth, because the nature can exist without the humans. However, humans cannot survive without nature. Then, third sectors we can draw from the presentation and the panelists is what strategy will be efficient and effective. That sectors have been suggested and discussed by all of the speakers. So most of the speakers and the panelists emphasized in relation to the strategy, the scientific management of plastic waste emitted by human activities. The typical example is ERP. I think this is a technology-based approach. In addition, other speakers have suggested technology-based approach is very good, because we have developed a high level of advanced technology already. However, the social system approach also should be added together with the technology approach. Therefore, I think on the basis of the presentation, it is inevitable for us to use plastic. At least 2 strategies we need. The first one is technology-based, and the second one is system-based approach for weakening the cause-generating plastic wastes. Yeah. Okay, this is very significant and a great opportunity. We have some exchange ideas. So finally, I think without the active involvement all of us, this session could not be successful. Once again, on behalf of the organizing community, I would like to give deep thanks to everyone involved in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the moderator and all panelists from abroad and Dominate. Thank you very much once again for your active debate. 다시 한번 열띤 토론으로 함께 해주신
Thank you once again very much for your heated debate. Thank you. So with this, we'd like to put an end to the first session of Jeju Plus International Environment Forum. Thank you for your presence. From 1 p.m., the opening ceremony will take place, and the luncheon will be served at the Ligia on the same floor. It's a buffet. So for identification, please put your name tag on it. And bon appetit, and please be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
네, 여러분.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. 2020 Jeju Plus International Environment Forum starts its opening ceremony. My name is Moon Sori, your MC today.
International Environment Forum 2022. My name is Moon Sori. It is my great honor to grab the microphone as your master of ceremony for you today. And this will be proceeding in Korean, but simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Those who need interpretation service, please use your receivers at channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English. 오늘 개회식은 한국어.
The opening ceremony will be done in Korean. For those who need the interpretation service, we are providing the simultaneous interpretation. Channel number 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English. For this forum, we were helped by the Ministry of Environment, UNESCO, and Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, and also organized by the Korean Environmental Corporation, News One, Jeju International Convention Center, and the steering committee. And we are having the second international forum at the Jeju for the second time. The theme of this year's forum is plastic and biodiversity, to discover the solution for the pollution that hampers the environment and ecosystem. And we are joined by the academic agencies and activists, and we will offer multiple sessions to talk about the multiple aspects of the global plastic issues and share ideas together. And I hope you can stay with us until the very end of the session. Also, at the venue, to respect the theme of this year's forum, we are trying to refrain ourselves from using the disposable plastics. So I hope that you can engage in this plastic reduction effort as well. Let us begin the opening ceremony from now on. I'd like to introduce the VIP guests first, who are honoring this occasion with their presence, and please give them one round of applause when names are called. First, online participant. Despite the time difference, we are joined by some of the participants who are with us at this early morning. Shamile Nairi Beduele, the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, hello. So please allow me to introduce one by one. Also, we are joined by the Minister Hamunjan of the Ministry, and also we will joined by the online video clip with An Byung-ok as well. Mr. An Byung-ok is also with us. Please shake your hands so that you can greet the participant. Thank you. Also, we have so many distinguished guests who are with us at the venue, and thank you so much for your kind attendance. And let me introduce one after one other. The chairperson, Kim Myung-ja of Seoul International Forum. Thank you so much for your kind attendance. Also, Mr. Yoon Jong-soo, the chairperson of the Jeju Environmental Forum Steering Committee. Also, the keynote speaker, Mr. Kang Tae-sun from the Black Yak. Also, the organizer News One, on behalf of the President Lee Byuk-ho, Mr. Kang Ji-baek is also with us today to honor this occasion. Mr. Kim Kyung-hak, the chairperson of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province Local Council. Last but not least, we are joined by the organizer, Mr. Oh Young-un, the governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Thank you so much for your kind participation. Also, to save the earth from plastic pollution, we're joined by many distinguished participants from home and abroad. Thank you so much for your attendance. I'd like to give the floor to the governor first to listen to his opening remark. Please welcome with a big round of applause, and please come onto the stage, Mr. Governor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Oh Young-hun, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Good afternoon again. I'd like to sincerely welcome all of you with Jeju Islanders. I'd like to thank all the online participants for your participation. In Jeju Island, blessed with its beautiful nature, with Ministry of Environment and UNESCO to save the earth, we are hosting today's forum, and it is a great pleasure to be part of it. And I'd like to express my gratitude to Environment Minister Han Hwa-jin and Assistant Director General Jamila Nair Bedwell of UNESCO for your support for this forum. Also, my special thanks go to President Lee Byuk-ho of News One, Director An Byung-uk of Korea Environment Corporation, and all the staff members from the ICC and the forum. The theme of the forum is biodiversity and plastics. As the use of plastics has exponentially increased, the material has become a main culprit of environment pollution. What makes worse is that the COVID-19 pandemic contributed to the increased use of plastics. In that regard, we must tackle plastic pollution and restore biodiversity. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee our healthy future. In that regard, the theme of this forum is very significant and timely. Using or consuming some items too much causes environmental issues. When focusing only on use and consumption, not on management and treatment, environmental issues definitely emerge. When it comes to negative impacts on the environment, if you fail to take care earlier or respond to them, huge damage is caused. Plastics are no exception as well. Indeed, plastic pollution has emerged as a serious environmental issue facing all of us. Since our future depends on it, we need to control and manage the issue before it is too late. Today we have many representatives. In that regard, I'd like to ask all of you to gather your wisdom and ideas so that we could better handle plastic issues. In mid-July, scorching heat wave engulfed Europe. Spain recorded 45 degrees Celsius, Portugal 47 degrees Celsius, and the heat wave has claimed more than 1,700 lives. In fact, climate crisis has long been predicted as a global environmental issue, but we have been so complacent thinking it would come to us in the far future. We have neglected climate change, naming all kinds of reasons. We have wasted too much time. The impacts of climate change are now being witnessed and going to be more serious. Policy without practice means nothing. Without practice, no issues can be solved. Microplastics are found in the air, sea, and land all around the world, threatening biodiversity as well as human health. We must respond to plastic issues before it is too late. To solve global environmental issues, the international community, nations, and regions should work as one. We used to believe that we should think globally, plan nationally, and act locally, but we should also shift such paradigm. We should think together, plan together, and practice together. Such international cooperation network will be a starting point for future coexistence. For plastics and biodiversity, we, Jeju, will remain committed and always be at the forefront. We hope to take this journey all together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Governor. He said that to make the Jeju cleaner. He has been working day and night. So to save the earth and to save the Jeju Island from plastic pollution, he showed his commitment. And thank you so much for being with us today. From that perspective, I think I need to introduce one additional special guest, the Mr. Song Chang-kwon, and the member of the Special Jeju Environmental Committee. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your participant. And despite she was not able to attend the session, the Minister of Environment paid much attention to the forum, and the minister sent us the opening remark with a video message. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Han Hwa-jin, Minister of Environment. I'd like to sincerely congratulate on the opening of Jeju Plus International Environment Forum, and I'd like to thank Governor Oh Young-hoon and Director An Byung-wook of Korea Environment Corporation for your support in organizing this event. And my special thanks go to all the participants of the forum for your presence. This January, the Worldwide Fund for Nature announced that about 88% of marine life has been affected by waste plastics, and by 2050, marine plastic waste pollution would be 4 times more severe than it is, which was warned by the fund. Indeed, one of the biodiversity repository is mangrove in Java Island, and 50% of its floor is covered with plastics. And in Oahu Island in Hawaii, 65% of coral community has died because of plastic pollution. As the examples show, plastic pollution threatens the very survival of marine species and affects biodiversity. With that in mind, the international community gathered at the UNEA this March and decided to respond to this global plastic issue by establishing globally binding agreement by 2024. Korea will also actively work with the international community so to minimize plastic's impacts on our nature and ecosystem. We will push forward a shift toward a circular economy very fast. We will make the use of recycled materials for plastic production as mandatory. We will reduce unnecessary packaging in the process of consumption and distribution. And policy support will be backed to reduce single-use plastics, and we will carry out outreach activities as well. For high-quality recycling, we will advance selection systems as well as develop related technologies. Going forward, for plastic pollution prevention, we have accumulated a lot of policy experiences, which we will share with the international community, thus making contributions to the global efforts. I hope today's forum could serve as a meaningful venue where we can take a step forward for biodiversity and conservation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, for your good comments, and we will put your ideas into the hearts until the end of this forum. Also, he was not able to attend the forum as well, but Mr. An Byung-wook actually is with us on the Zoom platform, so let us greet with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is An Byung-wook, the chairman of the Korea Environment Corporation. First of all, on behalf of KECO as one of the organizers of this forum, I should have attended the forum on site to meet all face-to-face. However, I would like to seek your kind understanding and welcome all of you via online due to overlapped schedule of the Korea National Assembly's Environment and Labor Committee. 오늘 포럼에 많은 관심을
I'd like to give my gratitude to Chairman and Minister for sending us the opening remark, as well as Her Excellency Assistant Director General Samila Nairede Bedwele for the Nature Science of UNESCO, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, Chairperson of Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council, Executive Director of News One for your contribution. Also, my special thanks go to experts and presenters from home and abroad and dear participants who are with us with a vast interest in environmental issues. My corporation has been working hard to improve environmental conditions of the country in various environmental fields, including air, water, resource circulation, and environmental infrastructure. The theme of this year's forum, Plastic and Biodiversity, is a global agenda. To respond to climate change and ensure the survival of the human beings, these are issues that have to be taught. Plastics are one of the modern conveniences indispensable to our daily lives, but it causes enormous issues as well. Plastic islands peppered around various oceans, creatures dying in pain, increasing microplastics are prime examples. Facing such challenges, my institution has provided various citizen-facing support services to prevent plastic pollution. Municipalities and NGOs have worked together to prevent microplastic pollutions, for example, by launching ice pack recycling campaign and extended producer responsibility or ESP. Going forward, I'll coordinate with the Ministry of Environment to reduce the consumption and boost the recycling of plastics. I hope that today's forum can be a chance to seek useful solutions for plastic pollution and biodiversity conservation. Lastly, I express my gratitude to former Vice Minister of Environment Yoon Jung-soo, who will moderate the main session on behalf of me, and to organizers who made it possible despite all the difficulties. I wish health and luck to all of you. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Director An, for your message despite your busy schedule. Director An Byung-ok, thank you very much once again. And we have Assistant Director General Shamila Nair-Bedrele of UNESCO. Now she's online. I'd like to ask her for greeting messages.
Shamila Nair-Bedrele, we are now connected online. Good morning. Hello.
Yes, hello, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, so we can hear you. Thank you very much. And would you please give us your message?
Thank you very much. Apologies, I'm on vacation and I have a small technical problem.
Okay, so this is the welcome remarks. So,
hello, you can hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, today the Ministry of Environment of Republic of Korea government, the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, and UNESCO have come together on this very special occasions to address this global problem of plastic pollution and its impact on biodiversity. Now, on behalf of UNESCO, I want to express to all of you my special congratulations and thanks to the Minister of Environment, Han Hwa-jin, and the Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, Oh Hoon, the gracious co-host of this important event. I want to also express my deepest gratitude to An Byung-ok, Chairman of K-ECO, for their efforts toward this successful organization. Finally, I thank all the central and local governments, international organizations, experts around the world whose participation in this forum and follow-up actions in the time to come will be key to its success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the wide range of problems caused by plastic pollution, and in particular its impact on biodiversity, have in recent years become a globally visible and recognized issue. Around the world, we are witnessing a growing awareness to address plastic pollution, but this requires urgent, coordinated global action. And it is this global, growing coordinated action that has called us to come here together in Jeju. Central governments, local governments, international organizations, and experts from all over the world are here to identify practical and implement contributions towards a plastic pollution-free future for us, for the future, our future generations, and also for the future of our planet. Our venue today, which is called Jeju Island, makes this a lofty goal ever more meaningful. This beautiful island, recognized by UNESCO as a natural World Heritage Site, a biosphere reserve, as well as in UNESCO Global Geopark, is outstanding and unique in its contribution, triple contribution of Jeju's commitment to environmental sustainability and economic growth. And through this active engagement and leadership in these three global UNESCO programs, Jeju has made a commitment to perform at the highest global level, to better understand, to improve the relationships between humans and nature, but also to use scientific knowledge in order to address issues like plastic pollution. UNESCO is engaged in a wide range of activities that encourages engagement across all member states and all of UNESCO designated sites towards strengthened biodiversity conservation, preservation, restoration, and the reduction of microplastic pollution in the ocean. Certainly, UNESCO will work and continue to work with a very privileged partner like the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, to whom we would like to extend our deepest appreciation and thanks today for all the support that the government is providing to UNESCO for all of its programs to strengthen capacity, to strengthen education for water security, to strengthen capacity to manage biodiversity. But also, I want to sincerely thank the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea and the Jeju Special Governing Province for all their support to the biodiversity conservation projects. And this is undertaken through the World Network of Island and Coastal Biosphere Reserves. This is via the development of very specific projects under the International Geoscience and Geoparks programs. We also work very closely with the Global Research and Training Center for Internationally Designated Areas, the GCIDA, which is proposed to be a Category 2 center. I'm confident that this multifaceted cooperation will only grow stronger in the future. I'm happy to note that the Korean Ministry of Environment and the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province are also carrying out a range of activities related to the topic of today's forum. For example, JPDC has since last year undertaken innovative plastic reduction activities, including the removal of labels on bottled water. And we would like to use this experience across the world in different countries and promote this interregional collaboration to demonstrate the exceptional role played by the government in plastic reduction. In closing, allow me please to express my deepest gratitude to the chairman of KC ECO for his letter, suggesting that the continuation of projects with UNESCO, such as holding these types of forums to protect biodiversity from plastic pollution, is really important, not only to raise awareness, advocacy, but to identify new ways of working together. It is my hope that this international forum will be able to share examples of activities from around the world and develop good ways to move forward and pave the way for a sustainable future for all, free of plastic pollution. Finally, I say this is an excellent example, this type of forum, demonstrating the close cooperation between the government of the Republic of Korea and UNESCO as an opportunity for us to plan ever closer together, to work more closely together, and to ensure that there is a wonderful, beautiful planet for future to come. I wish you a successful, enjoyable, and very impactful forum. And once again, my apologies for the problems in the connections this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarkable and well-worded statement. And I know it is 6 o'clock there, so thank you so much for attending in this forum. 아마 현지 시간이 아침 6시.
Since her local time is 6 in the morning, once again, thank you very much for presence and your message. Once again, thank you very much for your message. And next, Chairperson Kyung-hak Kim of Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen and Jeju Islanders, I'm Chairperson Kim Kyung-hak of Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council. I'd like to sincerely congratulate all of you on the opening of Jeju Plus International Environment Forum 2022, and I'd like to express my gratitude to Governor Oh Young-hoon of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province and Assistant Director General Shamila Nair-Bedrelle of UNESCO, and Minister Han Hwa-jin of Environment, and Director An Byung-ok of Korea Environment Corporation, and distinguished guests for your presence. In particular, I'd like to thank Song Chang-kwon, chairperson of the committee. Plastic has penetrated into our lives since it is very convenient, but such convenience is threatening our lives. Wasted plastics are going to landfill or fragmented or broken into pieces. And those microplastics are penetrating into oceans and coming back to us. Because of microplastics, our nature and our ecosystem are being destroyed. We declared resource circulating Jeju last year. By 2040, we will reduce 30% of plastic waste. And phase out of plastics needs and require our practice. And Governor Oh Young-hoon has a high level of commitment regarding environmental issues, and we are very looking forward to his actions. And we are going to talk about biodiversity and plastics. And phase out of plastics is a way forward for a sustainable city, sustainable era. We need to increase recycling rate and reduce plastic waste. In that regard, I hope all of you can be a beacon for Jeju's environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for your consideration for the islanders. It was from Mr. Kim Kyung-hak. Thank you so much for your congratulations. Last but not least, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Chon Hae-chul, and he sent us a video remark to congratulate the opening of the forum. Please watch together. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chon Hae-chul from National Assembly Environmental Labor Committee. Congratulations on the successful opening of the forum. I express my gratitude to organizers and participants who made it possible. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, disposable plastic consumption has increased, causing marine and other pollutions, and has regarded as a new urgent social issue. Nature is for our next generation, so we need to conserve and preserve it as an asset for human beings. Plastic-induced environmental pollutions have to be carefully monitored so that we can save the biodiversity of the planet actively. I hope that this forum can raise awareness of the excessive plastic consumption to hand down clean and healthy oceans to our next generations. Once again, congratulations, and I wish luck and health to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chon Hae-chul, for your message. Going forward, we need to keep Jeju clean, so your efforts will be needed. With this, we'd like to conclude the opening ceremony. And taking this opportunity, we are going to have a special moment. So we are going to declare Waste-Free Island 2040, which will start now.
그렇습니다.
Jeju is the only one UNESCO Triple Crown island as well as an area. In that regard, taking this opportunity, we are going to declare Plastic Zero 2040. So the declaration will be cited by Governor Oh Young-hoon of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the governor with a big round of applause again.
So I'm standing on the stage once again for two consecutive times. and I beg your kind understanding for stealing the thunder for twice. But I was allowed by the organizer, so I beg your kind understanding. So I actually reduced the content by half due to time constraint for your reference. Mr. Kim Kyung-ah, Mr. Song Chang-kwon, thank you so much for staying with us today. So, Jeju, the triple crown of UNESCO, is the venue to host the Jeju Plus International Environment Forum 2020. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to make promise to Jeju Islanders, Korean citizens, and the global community that we will zeroing the plastic usage. Dear global citizens and Jeju visitors, please look around. Magnificent Hala Mountain, Gochawar Forest, parasitic cones, coastal areas and oceans are everlasting assets for Jeju. These proud assets have to be passed down to the next generation. Dear Korean citizens, so in this Jeju Island recognized by UNESCO, do enjoy the nature to the fullest in this island of peace and work with us so that we can so that our next generation can enjoy it as well. Dear global citizens who love Jeju Island, thank you so much for your visit and love for the island. Please join our effort to preserve this UNESCO Triple Crown Island as World Heritage. I believe that this International Environmental Forum is going to talk about multiple issues relating to plastic and biodiversity to save the earth, and I believe this is such a meaningful occasion. Jeju is a volcanic island and famous tourist destination. It is prone to plastic pollution and biodiversity crisis. We have the responsibility to save this beautiful island from plastic pollution. We cannot afford any more delay, hesitation, or indecision. We have to move to remove the source of plastic pollution and recover biodiversity with practical plans and actions. As a governor to save this Triple Crown Island, I now declare the 24-year Plastic Zero Island Jeju Master Plan. Jeju is going to be at the forefront of the global plastic-free journey, and Jeju will be also on this journey. Among others, I propose the creation of Plastic Zero Global Committee. Through this committee, Jeju's vision will be realized. A plastic zero society is the future that has to be shaped at the national and preferably at the global level. The committee will be committed to finding ways to put plastic zero island plans into practice in details. Also, to make this plastic zero island model as an exemplary case for other countries, the committee will improve the existing laws and institutions gradually. In this process of improvement, the islanders and visitors from home and abroad will be invited to gain helping hands as well. Dear participant, taking this forum as a starting point, I hope that we can forge an international cooperation network towards Plastic Zero Society. Joined by the Korean government and UNESCO and other international organizations, we're going to shape a better future full of hope. I ask for your active attention and interest. I, as a governor, promise to the islanders, Korean citizens, and global citizens that I will be fully devoted to the fullest to make Jeju as an island that gives joy to both human and nature. Thank you.
For future generations and for beautiful island Jeju, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand. Thank you very much for your participation. As the governor said, for future generations, we need to make sure and we need to keep the island clean. And there are so many supporters for our efforts, and we'd like to meet them one by one, and we are going to listen to their stories. And we have Assistant Director General Shamila Nair Bedrel of UNESCO. So could you please share your thoughts on this declaration? Once again, we are going to connect with Assistant Director General.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you please just give us your message?
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Madam Moderator, and apologies for this difficulty early morning connections. My greetings to all of you in Korea and especially in Jeju. It's a great pleasure and honor for UNESCO to be part of this unusual initiative, which is really setting the stage for the future. Excellencies, dear participants, we all know the value of plastics and that the invention of plastics has been one of the greatest inventions of lifetime. But during the development of these compounds, chemicals, and materials, maybe what has happened was there was lack of so much focus on the effect on the environment and on other life around us. And therefore, it is time now to consider how plastic itself, while it has bettered people's lives around the world, but it is also suffocating the lives of other species on this planet. So today is a very important day for the world that Jeju and the government of Korea has taken up this important fight against plastics, because over 300 million tons are produced every year. And we need to look into the role of these plastics and its effect on other living systems and on our ecosystems, on our biodiversity, on water, on the relationship with nature in general. And I think it is time today to further into these reflections. That is why this particular declaration and this initiative coming from Korea is such an important initiative. I want to say that the Jeju Governor's Declaration of 2040 Zero Plastic Island is unique, most welcome in the world today. It fits very well with the first ever single-use plastic-free declaration that was ever made in Rwanda in 2008. The Jeju Governor's strong pledge to protect Jeju, which is an environmental treasure island from plastic pollution, is unique and will set the trend for the rest of the world. You have particularly announced a roadmap to realize this, going beyond the declaration, but also bringing together numerous different partnerships and also bringing together the private sector, bringing together open science, scientific knowledge, cooperation, and education to educate on the role of plastics in society today, but also role of plastics in biodiversity decline. And so I therefore applaud your encouragement and your support. And congratulations once more to you. UNESCO stands ready to support you and to take your best practice also, as I said, across the world. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much for holding our hands to make more beautiful, cleaner Jeju Island in the future. Thank you very much once again. 더욱더 아름다운
To make Jeju Island more beautiful and cleaner, thank you so much for your comment and contribution. Also, we are joined by Lee Seung-ah from IUCN to join the effort. I think she's with us on the Zoom platform as well. Hello.
안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please deliver your message.
I will speak in Korean in this session. So, 오늘 이렇게 의미
First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank Ministry of Environment, UNESCO, and Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, and Korea Environment Corporation. I'd like to thank for organizing this event. And Plastic Zero Island Declaration was cited by Governor Oh Young-hoon, and I'd like to congratulate on it. And on behalf of the IUCN, I'd like to deliver my full support. So when it comes to biodiversity, Jeju Island is a precious asset, priceless asset. And it was designated as Biosphere Reserve, and it was also listed in World Natural Heritage in 2007, and in 2010, it was certified as a Global Geopark. It is a very meaningful island. Based on this, and with the history of 75 years and more than 1,500 members with the IUCN, Jeju Island has been cooperating a lot. In 2012, World Conservation Congress was co-hosted by Jeju and us, And in 2015 and 2018, Jeju and the IUCN held a forum together. And also IUCN World Heritage Program and Jeju Island has a deepest relationship and connection. In particular, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Conservation Congress. So Leaders Forum will be held in Jeju by us. So with the IUCN and Jeju Island, we have maintained a long time-honored friendship. As we just heard, a huge amount of plastics are released into our ecosystem, which is the major contributor to biodiversity loss. So reduction of plastics should be done by local governments and central governments around the world at the same time. Consumption, production, treatment in every stage, it should be practiced. Plastic Zero Island was declared by Jeju, and innovative and sustainable solutions will be implemented by Jeju, and such solutions will be drawing global attention, and it should be promoted globally. And I believe this is a good opportunity for all of us to practice it. Once again, on behalf of the IUCN, I'd like to sincerely support and congratulate the declaration of WFI 2040. And I'm looking forward to further opportunities to work with you for biodiversity conservation. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Assistant Director General, for your remarks that I believe the IUCN has been at the forefront of this kind of effort with the Jeju Island, and thank you so much for your kind comment. Also, we are joined by ICLEI as well. So we are joined by Ingrid Koich on the Zoom platform as well, and I'd like to give the floor to her to listen to your impression as well.
Thank you very much. Would you please give us your message?
Thank you very much. It is indeed my honor to address you today on behalf of the city's Biodiversity Center of ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. We congratulate Jeju's special self-governing province on the very bold steps and measures it is taking to protect Jeju Island and its unique biodiversity from plastic pollution. This initiative is significant from a global perspective, and it is an excellent example of the action that we urgently need at local level to bend the curve in biodiversity loss. The UN has identified plastic pollution as a major threat to our planet, nature, ecosystems, species, and our health. 2022 is the super year for biodiversity. In December, parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity will adopt an ambitious global biodiversity framework and targets. And in November, in the Climate COP, nations will also address the links between climate change and biodiversity. The impacts of plastic pollution on our marine and coastal environment and islands was discussed in June this year at the UN Oceans Conference. And through the ICLEI Cities Biodiversity Center, we hope to be able to profile this important initiative of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province as an example of best practice and ambitious local action at the 7th Global Leadership Summit for Subnational Biodiversity Action, which is an official parallel event to the Biodiversity COP taking place in Montreal in December this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Message to support this declaration. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 정말 많은 분들께서
Thank you very much. 2040 Plastic-Free Island Jeju has been supported by a lot of figures. And Kim Jong-yul from Ministry of Environment, Director General, sent us a message. Please welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Director General Kim Jong-yul. UNESCO Triple Crown Island and Treasure Island. Jeju is blessed with its beautiful nature. And to protect Jeju from plastic, you made a declaration, and we are fully supporting it. By 2040, Jeju will be plastic-free island with targets. And with that, Jeju Island will be beloved going forward by all citizens in the world. So I will remain committed to supporting such plan, and we will work with you closely. And from plastic pollution to protect biodiversity and species is a mission of all of us in this era. So we need to practice it every day. So our bureau will make sure to protect biodiversity and ecosystem, and with many cooperation, we will make sure to preserve the ecosystem and biodiversity as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your remarks. So Plastic Zero activity starts from Jeju Island. I hope that it gets spread across the globe, and I ask for your continued support from the Ministry of Environment. And I'd like to give the floor to the participants as well. First, I'd like to give the floor to Director President Kim Myung-ja of the Seoul Forum. Please welcome with a big round of applause. The theme of this year's forum has been pretty much explained everything by the previous speakers. So at the oral level, I believe. So Jeju Island declared the Jeju plastic-free island, and congratulations on that bold statement, which is quite meaningful. So I think I have to say just two things. I majored in science, so I was wondering whether plastic-free or plastic zero, from the point of historic development or industrial development, would be possible. I don't think that is possible. So the point here is to reduce the plastic waste near to zero or as little as possible so that we can use it in the smartest way, I believe. Second, as an administrator in the field of environment, one of the biggest difficulties was the management of waste, because all economic stakeholders have different ideas and behaviors, and without changing such ideas and behaviors, we cannot realize the environmentally friendly society. And that kind of transition can only start if we change our mindset and ideas. So that bold statement and important statement was made, but we need to do more than just declaration. So after making declaration, we need to focus on what progress will be made, because progress is all that matters. So I believe that you said that you will create a committee, so I hope that that committee can design an actionable roadmap so that the victim or the perpetrator, the citizens, can put all those ideas into perspective by providing incentives. So that kind of detailed, fleshed out policies and implementation plans should be made. Otherwise, we cannot achieve much. And if you can do it, I believe you can get B+ from the general citizens, I believe. Thank you.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. 2040 Plastic-Free Island. For its success, she has talked a lot and made good points. Thank you. And next, we are going to have CEO Kang Tae-sun, Chairman Kang Tae-sun of BYN Black Yak. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kang Tae-sun, Chairman of Black Yak BYN. 2022 Jeju Plus International Environment Forum is being held today. I'd like to sincerely congratulate all of you on the opening. The word plus means good, but it has a lot of risks as well. So at a time like this, Governor Oh Young-hoon declared he would protect UNESCO Triple Crown Island and recited and declared plastic-free island 2040. I was shocked and surprised. Governor Oh Young-hoon took office in just 1 month and 4 days, but with such a grandiose theme, he made all of us moved with a great plan. Currently, the world, when it comes to economy and environment, has put many agendas. But economy, in the area of economy, many people have involved, but as well as the environment, but the area of environment, Governor Oh Young-hoon made a great plan in 1 month and 4 days after taking his office. But I guess he is the first one who put the environment first than any other one. I think it is a way to go because it's Jeju Island. As many previous speakers mentioned that Jeju Island is a UNESCO Triple Crown Island, but other than that, the quality of lives and its history and its condition and location, position, considering them, we have to talk about the environment and our survival. So we need to keep the island beautiful and clean. But the main culprit of environmental pollution is plastic. So with that in mind, plastic-free island is unimaginable. I guess all of you are well aware of this fact. We all need to work together to go plastic-free. But what is certain is that policy alone is not enough. And you cannot do because just what others tell you need to do. We need to carry out movement. We need to carry out campaigns. People of all ages should think about reduction of plastics. We need to make investment in campaigns and we need to engage. And also we need to educate. Otherwise, we will never achieve plastic-free projects. If you look back the past, we had Semar movement. I guess younger generation may not be well aware of it, but without plastics, Jeju could be a healthy island. Jeju could be a better island. People's quality of lives would be improved. So we need to carry out campaigns with all together. And we need to carry out education. And we need to give compensations. So with all together, we need to do some volunteer works. With that in mind, then we can succeed. So the forum will end the day after tomorrow. So you are going to have a lot of sessions for 2 days, and I guess many themes will be covered. So during the sessions, I hope all of you can join us in achieving plastic-free island Jeju. Once again, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. She talked about the importance of doing the campaign, and thank you so much for your remarks. And I would like to give the floor to Kang Ho-byung from News One to listen to his remark as well. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Greetings. I'm from News One. My name is Kang Ho-byung, Executive Director. So in this morning, when I came down to Jeju Island, I wanted to count how many coffees are here on this Jeju Island, and I heard that there were 2,000 coffee shops on this island, whose number is almost over the sum of the restaurant, and they use a huge amount of disposable plastic cups. So what if we can replace them with a multi-use mug cup or tumbler? Well, what if we can ban them from selling any if they don't do such replacement? So at this Jeju Plus International Environmental Forum, we listened to the declaration of Governor Oh, and actually it has been not long ago since the inauguration, and this is his first milestone, I believe, quite a bold and not easy to do statement, I believe. As it was said by the minister or like the CEO of Black York, putting into practice is critical. We cannot remove the plastic or phase out the plastic at all. Instead, like Minister said, we need to reduce the waste as much as possible in a realistic manner, and everything must giving helping hands in this process, and I fully agree with your interpretation of the situation. News 1 believe that this Jeju Plus International Environmental Forum should be treasured. Last, it was said by Mr. Oh, we need to play a certain role in this process, we thought. So we decided to be part of this forum and produce kind of some achievement, I believe, to some degree. So the Jeju Island moved the first step at this forum, and the Jeju Plastic Zero Island Declaration could be one of the national agendas, and our journalists will fully committed to making that possible. And you also proposed the creation of the committee, and it was supported by the UNESCO and other international organizations. I hope that you can make that kind of creation well, and we will also support you to the fullest. The government, and if there is any national assembly or central government who are opposed to this idea, we will criticize them. A while ago, Korea was recognized as a climate villain, but I believe we should be also called as a plastic waste villain because we produce a lot and waste a lot. So I think these two big, the most serious environmental issues should be tackled as soon as possible, and everyone would agree with it. And one of the barriers we need to overcome is not just technological barriers, because in this process we also have economic difficulties, because if we phase out the plastic producers will face some losses, and some will also face some gains. So that kind of balance must be struck well. So at the municipality level, and at the national level, and at the global level, we need to strike such a balance well. So from the perspective, the declaration of Governor Oh and the leadership of the Governor Oh should be exemplary to all the leaders around the world. And I'd like to give the one round of applause to the governor once again for his bold declaration. Thank you so much for your effort. And also my special thank goes to the Ministry of Environment, Korean Environmental Corporation, and Jeju Special Self-Governing Province for working hard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your message. A lot of figures have supported us, and also Jeju Islanders have supported phase out plastic projects. They have left a lot of comments. So with the video, we'd like to hear their opinions.
계속해서 먼저 제주 특별
Before the video, Chairperson Kyung-hak Kim of Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council will deliver his opinions. Please welcome him with a big hand. It's my second time to come up to the podium. Once again, I'm Chairperson Kyung-hak Kim of Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council. Plastic-Free Island Declaration. I was asked to deliver his supportive messages for the declaration. I guess it's my turn is fifth turn. I guess previous speakers have made good points, so I don't know what to say, indeed. But anyway, I'd like to sincerely support and congratulate on the opening the declaration of PFI on behalf of the Council. Indeed, we need to reduce production to solve the plastic pollution issue, but it is not an easy task. We need to reduce consumption as well, and we need to increase recycling rate. There has been a meaningful project. There is a small island called Udo with 1,800 population. It attracted more than 1.5 million tourists every year. And in that island, phase out single-use plastics was started. So in all stores in Udo, will no use single-use products. The stores will and are going to use reusable cups after cleaning them again and again. This is very meaningful because the project started upon the request of residents, Jeju Islanders. And also, Executive Director of News One talked about the number of cafes in Jeju. So phase out single-use cups movement will be carried out the entire island. So I'm looking forward to that project could be scaled up. And also CEO Kang Tae-sun and President Kim Myung-ja mentioned that policy alone is not enough. We need to improve ordinances and related laws. And what got me thinking was that voluntary citizens movements are needed. When a citizen campaign is organized by a public office, and some say it's like an election campaign. So even with that kind of misunderstandings, we need to carry out such campaigns. So this is what the previous speaker mentioned, that we need to educate children regarding the environment. And going forward, we need to carry out province-wide campaigns regarding human resources and human resources regarding authority. So we had some issues regarding experience-based hiring and hiring. So you may say this environment campaign is an election like an election campaign, but we need to do it. And we have Commissioner Song Chang-kwon today, and we need to talk together regarding climate crisis. We have listened a lot of opinions from the committee. So rather than comprehensive ones, we need to talk about the dump, regarding the dump of waste. So regarding that, we are going to create new policies and supportive measures to address this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of the Jeju dwellers, Mr. Kim Byung-hak left us with a good message. And up until 2040, we'll phase out the plastic usage on this island. And we'll have an official photo taking session with all VIP guests so that we can make a memory of this moment. Governor O, Mr. Kim Byung-hak from the Provincial Council, and also President Kim, please come onto the stage, and Chairman Kang, Yoon Jong-soo, Kim Woo-suk, Mr. Kang, Director Ha, Kim Tae-eun, Yoon-soo from News One, Chung Dae-yeon, Director of Center, Kang Seung-chul, Song Chang-kwon from the Environmental City Committee, please all come onto the stage. So to make the island free of plastic by 2040, these are the main actors of the change. And also all the participants and the organizers and staff, please work with us so that we can make Jeju more beautiful and conserve the nature as much as we can. Please smile to the police and face the camera, although we wear the mask. Please face the camera all together, and why don't we say fighting all together, which means go for it in Korean. So face the camera and say 1, 2, 3, fighting. So we are all for you, and please give them a warm round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Please go back to your seat, please. Also, we will begin the next session without further ado. Please remain seated. So, to make the island free of island by 2040, it will be not an easy journey, but with your participation, I do believe that we'll successfully pull it through. So, we will arrange the stage a little bit so that we can begin the next main session all together under the theme of plastic and biodiversity. And not just Jeju Island, but all the global society need to be preserved from the plastic pollution. And the question here is, what do we need to do as a solution to make it happen? So this main session will be a chance to talk about such a solution. So please stay with us in this main session as well. So we will arrange the stage a little bit and begin the main session. So beginning from today up until tomorrow, the forum will offer multiple sessions joined by experts and volunteer experts and corporate leaders. And not just the participants from domestic institution, but from overseas institution are with us both on and offline. And please join us and engage in the discussion so that we can resolve environmental issues on the Jeju Island and make the nature cleaner on this island. As I said before, this year, the Environmental Forum is going to talk about the plastic and biodiversity in many aspects, because plastic and biodiversity is a main theme and each subsection have their own sub-theme as well. So, like I said before, the Jeju Island will make the island free of plastic waste by 2040, as was said by the governor. Jeju visitors and Jeju city dwellers need to also work together so that we can resolve environmental issues by 2040 by removing the plastic usage as much as possible while improving the recyclability. All the online participants, please wait a little bit more so that we can begin the main session. So, dear online participants, please join our main session as well. And likewise, the Jeju International Environmental Forum will be done in both Korean and English. And also, 2040 Plastic Island Zero has been declared, and many ideas were generated by city dwellers. So we received some message from Jeju dwellers as well, and we will show you some video clip to listen to the ideas from all walk of life. Please watch the video together.
저희가 이제 4년 정도 활동을 했는데 쓰레기가 줄지가 않습니다. 매년 훨씬 더 많아지고 있거든요. 그 말은 더 많은 쓰레기들이 바다로 유입이 되고 있다는 얘기고, 우리가 가장 큰 자연인 바다를 쓰레기통으로 만들고 있다라는 얘기가 되거든요. 그래서 조금 더 많은 분들이 바다 환경이 얼마나 심각하게 변하고 있는지에 대해서 관심을 가져주시면 더 좋을 것 같고, 또 일상 속에서 쓰레기를 만들지 않는 그런 삶을 지향해 주시면 더 좋을 것 같습니다.
저희는 제주도의 청정 자연이 조상으로부터 물려받은 현재의 것이 아니라 후손들에게 잠시 빌려 쓰는 것이라고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희는 반드시 제주도를 아끼고 사랑하는 그런 마음가짐을 가져야 된다고 생각하고요. 이러한 이제 마음가짐이 저희 도민뿐만 아니라 1,500만 여행객들에게도 전파돼서 모두가 제주도를 아끼고 사랑하는 그런 이제 설악 여행을 했으면 하는 바람을 가지고 있습니다.
단 하나뿐인 지구, 단 하나뿐인 제주에 살아가는 모든 생명체들이 조화롭게, 평화롭게, 지속 가능하게 살아갈 수 있도록 오늘부터 나부터 플라스틱 하나 줄이기 함께해요.
제주도는 누구나 오고 싶어하는 섬, 아름다운 섬, 청정한 섬으로 알려져 있습니다. 근데 최근 이제 플라스틱 시대가 도래하면서 해양으로부터의 그 플라스틱이 굉장히 많이 발생하고 있습니다. 어떻게 유입되고 어떻게 지금 있는지를 철저하게 저희들이 분석하고 관리할 수 있는 방안을 마련함으로써 앞으로 좀 더 아름답고 깨끗한 제주 바다를 모든 사람들이 같이 공존할 수 있는 제주의 섬으로 만들 수 있을 것이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
연간 지구 전체에서 배출되고 있는 온실가스 400억 톤 가운데 약 2.1%가 플라스틱과 관련을 해서 이렇게 되니까는 생물 다양성뿐만 아니라 온실가스 배출, 지구 기후변화와 연관이 되기 때문에 이 플라스틱 제품 생산 소비를 줄이지 아니하면 자연의 위기가 초래가 되고 이것은 곧 우리의 생존 위기로 연결되기 때문에 일시적인 편리성보다는 이 자멸의 길을 막아야 할 아주 위험한 시대에까지 와가 있다고 볼 수가 있겠습니다.
유네스코 제3관왕을 달성한 우리 제주도. 우리 제주도는 우리 모두의 것입니다. 아름다운 자연이 무분별한 플라스틱 남용으로 인해서 훼손되고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 제주의 생물 다양성마저도 위협받고 있습니다. 천혜의 섬, 제주의 환경과 생태계를 지키기 위해 제주특별자치도 의회에서는 제도와 또 조례와 정책과 사업을 통해서 빠른 시일 내에 마련될 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다.
네, 이렇게
So many people have shared their opinions to support the initiative. We are going to commence the main session of the forum shortly. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Please use the receiver on the desk and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. Then I'd like to introduce all the panels and the moderator of the main session shortly. Under the theme of plastics and biodiversity, the main session will take place. So I'd like to ask all the panelists and the moderator to come up to the stage and take your seat. To preserve and conserve biodiversity in Jeju, environment would be the most important. So regarding solutions, we are going to listen to their opinions and ideas from now on. So under the theme of plastics and biodiversity, we'd like to start the main session. Before we start, I'd like to introduce the moderator. The chairman of the steering committee of Jeju Plus International Environment Forum will moderate the session. And he is now senior advisor of Kim En-jang, and also he served as former environment vice minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand. So I'd like to pass the microphone. Please. Now floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Yoon Jong-soo, the moderator of the main session. Plastic has excellent physical characteristics and usability, which makes the material the masterpiece of human invention. But now it is threatening the ecosystem of the planet and our health. In that regard, at this session, under the theme of plastics and biodiversity, representatives from the central government, local government, and international organizations, and various actors are going to discuss how to reduce plastic pollution in depth. So before we start the discussion, I'd like to introduce the speakers here today. First, we have a very special guest today. Former Minister of Myung-ja Kim, and I served her at the ministry, and she served as environment minister for 3 years and 8 months as the longest women environment minister, and she served as a National Assembly member as well, and also she was president of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies. Now she's working as president of the Seoul Forum for International Affairs. That is very prestigious forum. And also, President Kim majored chemistry in Seoul National University and served as professor in the same department for a long time, which makes her interested in plastic issues. So, thank you very much for your participation today, President Kim. And next, we have online participants as well. First is Lee Chang-hum from Minister of Environment, Director General. On behalf of Minister of Environment, he is connecting with us online. He was born in Jeju Island, so I guess it's very meaningful to him. Do you have him here? Okay. And next we have Moon Jung-ho, Head of Environment Conservation Bureau of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. He's going to talk about best practices in Jeju. And indeed, Jeju made a very meaningful declaration. So to make a declaration realistic, I guess Mr. Ho has a lot to do. And we have General Manager of Resource Circulation Headquarters of K-Eco, Kim Eun-suk, here today. And financially supported, this event is financially supported by K-Eco, and in particular, resource circulation and waste. In these areas, she's been in this area, and she's been studying in these two areas. She is a genuine expert. And we have two online speakers connected. First is Assistant Director General, Dr. Shamila Nair Bedrelle. And she made some points before. And she is joining us again for this main session.
아마 연결이 돼서 있다가
I guess we have her connected, so I guess once again she's going to make good points.
그리고 또 한 분은 아까
And the another line participant made greetings as well. She's from the IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, Deputy Director General. She's Korean. We have Song-ah Lee here today. Are you with us? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Is it okay to speak in Korean, right? Okay. We are looking forward to hearing your opinions as well. So we have a total of 6 speakers for this main session. We are going to have an in-depth discussion. So I will ask just 2 questions. First question is about the roles of local governments, central governments, and international organizations regarding plastic pollution prevention. And the second question is about plastics and biodiversity and how to restore biodiversity. So regarding that, we'd like to ask your opinions. That's the second question. So for the first question, President Kim, as I mentioned before, is an expert. So she's going to talk about comprehensive opinions, and then we'd like to ask detailed questions to other speakers. So I guess her presentation slides are ready. So could you please show the slides on the screen?
So may I have the time so that I can check how much time has left? So I have 15 minutes. Okay, 15-minute presentation. Please show the time on the display. Actually, this is the summary of my presentation. And can you put the timer on the display? So thank you so much for your kind introduction. That was quite generous, moderator. So the Korean Federation of Science is the institution I worked for, and every end of the year, they announce the biggest news in the field of science. And in 2019, The biggest issue was fine dust in the first year, so battle against fine dust, air quality. And the second issue was the ambush of the plastics. So the Korean Federation selected those two as the biggest science news in the 2 consecutive years. So they had a meeting for 6 rounds of the forum regarding the plastic issues. And Chairman Lee Seung-hee and co-organizer Lee Chan-hee actually organized this kind of forum, and the outcome of the forum were formed in the form of the recommendation report. 300 or over participants joined the meeting. It was very hotly debated occasion. Plastic first emerged in 1862, so it began from the 19th century as a God-given product. So the plastic age started, and the term first used in 1924 in a novel, and that was the second bestseller of the time. And also it was remade into the film, and the Age of Plastic was the song of the famous singer. And I believe that this picture is quoted a lot. In 1955, this was the cover page of Life magazine. And the problem of this cover page was that this single use is now a common norm of the modern society back in 1955. So, back in 1935, the Second World War occurred, and in 1945, the war ended, and the plastic production after the Second World War kind of increased fourfold during the war period. This means that the plastic consumption had been and is being used in the field of defense precision machine more than you can imagine. They are using enormous amount of plastics. And one interesting anecdote I need to share is that the nylon was used for parachute, and during the war, the woman in the U.S. decided not to use nylon stocking anymore to save the nation. They decided not to produce it anymore to produce more parachute, because in the past they lined up in a long queue to buy nylon stocking, and it was sold like a pancake. But during the war, they decided not to wear it for a patriotic reason. Instead, they decided to wear stripped stocking by drawing a line with a marker by themselves. It was quite funny. But this picture is something we need to pay attention to once again. And it is because the usage of the plastic is more extensive than we can imagine. It is used in everywhere as a core material, like the building construction, structure, material, industrial machine, transportation, power, fiber, textile. And if you see the bottom of the slide, the pink marked area, the biggest part is the area we need to pay attention to. This large portion are the plastic usage for packaging. This huge amount is used for the sake of packaging. And like I said, we need to use plastic in a smarter way. And that means that we shouldn't spend the plastic, single disposable, short lifespan plastic for packaging, because packaging is used for a short period of time, and they are drifted all the way down to oceans. So smarter plastic usage is critical, and that's the meaning of this picture, I believe. Also, another important thing we need to pay attention is that this is the total accumulation of the plastic production, and how we can zero the plastic production. if you see this trend, because problem here is how to increase, not how to decrease, if you see this trend. So we need to more focus on how to how to better manage or reduce the production. Also, additives are huge to add a color or to improve the properties of the product. We're using additives for multiple purposes. The problem is that they are very fluid. So there are so many categories of the additives. So the plastic plus additives are aggravating the environmental pollutions, I believe. This picture is quite famous and heart-striking picture. Whenever I see it, actually this was a documentary. The mother albatross feed it to her baby because she thought that this plastic is a feed. And also, picture on the bottom is the dead albatross, and in the stomach of the dead albatross, you can see the colorful plastics, and also Q-tips is held by the seahorse, as you can see in this picture. And if you see these pictures, you know the drifting of the plastic and the remaining plastic on the land region destroy the ecosystem in a very serious manner like this, and all those plastics are fragmented into microplastics. So that degradation ultimately, of course, we intentionally make microplastics, but 99% of the microplastics are generated due to such degradation of larger plastics. So like I said, we need to minimize the usage. This is a picture reported in CNN. Is this a timer? So I'll just go faster. So we kind of turn blind eyes to this problem, and the biggest gray spot was that this waste mountain deposited in the less developed countries. So the damage is enormous. Despite the Basel Agreement and Convention, we haven't complied to the fullest, I believe. And also, due to the COVID pandemic, we generated much more disposable plastic waste. Recently, UNEP announced a drawn-in plastic report. And this is quite a good report, I believe. And if you see the report, you can access to the precise latest information on plastic usage and consumption. This is a life cycle of plastics. It takes 500 years and 30 years for full degradation, as you can see, when it is underwater. So they stay under the water for quite a long, destroying the marine ecosystem. So the last victim would be human beings. We are the producers, and we will be the last victim as those plastics will coming back to us like a boomerang effect. So we are literally eating those plastics once again. So we are eating this plastic card size microplastic every week. So how much plastic card will we eat a year? And what will happen is circulate inside our body, causing multiple disease inside our body. So experts, he is from Cambridge University, Mr. Evans. Professor Evans said that I'm not saying that we should stop using plastics. We need to locate where those plastics are coming from and where they go. So smart use of plastics has been highlighted by him. Recycling is critical, but recycling is not the end of the story, because recycling cannot be done more than 3 times. And recycling is very difficult because a small amount of impurity can change the property of the product totally and the quality of the product. And even if we pay a lot of money to build the infrastructure for sorting, separation, and processing and management, those processes increase the price of the product, but still the quality is undermined. So who will buy that undermined quality product at higher price? So this is an economic barrier we haven't overcame. So this is a 7 recycling process of representative infrastructure. And actually this idea, this concept was born as early as 1930s, and in 1988, the separation category changed into 7, and that kind of recycling label was born. However, in reality, only PET bottle, familiar with, and also digent bottles and polyethylene, HDPE, LDPE. Those 4 are the one that are well recycled, and the remaining are just mixed and ended up being landfilled. So, if you see the recycling rate, it is very marginal, I believe. So the problem is how to increase the portion. So we need to pay more attention to the design of the plastic product, production, consumption, and post-consumption sorting, separation, management. Whole life cycle of the plastic product should be monitored so that we can minimize the plastic waste as much as it can in terms of the textures, design, structure, properties, even from the production stage all the way down to the consumption stage, because consumer has the biggest power to push the changes ahead. So we need to clearly identify the problem as such. So to maximize the effect of the recycling, we need to work harder, but it has its limitation as well, because we need to develop new materials and solve the existing problems with the new materials. So that kind of scientific advancement should be there, but at the more fundamental level, human behaviors, mindset, practices must be changed as well, and that is my conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing your ideas and interesting photographs. Thank you for introduction. So you talked about a credit card. If you go to China, they usually do not accept credit card. They use mobile phones. And indeed, I have a few credit cards, but when it comes to that, I guess we are a bit lagging behind China. So today we have so many guests as well as experts, and we have Jeju Islanders here today on site. So plastic issues are all of our issues. Maybe at the end of this forum and at the end of this session, I'd like to give the floor to all of you. So if you have any comments or questions, please do not hesitate and leave them. And let me introduce the next speaker. We have Director General Lee Chang-him of Ministry of Environment online. He's from the central government. And what kind of policies central government has? So I'd like to ask you to present for 3 minutes.
예, 이창 국장 들리십니까?
Hear my voice? I think I cannot hear your voice. I think you're muted.
지금 마이크가 꺼져 있고.
So I think you're muted. If you see your screen, you're muted. Please click on the first icon.
지금 마이크가 안 들리고 있습니다.
I cannot hear your voice. So if you see your screen, you can see the microphone icon. Please turn on it. Yes. We still cannot hear your voice. I think there is a technical issue, so I think you need to wait a little bit so that we can check the microphone. So I think we will go to the next speaker and come back to you.
Then, Head Ho-Moon-jung will make some points.
예,
It is my great pleasure to be part of this panel discussion. I am the Director of Environmental Preservation of the Jeju Province. Governor Oh and Mr. Kim, the chairperson of the Provincial Council, already shared many, and some of the things I would say would be kind of redundant. The theme of today's forum, plastic pollution and biodiversity conservation, is the reality and the challenge the Jeju Island is now facing, I believe. As you well may be aware, Jeju is recognized by UNESCO in terms of Biosphere Reserve, Natural World Heritage, Global Geopark. Besides, we have 5 Ramsar wetlands, so this is God-given nature, I believe. The island welcomes the travelers, and the number is 4 million in 2000 and 7.5 million in 2010 and over 15 million in 2016. This fast increase of the travelers undermined the public infrastructure, and it exceeded the capacity of the nature of the island. And because of such excessive traveling, waste, sewage, transportation issues emerged. As of 2020, per capita waste generation amount was 0.98 kilogram in Seoul, but it is 1.89 kilogram in Jeju. So the difference is 2, and the waste generated in this island is the highest in Korea. Also, the amount of the plastic generated on the island increased 4.4-fold over the last 10 years. The island decided to tackle the plastic issues in earnest, so up until 2030, we decided to reduce the plastic generation by 30% compared to the 2020 level. So to meet this target, we have implemented multiple projects. Last year, from July, we decided to replace the disposable plastic cups in coffee shops with mug-cup or multiple-use cups under the project of Eco Jeju project. So far, 26 coffee shops on this island saved the 2.7 million single disposable cups, and if you put the cups and stack up, the height is same to the height of the Hala mountain. So we will expand this program because we have so many coffee shops on the island. Like it was said by Ms. Kim, from this year, island within the Jeju Island, Udo Island, will be the target. Coffee shops, restaurants will be also banned from using disposable plastic cups, and they will be all replaced with multiple-use cups. Multiple-use cups and cutleries must be more used, so we will build some kind of a vending machine where people can return the used cutlery or cups to the vending machine and wash them. And at the same time, it will be a chance for senior citizens to get new jobs, and by doing so, we'll be able to make plastic-free zone at the district level in the pilot phase, I believe. Besides, public institutions have been preparing some campaign to prevent the use of plastic in forums and events. And there were so many agricultural workers on the Jeju Island. They decided to use the biodegradable agriculture mulching vinyls, and also the fishers will use biodegradable fishing gears as well. Also, the governor, who was inaugurated on 1st of July, announced the zero waste project to build the resource circulation economy for eco-friendlier islands. So we are very much active in tackling waste issues. We will minimize the generation of waste, and for existing waste, we will use the recycling helping center or live resource recovery center to maximize the recycling rate. At the same time, the marine litters that degrade the quality of Jeju coastal areas will be fully collected by the provincial government, so that we can recover the energies from waste, so that we can make the island free of plastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand. as you are well aware of, think globally, act locally, have been pushed forward by the local government from as a bottom-up process. So this is how local government should deal with the problem to solve this issue. So 2040 Plastic Zero campaign was declared by Jeju Island. So you need to keep up the good work in making models and transferring it to other countries as well. Then we'd like to invite Assistant Director General Shamila Nair Bedrelle of UNESCO. So we'd like to ask her to share some opinions.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and good morning, good evening to all of you. Bringing you greetings from UNESCO, your home in Paris. As you all are aware, UNESCO is really the home of education, science, culture, and communication. And Korea is a very important partner in UNESCO in delivering all of its mandates. Today, more than ever, we have seen that if we really want to go 2040 plastic free, then we really need to bring on board the education, the science, the culture, and the communication. All of these are essential, not only to living in harmony with nature, but living in harmony with one another, and also in protecting our global public goods, our common good for the future of humanity. And that common good is our planet. And we have seen over the years how plastics has destroyed lives of many people, plants, animals, and the planet. But we've also seen that plastic is also destroying our oceans from microplastic pollution. Plastics are also destroying our natural water resources. Plastics are destroying our biodiversity, which is the essential of humanity. So this initiative taken by the Republic of Korea and also the Jeju self-governing province government of Korea is really critical and sets a very high bar and standard for the rest of the world to follow. So my sincere congratulations to the Jeju self-governing province for this exceptional initiative, which we hope other countries in the world will be able to follow. Now, this is an example of how local governments think locally and are acting globally. Preventing plastics and banning plastics at local level will have a worldwide impact because we all live in a global interconnected world. And plastics between countries travel in oceans, in water, and within the biodiversity. And when we kill biodiversity in one country, we are killing our biodiversity for the world and for humanity. So therefore, this initiative is protecting our common heritage and our planet, our oceans, our water systems, our ecosystems. So thank you very much and congratulations to you for the 2040 plastic free initiative. This zero plastic use by 2040 will raise the bar also for other countries to collaborate. But it also raises the bar and shows that plastics are taken very seriously in terms of plastic debris and their contribution as well on the coastal zones, contributing to global warming. So we see that this initiative will actually contribute to a multitude of different environmental concerns in the world today. And we at UNESCO have established an interagency platform developed by UNESCO, which is called Quest for Action. And I call upon all of you to please visit the site, questforaction.org. It gives you an idea of the challenges of plastics, environmental, health, and economic. And now I come to the economic aspects. The initiatives you have underlined, the previous speakers, I want to congratulate you. Yes, we do need a kind of plastic, low plastic transition, zero plastic transition. And for that, we need new innovative solutions. We need research, technology, and industry to come on board as a partner, as the key partner to produce alternatives, and alternatives not only to waste management, but alternatives to plastics themselves. And this will also put an emphasis on new types of materials, recycling, and also create new jobs. But we also need a monitoring system. And I think the monitoring and evaluation system must be critical to the Zero Plastic Use 2040. We at UNESCO will look forward to working with you on how we are going to monitor this. And finally, let me call upon the role of education. We need to educate from lowest to highest level on how plastic kills. We must educate down with plastics. So this is the message of UNESCO today. And I believe that children are the best carriers of these messages for the future of the planet that they would want. We must put to service all our science and scientific knowledge. And in that spirit, UNESCO has developed the Open Science Recommendation in order to enable countries across the world to share scientific information on what plastic is doing to killing nations, killing oceans, killing our biodiversity. So plastics and biodiversity are really critical. They are part of the same coin. We cannot have biodiversity with plastics. We can only have biodiversity without plastics. So there are two sides of the same coin. So down with plastics, because plastics kill humans, biodiversity, our nature, and our planet. So thank you very much and looking forward to working with you. UNESCO is your partner, and this Triple Crown jewel, World Heritage, Geopark, Biosphere Reserve, brings together all of UNESCO's programs, valorizing what Mother Earth can offer to us. So it's our role right now to ban the plastics, down with plastics. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you,
Jeju
Shabila.
Prophet.
Thank you. Yeah. Firstly, thank you very much for your sacrificing early morning hours for us. And you emphasized the role of local government to tackle the plastic issues. And you emphasized also the importance of the education. So can you stay longer? We have a second question later.
Please stay with us until the second question.
다음은 우리 한국
So I'd like to give a floor to Ms. Kim Eun-soo from Environmental Corporation to listen to the activities of the public institution. Please.
3분 정도로만.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm General Manager Eun-soo Kim of Resource Circulation Headquarters of Korea K-Eco. We have a lot of work to do, and we have done a lot of works, but I'm going to be brief. To protect UNESCO Triple Crown Island, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the declaration of it. So we have a lot of concerns regarding land plastic pollution and ocean waste plastic pollution. So I hope the declaration could be very helpful to achieve and to be plastic-free island. And we are carrying out many policies. So we aim to reduce plastics and promote recycling with policy support and several institutional frameworks. And since 1980s, we have implemented a lot of institutions, but it was not effective as we anticipated. So we adopted EPR from Europe. So since 2003, we have carried out EPR system. And to reduce plastics, we carry out waste charge system as well. And also, we have been implementing EPR over the last 20 years so that producers are bearing the cost for recyclings. So packaging materials will be produced 1.69 million tons, and waste has been increased. Also, per capita plastic packaging consumption is about 67.4 kilograms, thereby making us the second largest plastic user. So we need to improve our institutions and policies to reduce plastic wastes. So to reduce plastic production and waste in the first place, we need to carry out a plastic packaging assessment system to improve properties of and materials of plastic products. So the waste of plastic waste has increased 3.3 times to 269,000 tons, and we were able to save a lot of plastic waste. And so in just 1 year, in 2021, 57 companies released no-label PET bottles. And also, Lotte Chilsung, for the first time in 34 years, changed their PET bottles to non-colored one. And also, recycling and reusable repackaging, unnecessary packagings have been banned and stopped. So we have carried out packaging material assessment, and to reduce the number of packagings, we regulated the over-packaging of products, and also through consulting and opening information, we have been promoting this eco-friendly culture. And before 2020, a lot of improvements have been made when it comes to packaging of products. Plastic pollution is not a single country's problem. It is a global issue. So March this year, the 5th UNEP Assembly, we discussed to establish a internationally legally binding agreement, and we had also meetings and discussions, and we, to reduce plastic pollution, are making a lot of efforts to reduce pollution. Of course, we have a lot of works that have been done by us, but whether it be a country or business or citizen, we need to work together as one. So your participation would lead to a success. Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you. Please give him a big hand.
As far as I know, there are 300 million plastic waste produced globally, and it is 10 million ton of plastics in case of Korea every year. But as I was listening to your presentation, the EPS system, packaging regulation system, so we have multiple policy options, but per capita production is the second largest in the world, which means that we need stronger and stricter regulation, I believe. So a while ago, I had a chance to talk about the plastics with the African government officers, and African countries actually have a stricter regulation on plastic actually than Korea. So of course the participation of the citizen must be guaranteed, but at the same time the government needs to implement a stricter regulation on plastics, I believe, going forward. And next I'd like to give the floor to the long-awaited panelist from actually UNESCO has a headquarters in Paris, whereas IUCN has a headquarters in the Gland of Swiss. So she's from the Gland. I'd like to give the floor to Lee Seung-ho once again, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to speak in English since I have been briefed in English, so please understand this.
통역 서비스가 있으니까
Interpretation is being provided, so please use the receiver.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this session. I'm very glad to meet all of you, even if it's through virtual, and honored and heartwarming to be part of this conference taking place in my home country with a very significant initiative announced today. So we at IUCN, together with our members and partners, working on a number of fronts to inform, influence, and implement future solutions on not only plastic pollution, but in sustaining biodiversity. And given the limited time, I'll probably just focus on 4 main areas that I want to share. So first, IUCN, together with all our members, commission members, collects and generates data to inform our work moving forward. And as plastic pollution also has a direct and deadly effect on wildlife and biodiversity. Just for example, thousands of seabirds, sea turtles, and marine mammals are killed each year after ingestion or entanglement. The second area that IUCN is very active is providing and developing tools, knowledge, and guideline for policies as well as measurement. Recently, we, together with UNEP, developed a national guidance for plastic pollution hotspotting and shaping action tool. And this tool aims to support countries in identifying and measuring country-level plastic generation and the key hotspots, also help to prioritize key interventions along the plastic value chain, and support and guidelines on implementing those different instruments. Together with the countries, we have already applied this guidance in 8 countries to date as a start, but we have ambitions that we aim to expand it globally and apply to the entire world. IUCN also conducts studies on economic impact of plastic pollution on areas such as livelihood, ecosystem, and tourism, etc. And all these data, knowledge, and tools should inform and help shape global, regional, and national policies and instruments, as well as local initiatives. IUCN is also in the process of producing a blueprint looking at the entire value chain from production to disposal and plastic usage and waste in different sectors, and aims to apply this to provide recommendations to tackle the problems in multi-stages of the value chain. The third areas that I want to highlight is IUCN, together with our members and partners, uses these data, tools, and knowledge to implement and collaborate on concrete projects regionally, nationally, and locally. And these include capacity building projects for our members, such as government agencies, subnational authorities, provinces or cities, international and local NGOs, and more recently, together with the private sector as well. Some of the key elements of these capacity building projects includes supporting and developing, measuring and setting scientific targets, implementing projects to reduce pressure on biodiversity, and identifying priority intervention at national and regional levels, as well as developing key indicators and build the capacity to continuously monitor plastic waste and leakages, among others. The last point I want to mention is we at IUCN, as the global union with more than 1,500 members, including government, NGOs, academia, research institutions, we mobilize and build a collective voice and commitments of our members to influence and shape global frameworks, but also drive movements in local level. And this morning, what we heard as undong, that we need to have local undong. IUCN, for example, at the last World Conservation Congress in Marseille, our member passed a resolution to support the adoption and implementation of future plastic treaties. There were other resolutions related to plastic pollution in protected areas as well. And in 2021, IUCN passed a resolution that calls for stopping the global plastic pollution crisis in marine environment by 2030. There are many other work that I would love to share, but feel free to visit our website, iucn.org, and learn more about these initiatives. The final thing I want to say is we cannot separate ourselves from nature. What we eat, what we drink, what we breathe, it's all nature and biodiversity. And we as humans need nature more then actually the nature needs us. We are here together to work with you and looking forward to the next part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. 박수 부탁드립니다. Thank you, Sangali. You have introduced the activities of IUCN related to plastic pollution. The second question will be how to recover the biodiversity from the plastic pollution, but you already touched upon the second question, so you can skip the second question and then you can deliver the last take-home message at the conclusion. Okay, 그러면은 이제 아마
So I believe that I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Lee Chang-eum once again. Yes, I'm here. So what is the role of the central government? You listen? Yes, clear and nice. I beg your kind understanding. I used a different device, so there was a technical glitch. So thank you so much for your invitation. And at the very beginning of the panel discussion, I have been very much engaged in all these activities and also at this forum as well. So it is my great pleasure to the successful second opening of the forum. So backing on to the plastic issues. So like you said, 10 million plastic of waste are generated every year. But as far as I know, in 2018 or 2018, the amount was 14 million ton, and 45% of them are consumed within Korea, which means that 45% of 14 million are actual plastic remaining in Korea. If you see the per capita usage, it is one of the highest in the world. I believe it is the second largest in the world as far as I know. So up by 2030, the plastic production in Korea will reach 17.4 million and the domestic consumption will reach 8.6 million or more. Also, moreover, because of the increasing number of single households and because more food delivery services, the single-use plastic will only increase going forward. So plastic waste issues will be worse and worse, so we need to pay great attention to it. In 2020, December 24th, the government announced the phasing out of plastic campaign at the national level. And the plan says that by 2025, the waste plastic will be reduced by 20% while increasing the recyclability of the plastics by 70%. So reducing waste and increasing recyclability has been implemented by the government. Based on such legal and institutional framework, the Ministry of Environment has been implementing multiple programs, and let me share some of them. Like it was said by Mr. Kim Eun-suk, some might be redundant, so I'll be concise as much as I can. First, the raw materials and the production. So from the production phase, the material should be standardized and recyclability must be improved. So that is one focus of the problem. For example, if the product is made of multiple compounds, it will be categorized as hard to recycle. We have 4 grading system, and grade number 4 is hard to recycle. If it is labeled as hard to grade, it should be written on the product label, and the companies who are producing such products will have kind of incentive to increase the recyclability of their product. Also, in the process of consumption or distribution, disposable plastics will be curbed by multiple measures. So the Ministry of Environment have been implemented many regulations on the ban of plastic usage or reduction of plastic usage. And besides the plastic single usage straw or steering straw or water tissue, wet tissue will be regulated in the near future. So the regulation range will be expanded going forward. Also, as you know, in Korea, there were so many disposable cups being used. Around 800 million cups are used every year, and only 5% of those cups are recycled. So actually, it was planned for the first half of this year, but it will be done within this December. The single cups will not be used in the coffee shop as well. Instead, they will give multiple use cups by receiving some fees, return fees. So that kind of effort will be done beginning from this December. In the process of collecting and separating the waste, we will modernize the infrastructure and facilities so that we can reduce the burden of the separation of the general citizens. For example, we will implement robotic or advanced R&D technologies, and the amount of R&D support will be 49.2 billion won. So optical separation sorting system will be miniaturized as well so that we can ease the separation. Finally, high-quality recycling. We will use thermal hydrolysis technologies so that we can increase the recyclability of the raw materials. For the stable supply of raw materials, we will create a specialized sorting facilities, and also will create a facilities that sort and separate the waste bags, and also the recycling material facilities will be built in each region. Thermolysis technologies will be implemented for the hydrogen raw materials, and also vinyls byproducts will be used for the public thermal hydrolysis facilities, and the unit will be 10 by 2026. That was an overview of the recent government plans. So these are all government plans, and the policies and the campaign of the government will not be enough to tackle the plastic issues, because in reality, municipalities also need to work harder to actually implement those policies into practices. So the mindset change and the effort of the municipalities must be there as well, not to mention the engagement of the citizens and the producers as well, who can reduce the plastic consumption from the beginning. From the production phase, so all our effort is needed.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand. So he took office just 2 days ago, so I guess you must have studied a lot. Since we have started 10 minutes behind, and we have 10 minutes left. So regarding the second question, I'm not going to ask this question to all of you, so I will invite just one or two of you, and then we will take some questions from the floor. Person Kim, regarding biodiversity, how can we restore biodiversity damaged by plastic pollution?
I'll be concise. As I was working as a government officer, I realized that why Korea use this much plastics? Why we have this huge amount of plastic waste? And then I realized that we have no natural resources at all, almost. But we achieved huge economic development, which dazzle the global society within a short period of time. So that means that our economy is very much export driven, and now we emerged as the 10th largest economy. We have no natural resources, but we achieved huge economic development, industrialization, and remarkable export volume. So not just plastics, but all the materials, the manufacturing industries are quite strong in terms of presence in Korea. Since we don't have any natural resources, we had no options but to use artificially made materials to come this far. But regrettably, the natural capacity is also very weak in Korea. We have small size of the land, and 63% of the nation is mountain, and also the population density is the highest, and we are suffering from very low fertility rate. So this is quite a dynamic situation in Korea. So despite such difficulties, we achieved this huge economic development, which means that we had to use plastics and other artificially made materials. So we came this far. I know that. But the global issue nowadays is sustainable development. And, for example, let's be very narrow. The plastic pollution issue should be tackled at the global level. This is one of the most urgent global issues. So what do we need to do as Koreans? Because we came this far very well, and the question here is that we need to change the target and march towards the new target for eco-friendliness nature. But we came this far without any natural resources, so I believe that we can make that kind of transition without natural resources once again, with the power of technology and the consensus of the citizens. So all the economic stakeholders need to join forces together to flesh out plans and put those into practices. I think it is viable. So the government role is critical, and the role of the civil organization is critical as well. So we have so many work to do. So now we are at that critical juncture. But it is also true that we achieved this economic growth in that short period of time, and there are many things I feel regret for, because whenever I go to work for my company, I usually go to restroom, and I sometimes wonder how much toilet paper are used. Most of them use more than just one piece of paper. They usually use more than two. I usually do everything with just one piece of paper. I clean up my hands and bring the paper onto my office and just clean up my desk or something else. So you might think that I save money too much excessively, but I think that tells what is important at this time of the day. So that kind of consensus or feel of sympathy must be formed within the society that we need to conserve. So my expectation is that last March, UN General Assembly, Environmental General Assembly, UNEA, announced that up until 2024, they will make a legally binding measures against the plastic usage, and Korea should be part of this effort. So, of course, each country have their own situation. So, by taking those characteristics into perspective, we need to go towards to tackle this common global issue of all human beings to reduce the plastic consumption. I hope that we can have more smarter regulations. So I hope that Korea can be one of the front runners in this change, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Kim, for your message.
Speakers from abroad. We don't have much time, so please share 1 or 2 minutes your message, take-home message. Shamila first, and then next, Song-ah. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm really deeply humbled and by all the discussions that have taken place today. I want to sincerely congratulate Republic of Korea and Jeju self-governing province and the government for taking on board this innovative, unique opportunity, but also for taking on board the question of plastics. So thank you very much for inviting UNESCO. Now, I would like to say that Jeju Island is a treasure, a unique treasure, because we see different kinds of nature being brought together. We see a valorization, value for the oceans, value for people, value for biodiversity, value for geological heritage, value for biological heritage. And this is where I would say this is unusual for Jeju Island. and all of UNESCO sites, designated sites, to valorize exceptional nature, exceptional heritage, exceptional natural heritage comes together in one in Jeju Island. So we are able to see a very holistic approach. And all of UNESCO sites individually also are pioneers for integration of new types of activities, innovation, and also looking at biodiversity conservation, biodiversity management, waste management, and also conservation and restoration. So this island is really a beacon of demonstration that yes, we can do away with plastics because it's not only for Jeju Island, but for the world. So this is a world initiative that is being launched here today, the 2040 plastic-free, zero-free Jeju Island. It is for the world, and it's for the benefit of the people of this planet. I've taken note of a particular word that has been said by the previous distinguished speaker about our sympathy for nature, and this calls on our ethics and our shared value for the living, for all of the living. And that is why UNESCO has teamed up with you in this approach of zero plastics, because we have to bring on board all our shared values for the living to protect what we have against plastic invasion and plastic pollution. Yes, we need smarter regulations. I agree with you, madam. And these smarter regulations are already being put to place already by the Jeju province, and the Jeju self-governing province is taking the lead in here in putting together unusual policies. So congratulations to you. We look forward to working with you, and please kindly note that we must start with our education and our science systems, and UNESCO is your partner. In that regard, I also want to congratulate the Republic of Korea for establishing what is called a Global Research and Training Center for internationally designated sites. This GCIDA is part of the network of over 80 Category 2 centers of UNESCO. And these centers take a long time to be approved. They're specialized centers of excellence. And in 2019, the UNESCO General Assembly approved the establishment of the Global Research and Training Center for internationally designated sites as a Category 2 center in Jeju Island. The main objective will be to provide research and training globally for improved management of internationally designated sites, namely biosphere reserves, World Natural Heritage Sites, global geoparks, Ramsar sites, and all other sites, multi-internationally designated sites, in a coordinated, integrated manner. And we can demonstrate within our sites that people can live in harmony with nature, people can reconcile with nature, because in UNESCO biosphere reserves across the world, over 275 million people call biosphere reserves their home. So by calling it their home, they need to ban out the plastics. Thank you very much for this initiative. Looking forward to working with you, and congratulations to all of you, and especially for this innovative initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, I'm looking forward to continuous collaboration between Korean government and local government and UNESCO. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. And Sung-Ah Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll try to be short as well. I'm actually very glad to hear the comment on the UNEA resolution to end plastic pollution. At IUCN, we welcome and support this, and we believe that we all need to actively participate and lead this treaty forward. Second additional part I quickly want to mention is I think it is important to highlight and address the marine plastic pollution that we have just heard from a number of citizens of Jeju Island through the video this morning, and IUCN is looking forward to actively work on that together with all our members and partners as well. The biodiversity crisis and losses that we are facing today, it's a global emergency, and inaction is not an option. But today, I'm very hopeful that together and through all these great initiatives that we heard from our fellow panelists and leadership such as Jeju with these initiatives, that we can make it. 자연과 우리 사회와
With nature, society, economy, we should be able to coexisting. I hope further cooperation could be delivered going forward.
So in this October, IUCN and Jeju Island will host even bigger conference. So I will see you once again at that venue. Thank you so much. So now I'd like to give the floor to the audience to receive some questions from the floor or even comments from any participant. Please raise up your hands and say any. Yes, gentlemen at the front row, please deliver the microphone. So please introduce yourself first. I live in Jeju Island. My name is Lee Sung Dun. And as well listening to your presentation and panel discussion, one thing came to my mind. One presenter actually said that going forward, the plastic usage, 91% of the plastic will be incinerated or landfilled, and 9% will be recycled. But I think we think in a reversed manner, because in the past, so far, over the few 100,000 of years, coal and oil existed, and those were just wasted before the industrialization. So maybe we can think differently. Maybe those plastics not recycled, 91% of the plastic, can be the engineered plastic, or some may call it the infrastructure materials. So those can be used as an industrial raw materials as well, I believe, in some way. So 91% will be recycled and 9% will be incinerated or landfilled if that is possible. So that kind of think differently would be needed, I believe.
Thank you very much for your good comment. And we are going to take one more question or comment. Please raise your hand. Professor Jae-gun-bae, do you have any comment to add? No? Okay, if there's no more questions or comments, then regarding the gentleman's comment, General Manager Kim, could you give some answers or comments? I'm General Manager Eun-soo Kim of K-ECO. As you mentioned, currently among OECD members, 59% of wastes are recycled among OECD members. Of course, we have more, but we created statistics regarding the recollected ones, so we will make sure to streamline the types of plastic that could be recycled. And when it comes to pyrolysis, if we carry out pyrolysis for plastics, then we can increase the recycling rates. Then we will be able to recycle 90% and incinerate just 10%.
Let me add just one more, because waste, solar panels, waste, EV batteries should be also circulated as well. So we need to create a resource circulation cluster by 2028. So we are in the process of making one. So the thing you just mentioned is one of the preparations of the Jeju Island. So we will fully implement as planned.
So I guess there's no more questions. So as a public officer, I have worked 30 years. So I have been in charge of waste management and recycling and other waste pollution works in the 1990s and in the mid-90s. At the time, when we talked about tires, there were almost no ways for recycling of tires. So those wasted tires were used for military purposes and used for some road infrastructure, but now wasted tires are very precious raw materials that everyone wants. So going forward, plastics, depending on how we can recycle them, would be the most wanted raw materials. Of course, reduction of plastic is first. And when it comes to already consumed plastics, we need to think about a lot of recycling methods, including pyrolysis. So we need to make sure to develop new recycling technologies so that plastics could be the most wanted raw materials. So once again, I'd like to thank all the participants for your presence and all the panelists and speakers for your precious time and presentations. And my special thanks go to Assistant Director General Shamila Nairul Bedrele of UNESCO and Deputy Director General Song-Al Lee of the IUCN for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So with this, we'd like to conclude this session.
고맙습니다.
Thank you so much, moderator, for precising the session. Please give him a warm round of applause once again. Plastic pollution should be tackled to save the biodiversity, and we talked this issue from multiple aspects, and through this session we exchanged many ideas and thoughts, and thank you so much for your contribution. We will have 10-minute break before we begin the next session. We will meet you once again by 3:40. So we will meet you once again at 3:40. I'll see you in a minute.
네, 여러분 편히 쉬셨습니다.
Have you enjoyed the break? Now you are at Jeju Plus International Environment Forum. We are going to start part 1 of the session 2 under the theme of plastic management and biodiversity. We have many online participants as well. So if you have any questions to speakers, please make sure to leave your comments or questions on YouTube chat before 20 minutes before the session. Then we will aggregate them and pass them to our speakers for answers. So the session 2 will be moderated by Professor Emeritus Young Bae-seo of Seoul National University. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Young Bae-seo from Seoul National University, and very, very pleased, privileged to host this session. As the host, I sincerely welcome all of you to the second session, in which we will discuss the issues on the management of plastics for biodiversity. This session consists of 2 parts. 5 speakers are invited for part 1, and 4 speakers invited for part 2. After all 9 presentations are made, the floor will be open for comment and discussion for the audience as well as speakers. Therefore, I have to ask all speakers to stay for discussions until the whole session ends. Since the schedule is very tight, I have to ask speakers to keep your time, which is 15 minutes for each presentation. Due to the time contingency we have, let's move quickly to part 1. Out of 5 speakers for this part, Dite Weiser is present on the podium with us. Dite, thank you very much for being with us here. You are the executive director of Innovation Center, Denmark, at the embassy of the Denmark in Korea, right? Is that right? Would you like to add more for your, for the introduction on yourself?
Yes, that I'm new in Korea.
Please hold your microphone, please.
Hello. Just to add that I'm still new in Korea. This is my first time in Jeju Island. And I'm very pleased, very excited, and very honored to be participating.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Jeju again. Thank you very much, Tite. I'll invite you again later for your presentation. My pleasure to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Miguel Gott. He has a long history of the connection with UNESCO, which includes the Director of Division of Ecological and Earth Sciences, as well as the Secretariat of the Program on Man and the Biosphere, shortly MAP, of UNESCO. He still works for UNESCO Chair on Education in Biosphere Reserves for Sustainable Development. He is currently a professor of Yokohama National University in Japan. The title of his presentation today is Good Practices of the Biosphere Reserves as a Direct Implementation of SDGs, Case Studies, which will be presented by online connection from Japan. Miguel, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be invited to this important forum on plastic and biodiversity. As our time is limited, I would like to go quickly into my presentation and to show you very concrete case studies on what can be done. I mean, we hear a lot of theories, implementation of SDGs, but I think it's good also to hear what can be directly done as a model to get some areas maybe plastic-free. So the first one is Agüita con el Plástico en Lanzarote in Spain. This means attention to plastic in Lanzarote in Spain. And the second is sensitization on the elimination of single-use plastics in the St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve in St. Kitts, Nevis. So, you heard already many presentations this morning about the global problem. 8.3 billion tons of plastic produced since the invention of this. Most of it, of course, goes into landfills and the environment. However, 13 million tons enter every year in the ocean. When you see, let's say you put it together in a cube, what this signifies, what can we imagine how this can be seen? You see here the Taj Mahal, the size of this big monument, but you see on the right side, of course, the size of the plastic that would be this monument. There are lots of figures. I think we heard quite some. So I would like again to repeat what UNEP has produced here. 1 million plastic bottles, 10 million plastic bags bought every minute. 50% is single-used. 100,000 marine animals killed by plastic every year. In the bottled water and in the tap water, we can find already plastic parts. Again, from a problem statement from UNEP, 99% of the seabirds will have ingested plastic by 2015. And the marine litter, and I think this is where we focus on, 600 marine species have harm from marine litter on plastic. 15% of species are affected by ingestion entanglement for marine litter. So you see here also on the left side this presentation in a more visual way. So we are really at a very important moment. What can be done? UNEP suggests, of course, a sort of making circular plastic use, reusing, getting it deposited, but getting it away, out of the way, recycled. And so we must not let the plastic go into the open nature. I think this is the basic message that we can get of that. But now comes what can be done? You heard already earlier the Assistant Director General for Sciences for UNESCO, Shamila Nair-Bedwell, speaking on the UNESCO sites, and I would like to focus here on the biosphere reserves. Why this? Because Jeju Island is the biosphere reserve and a very prominent one. But they are, as of the decision 15 June of this year, 738 sites in 134 countries that have biosphere reserves. This includes, when you push all this together, the size of Australia, more or less 7 million square kilometers, and 276 million people live in these areas. It's only 5% of the world's surface, but I think a quite significant part. When you go further on that, on these biosphere reserves, 227 are in marine and coastal areas. They live in the area where we have the main part of this plastic pollution. And it affects what? It affects 1 billion people that lives and depends directly from corals. It affects the part of the ocean that is not protected, and only 3.5% of the ocean is protected, so there is still a lot to do. And as I already mentioned, 11 million tons of plastic waste go every year into the ocean, so this is a very high risk level for biodiversity and endemism. For those who don't know, biosphere reserves, very quickly, core area, buffer zone, transition area, including coasts and islands with surrounding marine areas. This we have to know when we are talking about a central core area as protected site, a buffer zone, and a transition area. And this is normally where the plastic pollution is coming from. So I talked already about the SDGs, good health, well-being, healthy environment, preservation of ecosystems is a very strong part in this whole discussion. Becoming more concrete, and we go to the Lanzarote Biosphere Reserve in Spain, because I took these two examples because I think they are very, very specific to the point. Why specific? You see here on the left side the girl swimming between plastic bottles and some of these masks. In fact, all the waste that we know and that we can find in the ocean. Why Lanzarote? Because it's a very arid landscape that normally does not produce in itself so much plastic, but that it gets on their coasts a lot of the plastic waste. This is coming, of course, partly from the island, but also from the continents due to the different drifts due to the currents. Lanzarote also because it's very active in a network, an island and coastal zone network. This is a very important network which is sponsored and really animated by Jeju Island Biosphere Reserve and by Menorca Biosphere Reserve in Spain. This is why I wanted to focus a little bit on this. Here, I think we can imagine what it does mean, the plastic in the sea. You see, we know about bottles and this swimming in the ocean, but you see these white strips on the beach. This is plastic, these are pellets. These pellets is broken plastic. And it breaks down, the more it is being in the sea, the more it breaks down, and the more you see, particularly on dark sands, how it's coming then back to the coast, to the islands, and so what to do with that. I think very important is the Zero Plastic Working Group that unifies all the biosphere reserves working on island and coastal zones in order to have an initiative called Micro 2022 this year. This is the fate of impacts of plastic and microplastic. And you see here that, in fact, we human beings, we are starting to eating the plastic that we have thrown into the sea. It is already, we could already see it in the individual cells of the fish, and maybe I think also in our cells as parts of, for example, the walls of the cells. So the thing is now how to come from this plastic pollution away, because we are getting from macro to nanoplastics now. And this is by, in fact, really avoiding the plastic going into the sea. And in this, I would like to come back to this project on island and coastal biosphere reserve. And on one case, St. Mary's Biosphere Reserve in the country of St. Kitts, Nevis. They want to start on a very concrete place on sensitization on the elimination of single-use plastic in a biosphere reserve. This is a project that should be in very short time financed even by UNESCO, and it should work on this area. So it's a very concrete area where you see it goes from the top of the mountains and up to the deep sea, and it really would like to eliminate all the plastic on land and on sea that you see there. Why is this so important? Because in the English-speaking Caribbean, the waste disposal is very complicated. And I experienced it myself that a lot of the waste is just thrown into the sea. Of course, the sea does not keep it, it gives it back to you. So some plastic is drowning to the sea, but most of it comes back, goes in the chain in the food chain, and make a lot of diseases. It's of course also a very heavy burden on the attractivity of the island, and as I already mentioned, turtles, fish. Becoming entangled or die from these all sorts of plastic that is released there. You see here some figures, plastic bottles in the cleanup of the sea, 2,285 bottles, 1,845 caps just in one cleaning part taken away. Why is this important again? This project wants to make a difference. It wants to create the awareness with the people. It wants to bring in the youth, the future of the island. And they want to really get the communities to work on the mitigation of the impact. Here you see, for example, when you just once walk over the beach, what you can get in a very short time. So it's educating of the people. It's really bringing to the awareness what it does mean. It's of course to make recommendations, what we always call, but to get really guidelines how to do it within the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere communities. Because it is, like Lanzarote, very important to make the difference, to inform the people what is going on, and on a very concrete side, ban entirely the single-use plastic. It has to be shown that it's feasible. It has to be shown that there are alternatives. Once this is feasible in one site, you can extend the whole model for the island. Once the model of the island is being recognized as a model of really plastic-free island, and I think we heard in the morning that also Jeju is going in this direction, and I think tomorrow afternoon you will have another presentation of an island in Africa that goes in the same direction. So we have to establish these sorts of models Here in this case for the Caribbean, and in the former case of Lanzarote for the Canary Islands. Islands that receive a huge amount of tourists, that receive many, many visitors, and that are not really, these are not bad people. These are not, they do not have bad intentions. They are simply not conscious about this danger. And so we must start at a very concrete place. I think the UNESCO sites, and the ADG science mentioned this earlier, are very suitable sites because these are, let's say, prominent sites decided by the governments. So the implementation of this idea should not be that difficult. And for save some time, I will stop here, but I will of course stay available for the discussion. Just to this slide here, we had the 50th anniversary of the MAP program last year. The Biosphere Reserve concept is of course taking all the different challenges on board. And one of the main challenges would also be the 30 by 30 challenge, get 30% of the world surface under protection and 10% under strict protection. And this would be exactly the total aim of this program. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I was not too quick in the explanations. Kamsahamnida, and looking for a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Thank you very much for your presentation and your keeping time. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Next speaker is connected remotely from Africa, Cape Town, South Africa, to be specific. I am very, very pleased to introduce Ingrid Khatji. She is the Director of Biodiversity, Nature, and Health at Equally Africa. She is leading the biodiversity, nature-based solutions, and health work stream, as well as Equally's global biodiversity and nature advocacy work. She will make a presentation on actions that cities and provinces can take to combat plastic pollution and conserve biodiversity. Ingrid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me and see the presentation. It's a real honor to be here today, and I'm going to jump away immediately. We heard this morning, and certainly also in the opening ceremony, some really disturbing statistics on how plastic pollution is impacting on our biodiversity. I'm not going to repeat those. I've just put in two very interesting figures there. If you just imagine for yourself, 1,440 garbage trucks of waste, plastic waste that's being dumped into our ocean every 24 hours. It's a really scary thought. And if we think that in 2016 already, 6 years ago, more than 800 species had been affected by plastic debris and pollution. And I think what we need to understand is that when we talk about cities, half of the world's population, in fact, more than half of the world's population is already living in urban environments, and that figure is going to increase. And a little over half of these people living in cities are producing around 60% of the marine plastic waste. And the other thing that I want to just mention, which is important, is that local authorities are often the first in line when dealing with plastic waste because it clogs up their rivers, it creates a problem in terms of the health of people, the destruction of ecosystems, polluting oceans, etc. And when we step back a little bit and look at things from a global perspective, what I just wanted to mention is that this year, 2022, is a very important year for biodiversity and for plastics. We heard this morning of the new plastics protocol, the new agreement on plastic pollution that was adopted in March this year at UNEA 5.2. And for me, the significance of that, particularly in light of what the governor announced this morning in his declaration, is that this resolution recognizes two things, amongst others, but the two things that are important from a perspective of Jeju is that the very high levels and rapidly increasing levels of plastic pollutions obviously represents a global problem, but it negatively impacts on the environment and our societies at a local level and makes it impossible for us to meet the SDGs. And not just one of them, but several of them. The other thing that comes out of this resolution, which is really important, is the urgent need to step up and to promote effective and progressive action at the local, regional, and global level. So for me, I think something like the steps and the measures that have been announced by the governor in the declaration illustrate what can be done and is going to be done in a very concrete way on Jeju Island. Then another important initiative at the global perspective, which has significance for what Jeju is wanting to do, is the commitment there also to looking at a circular economy for plastics. And we heard some really exciting initiatives around how to get rid of plastic containers and introduce it with more long-life things, and the links and the possibilities for job creation as well. And what happened at the Oceans Conference, which was held in Portugal in June, is that there were several states and provinces and cities from around the world that are now committing to taking action, becoming signatories of this global commitment to introduce a circular economy as far as plastics is concerned. And then I think probably the highlight of this year for biodiversity will be the Biodiversity Conference of Parties, the COP, which is going to be held in December this year in Montreal, which is the seat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And this will now see the adoption of a new framework for this decade. And it includes about 22 action targets. And one of these action targets, number 7, specifically addresses and sets a target to reduce all sources of pollution, and specifically also plastic, to levels that are not harmful to biodiversity, to ecosystem functions, and to human health. And here again, I think the proactive initiative taken by Jeju is testimony of what can be done at the local level. And it's the voices are going up more and more, is that cities and provinces need to commit to taking exactly this sort of action if we are to see that the biodiversity framework and its action targets will be successfully implemented, and that we don't have a repeat with the previous Aichi biodiversity targets, where the scorecard shows that there was very little progress made, and we're running out of time to protect our biodiversity and our planet and our people. So ICLEI, together with its partners, such as the IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, UNEP, WWF, and about 20 more regions for it as well, have responded to this call by the CBD to mobilize local actions so that can contribute to the global biodiversity targets. And we've established an action platform, which is endorsed by the CBD. And this is a place where it's an online platform where cities and provinces such as Jeju, such as Montreal, such as Cape Town, where I live, can register and share their commitments, and then they can track action and progress against these commitments. This is just an example of what the platform looks like. Unfortunately, at this stage, it is available only in English. However, we do have an office in Korea, and we are working with them to find ways in which cities such as Jeju can bring this very significant an important declaration, and we will translate it so that the world out there can see what is happening. And it's quite simple. As you can see, there are 3 areas: you protect and restore your nature, you use nature sustainably, and there are various tools and solutions that one may want to introduce. And I think the initiative announced this morning touches on each of those 3 areas. Just to give you an idea of the level of ambition from governors and mayors all over the world, here are a few. You see, for example, Montreal, Cape Town, Kochi. There are numerous, too many to mention. We have almost 240 cities and provinces already part of this platform. There's the Cities with Nature and the Regions with Nature platform. And then just the last point that I want to make is that the commitments that are being made at the local level will be showcased at the Biodiversity COP. ICLEI, together with its partners such as Regions 4 and the host city, are going to be holding the 7th Global Leadership Summit on Biodiversity, which will be held as an official parallel event of the Biodiversity COP. We're focusing on action, we're focusing on implementation, and for that reason, we are going to want to profile and showcase the sorts of amazing things that are already happening around the world and those that are being planned to take place within the next decade. So with those short words, I'm going to say thank you and really, again, congratulations. And I look forward to seeing the fruits of this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ingrid, for your presentation. And let's move to next presentation. Our third speaker is Lynn Sorrentino from IUCN headquarters at Gland, Switzerland. She's a program officer of Ocean Team in IUCN. She's carrying out active roles in various responsibilities in her team. Among many tasks she's carrying out, she is especially in charge of managing multi-country plastic pollution research project, including budgeting, planning, knowledge products, and communication creation, and vendor management. Today, she'll give the presentation on global plastic pollution reduction and activities restoring biodiversity. Lynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you for the invitation from the hosts. It's very much an honor to be here. And with that, let me share my screen. As you mentioned, I'm going to be discussing global plastic pollution reduction and activities restoring biodiversity. Let me just do this real quick. There we go. So a little bit about IUCN. This was mentioned briefly by our Deputy Director General, Ms. Sungali. We are a union for conservation of nature, and we are a group membership of 18,000 plus scientific experts across 6 commissions. We have member organizations that include NGOs, indigenous peoples organizations, local governments, state governments, and we work across 160 countries in 11 regions of the world. Today's talk will be on plastic pollution, its biodiversity impacts, measurement and reduction of plastic pollution, how to measure biodiversity, and how to restore biodiversity. So in terms of biodiversity impacts, we've heard from various people today about the effect on wildlife and how plastic pollution affects seabirds, sea turtles, marine mammals, and how this is quite a challenge and when you look at what we are doing to the environment. 700 plus species have been found with plastics in their digestive tracts, and coral reefs, as shown in the image, have been deemed to be much more likely to be diseased and weakened in the presence of plastics. In terms of the economic impacts, IUCN has done quite a lot of research on fisheries, tourism, and waste management in terms of abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear and its challenges for marine life and livelihoods, tourism revenue and employment, and the broader dimensions of export revenue, security for livelihoods, and marine ecosystems. Plastic pollution causes problems at various levels. When we think about linking biodiversity conservation and plastic pollution, we need to look at all of the puzzle pieces. So there are lots of biodiversity tools to understand the critical issues, such as the IUCN Red List. There's protected area and management tools, key areas of biodiversity protection that are designated from things like we've heard already today, the Man in the Biosphere programs, the different protected areas in different countries. And we also have a significant number of plastic pollution tools to assess critical points of leakage of plastic into the environment. All of these things combined together can be used to look at the impacts and then define what actions should be taken to solve the problem. So when I was asked to do this presentation, one of the items that we wanted to share was all of IUCN's plastic reduction activities in terms of measurement. Since 2014, in fact, we've been doing quite a lot on plastic footprint methodology reviews, the state of knowledge for impact assessment of plastic pollution, monetary evaluation methodologies, and glossaries. So there are lots of measurement tools that are available. I think at the last count, there were close to 40 measurement tools. And so I'm just going to highlight a few here of the work we've done with some of our partners, including the UNEP IUCN National Guidance for Plastic Pollution Hotspotting and Shaping Action. This is something that Ms. Sunga mentioned as well in her presentation. This is what we've used to support governments in understanding the key areas of pollution and the interventions that can be done in terms of policy to change this. It's about closing the plastic tap. Some of our other partners, including GIZ, have country guidance like the waste flow diagram to estimate the amounts of plastic going into the environment. This methodology complements the measurement methodology of the UNEP IUCN guidance. UN Habitat also has what's called the Waste-Wise Cities tool. And again, this further complements the work of GIZ and UNEP and IUCN. So there are lots of tools to measure plastic pollution and how to reduce plastic pollution in the environment. Once you understand at a national level or a city level even, the amount of plastic pollution that is present in the environment, how much is mismanaged, how much leaks into the environment, what is the per capita leakage, what is actually leaking in terms of polymers? Is it PET bottles? Is it low density LDPE? Is it polypropylene? Is it synthetic rubber from tires? All of these things combined with the waste management situations and the policy and priorities for intervening are what our work gives to governments so that we can actually look at the issue, identify the main areas of work, and then find solutions to address this. One thing you can see in terms of my example here, this is about mismanaged waste, protected areas, and species richness in Vietnam. you can see from our research, the mismanaged waste level in Vietnam is quite high. The darker colors indicate a much higher level of mismanaged waste, so waste that goes right into the environment and is not collected or recycled. The protected areas in Vietnam, there are 209 protected areas, and 48 of them have management effectiveness evaluations that they're trying to consider to improve the biodiversity in the area. The species richness in Vietnam, as you can also see from the map, it's very high along most of the country. So when you combine these levels of data and you look at where the waste is, where the protected areas are, and where the species richness is, you can see that clearly there's an issue with biodiversity being impacted by plastic pollution. So measuring biodiversity, one of the things that I would like to share is the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. This is IBAT. It's a partnership website and tool from UNEP, the UNEP WCMC, IUCN, Conservation International, and other partners that identify experts, organizations, protected area boundaries, and species to give a preliminary determination of critical habitat. And Jeju, for example, is one of the areas that you can assess in there. The other aspect of protecting biodiversity includes protecting areas where there are prime spots of nature that can be conserved. The green list of IUCN, which is sponsored as well by the government of Korea, the Ministry of the Environment from the Republic of Korea, it offers relevant guidance on how to achieve fair and effective nature conservation across protected areas. And as has been mentioned several times, Jeju is a very special place with 4 gold star areas of Ramsar sites, of Man in the Biosphere sites, and UNESCO sites. So the green list is something that we're trying to expand globally to conserve biodiversity and also have it work with the other issues of pollution to make things better for the biodiversity. The restoration of biodiversity starts with national biodiversity assessments, looking at source to sea approaches, something that the Professor Miguel mentioned, looking at from the mountaintop to the deep sea. This is a source to sea approach that needs to be used when you're thinking of protecting and restoring biodiversity, because it's all interlinked. And having national biodiversity strategic actions is also key. Setting those targets and actions, building capacity, reducing the pressure on biodiversity by having protected areas, educating people, managing biodiversity and species is linked to waste management. So all of this together has to be linked. And we need key indicators and metrics to measure and monitor plastic waste and leakage, along with the biodiversity that we're trying to save. In terms of the Republic of Korea and Jeju, you're already doing quite a lot. As was mentioned in the first session, the circular economy and extended producer responsibility efforts, those have been going on for years. The master plan for ocean and fisheries development could be looked at for gaps on plastic pollution. For example, you're already doing so much that is really actually benefiting the environment. The policy integration aspect, something that has been mentioned by others in previous presentations, is the issue around the Global Plastics Treaty and policies in general. Looking at how your environmental policies are related already to circular economy practices, to the recycling policies, to plastic waste, to waste management, to tourism, to fisheries, and understanding too how those all can be built upon to reduce plastic pollution, increase recycling, reduce incineration, and expand the circular economy practices, as well as transferring the knowledge. One thing that I was doing some research on with the Ministry of the Environment website is how amazing the amount of work that is going into recycling and circular economy and other things within Korea already, transferring that knowledge to small island developing states, to least developed countries, it helps them potentially leapfrog the technical barriers to progress. Taking what is already being done within Korea and specifically on Jeju as a model island to show that knowledge and leadership to others and how they can progress. One thing I wanted to mention was that Korea itself has committed this year in 2022 to becoming a member of the new plastic economy global commitment. And between that work and the work that's already being done at numbers of the ministry levels, it's quite exciting to see how advanced Korea is in terms of their efforts and how advanced Jeju is as well in terms of what they're doing. I would like to also just say thank you to everyone from the Ministry of the Environment, from the Jeju Planning, from the sponsors and hosts, and from the partners that have been on the panel as well. And I'm happy to.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Thank you again. Please join me to applaud her excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Bum-sik Yu, who is Korean. Dr. Yu is the senior advisor for Asia and Oceania in the Secretariat of the Ramsar Convention on Wetland. Previously, he worked in IUCN headquarters as well as for the government of Korea. He has extensive experience in both national and international environmental policies. As we may expect from his position in Ramsar Convention, his presentation will be on the impact of plastic pollution on wetland. Dr. Liu.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Suh. It's a pleasure to see you again virtually. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm very sad that I wasn't able to join you in person, Professor Suh, in Jeju, and enjoy the beautiful Jeju Islands. But I would like to share the impact of. I will be a little bit more narrow in scope because I'm just looking at this plastic issue from the wetlands perspective. So in order to do that, I'll make a little brief introductions on the Convention of Wetlands and how that relates to plastics and the impact of plastic pollution on wetlands and migratory birds. I know in Korea, we tend to look at wetlands in a more narrower views, but the wetlands that is defined in the convention is very, very broad. And it includes lands that are seasonally inundated to inland wetlands such as rivers and lakes, to coastal wetlands, marshes, mangroves, even to man-made wetlands. We now know all the multiple benefits of wetlands now. But when the convention was first started, it was very focused on protecting habitats for migratory birds. And it is one of the first modern global environmental agreement. Now it has 172 parties. But when it first started in 1971, it had 18 countries. But it was one of the very first environmental conventions. And we sometimes call it, now we're beginning to call it the Stockholm Convention because of the 1972 Stockholm Convention. But it is around that time that we start seeing some really important movements for globally on environmental issues. And Convention on Wetlands was one of them. UNESCO World Heritage was another one. MARPOL Convention and CITES. What these were all beginning to form in 1970s. And it has three pillars. The very important three pillars to the convention is first, wise use of all wetlands, and designations of wetlands of international importance, which sometimes we call the Ramsar sites. And of course, a third is to cooperate internationally on transboundary wetlands. And the reason why I say this is because I wanted to talk about the Ramsar sites. Ramsar sites, I think currently, I checked today, there's 2,455 Ramsar sites as of today, with 256 million hectares of protected areas. That's around the size of Argentina. And of course, Republic of Korea has 24 Ramsar sites and 4 sites here in beautiful Jeju. But Ramsar, the wetlands are one of the most threatened ecosystems. And one of the reasons why this is so is because wetlands are seen as wastelands. 87% of wetlands has been lost, 35% of them being lost since 1970. It is being lost at a rate that is 3 times faster than tropical forest. And of course, we know that there are so many important wetland-dependent species, and it is where all the wastewaters are being thrown into. So globally, there's over 80% of wastelands that's released to wetlands. And it has very, very multiple benefits. And one of the important benefits that we're realizing now is that wetlands are the world's largest carbon storage. It's mangroves, seagrasses, peatlands has 3 times more capacity to store carbon than forest. But more closer to today's discussion, wetlands are purify and filters harmful waste from water. And so protecting wetlands contribute to all 17 goals of the SDGs. Wetlands contribute to 75 SDG indicators, and the Convention on Wetlands are co-custodians with UNEP on SDG indicator 6.6.1. And of course, the convention not only talks about wetlands, but it contributes to other conventions, such as the IG targets that Ingrid just talked about. And then, of course, we'll be contributing to the new Global Biodiversity Framework, and of course, Sendai Framework, and also the Paris Climate to combat climate change. And if the Global Plastic Treaty is signed, of course, we will be contributing to that process as well. And now I'll move into plastics. And I know many of the speakers today talked about the numbers. And we talked about and why this plastic issue, the numbers are so important. It is because it floats around for decades and decades. And the numbers will be far greater than, the numbers will start being greater than the fish in our oceans. And one of the pictures that really touches our heart is, and to realize that these plastics are already a very big part of our food chain. And my previous speakers talked about how many species are being affected, especially the marine and coastal species, due to these plastics. And I think Dr. Miguel Klusner discussed this a little bit, but the number of seabirds dying from plastics is estimated at 1 million every year, and 90% of seabirds have plastic in their guts. And this will reach 99% by 2050. And this is a number that was put out by the Convention on Migratory Species. And And so I would like to discuss a little bit about what Lynn talked about. So how does this plastic and waste and get into our seas and oceans? And I think this is very important because he talks about, we start beginning to understand how we can intervene in terms of addressing these plastic issues. I think a few years ago, I think there was quite a bit of study done that says 10 rivers in the world pollute around 90% of plastics to the oceans. And I think there's more studies now, and we realize that it's not just those 10 rivers or 5 rivers, but it is more rivers contributing. So that means all rivers are the highway for plastics that leads into the oceans. And I just wanted to briefly share a research study that was done in Mediterranean Europe. There's 2 Swiss NGOs conducted this study to look at how much microplastics there are in Geneva and in the Mediterranean. And I know Professor So has been in Geneva many times as he was a council member for IUCN, but Lake Geneva is a very pristine lake in the very high area in Alps, and this lake and the Rhine River runs through it and it leads down to the Mediterranean. And these 2 NGOs conducted a study to see how much microplastics there are in the Mediterranean and also in Lake Geneva or Lake Le Mans that we call over there in Switzerland. And the number is not strikingly that different. That means it's not just in the oceans that we're talking about. It is all over the highway to the oceans that we're seeing plastics. And now we talk about solutions. And of course, I'm representing a convention that talks about wetlands. So I'm not in a very good position to talk about a solution itself. But I think I would like to highlight what I think previous 2 speakers has talked about, and is to source to sea management. It's like any environmental issues, we need a holistic approach that addresses all the issues from throughout the circle of the issues. And waste wetlands is a very important point for policy interventions. And better management of wetlands and better management of protected areas could be a very integral part of the plastic policy. And the second point that I would like to emphasize is that we are beginning to understand a little bit how wetlands interact with plastic as a pollution. Wetlands is not just also a place where plastics are gathered or accumulated, but it is a place where it can be it can address plastic issues. And we are very glad to see many studies are being taken place to look further into how wetlands can mitigate plastic pollutions. And we're hoping more studies will be done on this area. And as a secretary, we're a member of the EMG task team on marine litter and microplastics. And if a global treaty on plastics takes place, we'll continue to contribute to that process. And although we do not have a specific reference to plastic pollutions, some of the resolutions, recommendations, and guidance to prevent pollution of wetlands have contributed to address the plastic issues. And as more interest comes from the parties on the plastic issue on wetlands, I expect that more actions will be taken within the conventional wetlands to address plastic pollution issue. Thank you very much. And I end my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Bumshik. Finally, the last speaker of the part 1 is here with us. Again, Dite is the Executive Director of Innovation Center, Denmark, seconded at the Embassy of Denmark in Seoul, I guess. The title of her presentation is Managing Plastic Challenges as an Opportunity for Innovation. Dite, the floor is yours. Can you have a PPT presentation? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's here?
No, it's not showing here.
Okay.
Everybody will see it on
All
the
right.
monitors.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present here today. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. I'm the director of the Innovation Center Denmark here in South Korea, and we are, as you say, based in Seoul. Now, this event is being set in the beautiful location of Jeju Island, and the message I have is about building bridges, connecting our knowledge, our experience and strategies to manage the global challenges of plastic and biodiversity. I am reiterating what has already been said today, the many inspiring and informative presentations, and also responding to the encouragement by the leadership present today. As the headline of my presentation states, I want to focus on the role of innovation and how it must be integral to how we manage the challenge. You might think, why are we here in Korea? We work on the mandate of the Danish government to advance the green transition and sustainable development through international R&D collaboration. We are a joint venture between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Research and Education. From the rationale that we need knowledge, education, and research and business, new and established companies to drive the sustainable development. Our Innovation Center in Korea is one of just 7 centers globally. Firstly, because South Korea is one of the world's leading places for development of the technologies and competences needed to accelerate the green transition. Also, Denmark and Korea have strong bilateral relations, and both co-founded the Global Green Growth Institute, and we all keep a high-level Green Growth Alliance. So for us, South Korea is very much a strategic partner. Our activities are strategically founded on the Green Research Strategy, which was released in 2020 and has been allocated 1 billion kroner to be implemented for the past 2 years. The strategy is mission-driven, which is to say that it's based in challenges and it's focused on creating groundbreaking new results through collaboration. Plastic waste is one of 4 missions that we see as crucial to advance and succeed with the green transition. There is CO2 capture and storage, green fuels, sustainable food production, and then plastic waste. The mission to reduce plastic waste is seen in very close connection with the transformation to a circular economy. Also, we are founded in international collaboration. The connection to global policy, trade is important. We cannot achieve the results on our own. The concept of economic diplomacy stresses the connection to political commitment and direction to foster new markets. We therefore also work with a strong sector focus, connecting to green transition, health, and digitization. From all the country examples and presentations we heard today, I think there is broad consensus to pursue this strategy of knowledge, policy, and economy in an integrated way. Now, the dire topics that we address today on plastic and biodiversity are major problems that need to be fixed. We only need one picture like this to tell us why we must act. Plastic waste is poison to nature and animal life. Add to that the emission from plastic production, which is projected to double in 20 years. It's grim. At the same time, it is hard to see how the world would suddenly do without plastic. It is in everything and everywhere. Innovation is very much related to how we can do something. Discovery, experimentation, test, and progress. The circular economy in particular is a powerful framework for directing the developments needed to combat the many unsustainable effects of the current plastic. The production, the use, the waste, and the pollution. The circular economy empowers us all to do more good, not just less bad. Besides the moral imperative that we have to change, it provides the mindset and perspective also of growth and prosperity, not that of a diet, restriction, reduction, missing out on all the fun and all the convenience that has taken us to where we are today. When we create, when we change, when we engage with creativity and the mindset of growth, human creativity, we are also set to gain more than just fixing a problem with plastic. The new jobs that have also been mentioned today, perhaps we get better services and experiences, like someone was mentioning on the coffee shops in Jeju. Can we create a better experience than the plastic cups? Then that is the ambition. When we talk about biodiversity, we need to have the ambition not only to maintain the levels, but create a regenerative practice where we actually improve the situation. This is Denmark. It's a small country. It's less than half the size of Korea and a bit less of 6 million people. But don't be fooled by size. With the many islands, Denmark has a coastline of more than 8,000 kilometers. Around 60% of the land is used for agriculture, and Denmark is among the most intensely cultivated places in the world. As a rich country, we also consume a lot of resources, and we have a lot of waste generation per capita. A Danish household disposes about 1 kilo of plastic waste per week. Packaging accounts for a little less than 15% of the total household waste. I cannot confirm to you how much plastic we each ingest, though, but I'm taking note of the research mentioned in a former presentation today. We are a part of the problem indeed, and we are seeing the problems, even if Denmark does not experience so much plastic pollution as many other places. Plastic washes onto the Danish west coast, and the marine litter accumulate in certain places. Studies document the presence of microplastic. Notably, our young generation and children engage in this problematic. Actually, 99% of the Danes think there's a huge problem with plastic in nature and are concerned. But our children also engage. They do it out of concern and because they want to see action. And their behavior is good news, and we need to reflect their contribution also in innovation. As you know, one of the superpowers of our children is their honesty, their ability and courage to speak and state the obvious. If the emperor has no clothes, the children will expose us. So let's listen to the kids. They are great innovators. I will speed up a little bit, sorry. The plastic waste is one of the Danish innovation missions. And in our national action plan for plastic, it is closely connected to a vision for circular economy. The vision is not to stop using plastic. The goal is not recycling. It is to entirely rethink plastic and how we use it. Today, only 36% of the Danish plastic is recycled, whereas the majority is incinerated in waste-to-heat production. Denmark has committed to recycling 55% of all plastic packaging by 2030, in line with the EU, and this gives a clear milestone on the short midterm. Now, I was thinking, after hearing and seeing the targets of the other countries today, this might seem like an oddly low number. And I think perhaps one of the discussions we have with each other is also to look at how we measure and set the targets, like one of the frameworks that was presented just a moment ago. The numbers are complex, and transparency about method is extremely important. We don't have much time on stage, so let's take an exercise here of recycling. I want you now to remember all the great explanations that you've heard about the circular economy already, and then I hope you will bear with me giving a bit more broad notion of some of the principles, because I want to illustrate it with an example. This quite famous minifigure was born in Denmark in 1978, and he's still in perfect condition, going strong on 45 years. He's made of plastic and has been used and reused by a generation of kids. Why? Because he's still relevant, he's still compatible with the Lego sets, the standard measures haven't changed. At one point in time, as you can see, he was wearing a long hair. He was into that. Now he prefers a new style. And it was a good thing it was just a wig, so he could take it off and replace it with another part. Now consider for a moment that this story had a different protagonist. For example, your mobile phone. Can you imagine your mobile phone still going strong in so many years? Your headphones? Right. The circular economy is about making things last and to avoid material waste. The circular strategies or virtues are nicknamed the 5 R's, as you see here. This is also known as the waste hierarchy. It is, by circular principle, better to not buy another Lego minifigure than it is to recycle it. And exactly for that reason, circular economy is very much about finding new business models. It's about making money in other ways than selling more stuff faster. Making money from not wasting, but keeping materials in circulation. Some of the drivers to avoid waste are common sense. Items last longer when they have a proper function. Material quality and design are likewise important. Items that are modular are easier to repair, customize, recycle, and so on. And yet, let me add that Lego invests billions to provide also a more sustainable feedstock for their material. So one question: how does this apply to all the disposable items that we rely on, for instance, in the COVID pandemic? As briefly also mentioned by Jeju governor earlier. Well, the short answer is it doesn't. But volume, speed, hygiene, affordability, etc. do. All the virtues of conventional plastic production. We are not ready to live without plastic. But COVID has also shown us that we need to accelerate the innovation to foster circular solutions. We're trying to save our health with using plastic, but we're also creating a new health hazard by using plastic. Okay. This is a vision for a circular plastic value chain. We need a functioning market for circular plastic. And there has been already said a lot about this, but we need to look at the feedstock, we need to look at the production, we need to look at the business models for recycling or reusing, all the way, because we really need to avoid the recovery in waste to heat. That's the last resort. So I want to show this because it would be a good investment to do this and also do more than we are obliged to do. This report is a business case for new plastic economy, and it has been made with the inclusion of many stakeholders. It's available online if you want more details. The business case for taking lead in a new Okay, I was going to say that just by using some of the recycled material as input, Denmark could save 1.6 billion kroner per year. And there are many more benefits, as we've talked about. The export of recycling technologies, the new job creation, the saved cost on ecosystem deterioration. But as has also been mentioned, we need to enable the circular economy with a lot of hard measures and soft measures. Anything from bans of disposable plastic, single-use plastic, but also the incentives that we have through our R&D programs. We need hard regulatory measures, and we need mobilization of industry. We need collaboration in R&D. Also, the management by EPR, which has been mentioned several times. The Danish Innovation Fund, along with the Europe's Horizon programs, are channeling investments into this area with academia. And this is something we should also discuss. How do we connect our investments and financing instruments to make new solutions that are truly global? Let's also try to rethink that. Because from the vision, what we need to do is to go into a functioning market. That's when it makes sense, and that's when we get everyone on board. So what's in it for me and you? The answer for this fellow is very simple. Quality of life or just life. We will gain a lot as a society and economy by maintaining the value of our ecosystem. It's our raw material, it's our water, it's our food, it's our medicine, it's the very air we breathe. So it's quite obvious. I want lastly to say that in Innovation Center Denmark, our mandate is exactly to elevate the Danish innovation through international collaboration. We are here to make the bridge between our countries wider and shorter. And just a very few topics that we are working with today. Because we need Danish companies to have access to the relevant technologies and the strongholds of Korea. It's the sensors and robots that are extremely important to making the mechanical sorting and the recycling technology viable. As we speak, we have Korean PhD students in Denmark in a camp. We're very happy of that. We also see interest into some of the biomasses like the seaweed. Korea has so much knowledge in this field, and we need to transfer it to the Danish ecosystem. And we are actively looking for partners to help us with this. Circular cities with smart urban development and the waste management. Like it was mentioned, this is happening in the cities, the city governments, and the smart management of this is crucial. Having city delegations come back and forth is proving to be very inspiring and fruitful to learn from each other. We're also working in defining a partnership with the Jeju Island on the green transition, I'm very happy to say. And also, metaverse is here. Why is that, you say? Well, metaverse is a virtual world. When we consume virtual products, digital fashion, etc., it's also relevant because these skins do not need washing or release microplastics. Could metaverse change also our behavior and let us have some of the pleasure and consumption happen online instead of in real life? We see the youth doing this, so let's also not rule out solutions like metaverse as part of the solution. We want to explore it, and we know that the companies are interested. We're not done building. I don't have time for more details. I've gone over. I'm sorry, but I invite everyone that is interested in working with us to please get in contact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dite. Well, actually, we had 5 excellent presentations from various regions around the world and at various levels like city, province, and national levels as well as global levels in wetland, in biosphere reserve, and also in some case studies for some countries. So this brings us to the end of part 1. So let me hand the microphone to her.
Thank you very much for your active debate and share your very information for this. 해외 사례를 통해서 다양한
We experienced many overseas cases and talked from multiple aspects of the plastic waste. I'd like to express my gratitude to moderator and presenters and all the speakers who are with us on the Zoom platform. Please give them a warm round of applause once again. Thank you so much. And one thing more.
Ask all speakers to stay until the end of the whole session for the discussion and comments session, which will be which is scheduled at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you so much for the introduction, for the panel discussion at the end. That concludes the part 1 of the session, and we'll arrange the stage for part 2 of the session. So we will begin at 3:05 precisely. 5:05. Thank you.
네, 여러분께서
Ladies and gentlemen, now you are at Jeju Plus International Environment Forum. So we'd like to start part 2 of the session 2 under the theme of plastic management for biodiversity. And we have many online participants as well. So if you have any questions to speakers, please leave them on YouTube 20 minutes before the end of the session. Then we will aggregate them and deliver them to speakers. We'd like to start part 2. This session will be moderated by Chairman Kim Tae-yoon of Jeju Provincial Council for Sustainable Development. Now the floor is yours. I'm going to speak in Korean, so if you need, please use the receiver on the desk.
오늘 하루 동안에
For a day, I have heard more plastic-related jargons I have ever known. So in my brain currently, there is a full of words and jargons and statistics regarding plastics. And according to what K-Eco said, recycling and incineration may make you think that plastics disappear. But in every 15 years, concentration of microplastics in ocean has been doubled. So rare metals are in the ocean: molybdenum, gold, silver, and copper. But the concentration of plastic is 100 times larger than the concentration of those metals in the ocean. So, of course, plastic issues are important, but plastic issues that we may not be able to identify are also important. That's why under the theme of plastic management for biodiversity, we are holding this session. So in the first part of the session, international organizations representatives talked about their roles and activities. And at the part 2, we are going to talk about plastic management and the central government and local governments in charge of waste management and other associations and agencies. So we are going to talk about their roles and activities and how they manage plastics. We have 4 speakers, and I'd like to ask all of you to pay your attention to each presentation and give them a big round of applause. First speaker is from Ministry of Environment. He is now Senior Deputy Director of Ministry of Environment. So we have talked a lot about circular economy, so he's going to talk about policy directions for resource circulation for the circular economy. Please go ahead. Now the floor is yours.
참고로
For your reference, I'll give 15 minutes to each presenters. Please keep your time so that we can have ample time to the following speakers. Greetings, I'm from the Ministry of Environment. My name is An Sang-hyun from the Resource Circulation Policy Division. So the Resource Circulation Policy is going to be introduced, and it's my great pleasure to be part of this event. First, Korea has multiple policies for resource circulation, and let me give you some history of it. Korea's waste management policies at the very beginning was all about the management, safe management of the waste. EU and overseas countries back then likewise first started from the safe management of waste, but now they are more focusing on the reduction of the waste and increasing the recyclability of the product. So that transition was there. From 2018, Resource Circulation Basic Act was introduced, and in 2018 and 19, the oil price decreased and recycling market kind of plummeted. So we introduced the resource transition laws, and due to COVID-19, the usage of the plastic soared, and we decided to make a plastic phase-out plans after the COVID-19. And also, we announced the carbon neutrality plan of 2030, and one of the major policies of it is the resource circulation. And accordingly, last year, Korea-specific resource circulation implementation plan was made. And you can see the details of it in the slide, the reduction of the plastic and the sophistication of the waste management. Korea is trying to transit into the sustainable recyclable economy. So we have three major tasks. First, reduction of the resources from the production until disposal, and to improve the recyclability of the product. And second task is to maximize the collection and sorting of the waste produced to minimize the burden to the public. The third task is to increase the recyclability of high value added waste. For example, high value added recycles can be improved, or you can create a clothes out of PET plastics, or you can use pyrolysis to recycle the chemical raw materials. So those discarded utility can be recovered while reducing the amount of the waste. That is a basic direction of the Ministry of Environment. First, let me talk about the reduction of the waste source. The Ministry of Environment decided to identify SMEs that produce a large amount of waste, and those large producers are monitored in terms of the waste produced and the amount of the waste landfilled to minimize the amount to be landfilled. SMEs where veteran companies have little financial power, so when compared to the large companies, facilities or infrastructure would be very weak. So those kind of infrastructure establishment fund will be supported. Also, plastic burden fee is charged, and I think the charge level is only 1/10 of that of EU level. So we will gradually increase the plastic charge fee as well. Also, after the COVID-19, because of the increased popularity for food delivery services, disposable plastic wastes are hugely generated. We have existing regulation on disposable plastic, including bags, straws, and other 16 items. But in the future, we will identify blind spots to reduce the gap in regulation. For example, food delivery bottles or containers, the thickness will be regulated so that the restaurants can use thinner container, and also the items to be regulated will increase in number. From this November, cups, plastic, steering sticks will be added to the list of the regulation. Along with regulation, multi-use products are encouraged. For example, in a movie theater or in the multiplex area where multiple people use at the same time, we can install some cleaning facilities or collection vending machine, or we are working with the municipalities so that the restaurants can use multi-use containers by giving kind of financial incentive and support to restaurants. Second, maximize the usability, the recyclability of the product. So we have a system that evaluates the recyclability of each product. When product is made, we assess it whether it is easy to recycle or not in 4 grades. So if the product is hard to be recycled, we put hard to recycle onto the label so that the customers can easily recognize that I don't want to buy this kind of product because it is difficult to be recycled. So hard to be recycled product will be also charged with the compensation fee. If the product is hard to be recycled, the fee will increase. If it is easier to be recycled, the fee can be lessened. So that burden fee, for example, is charged on PET bottle nowadays, but paper bags and glasses will be charged as well in the future. Next, we have a system called the designated recycling businesses. For example, those who produce the waste steel or plastics need to use the recyclable raw materials. In the past, we had no that kind of mandatory regulation. However, nowadays, plastic producers are now classified as mandatory recycling businesses. We haven't set the exact percentage yet, but by 2030, at least 30% of the raw material should be from the recyclable raw material. Also, if they use more than a certain portion, let's say that more than 30% or more than 50%, that kind of proportion can be written on the label of the product, and that product should be purchased and procured by municipalities to some degree according to the regulation to be written. Actually, it is pending in the National Assembly, but soon will be passed. Next, to improve the recyclability, we need to lift the regulation in some areas. For example, when it comes to waste, safe management should come first. So it is very difficult to change the regulation because the regulations specify the technology that could be used for waste management. Even if the technology is good, it cannot be used unless it is written in that specific law. But still, they can go through the recyclable environmental impact assessment to get kind of shortcut approval, and we will expand this kind of shortcut or fast track system to use more technologies. And we will also introduce the regulation sandbox so that we can give some kind of temporary approval or allow some area where their technology can be demonstrated. Also, we decided to make a notification for recyclable resources. When wastes are collected and transported, they need to comply to all the strict regulation of waste management. For example, they need to be registered, and they need to get a license of waste manager, otherwise they can manage any waste. But if they meet the requirement, they can be exempted from all those kind of regulation. We had that kind of resource circulation notification system in the past because if the business is already registered as waste managers, they can apply to this kind of notification. However, instead of designating a certain businesses as designated businesses, we can designate a certain item which can be exempted from this kind of existing strict regulation. So this is another example of regulation lifting. Next is public collection and disposal responsibilities. All the waste should be managed within the cities or district that produce those waste. So to put it quite simply, let's say that here is a waste A, and that waste A was produced from A, and sometimes that A is delivered to area B and disposed. So that means that the waste bag price should be 3 times higher in the A region than the B region if we introduce the PPP system. So all the wasted must be all managed within the source of production. Also, direct landfilling will be restricted when it comes to the residential waste from 2026 for metropolitan area and from 2030 for non-metropolitan area. All residential waste and residues of only residues of the waste or waste that went through the first round of the separation or sorting can be only directly landfilled. Also, next is a transition into the public responsibility system. For example, if the waste are produced from apartment, which can be recycled, for example, waste steel, plastic, waste vinyls, should be managed by the committee of the apartment, and actually they had a contract with the waste collectors. But when the oil price goes down, waste collectors sometimes refuse to collect anything from that apartment because of low oil price. But nowadays, going forward, municipalities will sign a contract with those garbage collectors so that they can collect all those waste from those apartments regardless of the profitability. And all the profits coming from those kind of waste management will be returned to each apartment so that they can use it for their own purpose. So by doing so, we'll be able to maximize the utility of the existing system. And when the waste market is in a difficult shape, maybe we can collect all the waste into a certain spaces, and when the market situation gets recovered, maybe we can get those waste back to each region. Also, waste management, harmful waste should be managed by the central government to some degree. So we will build some kind of infrastructure where they can manage hazardous waste. Also, for a vulnerability region, we will improve the existing infrastructure and facilities. For example, in a local region or single detached house regions, collection of waste is very difficult. Agricultural waste, waste vinyls or waste fertilizer bottles are collected by the government, or the reflection films or the sewing plants must be collected as well. Also, additional facilities will be built by the central government so that we can sort and collect all the agricultural waste to reduce the burden of the municipalities. Unlike apartment, single detached house need to be informed where they need to collect the waste. So for those vulnerable regions, as you can see on this slide, we will build the recycle village area so that they can collect all the waste or recyclable waste in a single area. Next is the helping policies for sorting processes, because in the past we manually sorted all the waste, which means that human beings need to do the sorting by their own hands. So when the input is 100, half of them are just wasted because it's impossible to sort everything. But we will mandatorily introduce the optical sorting system with the support of the government so that we can automate the sorting process. And when the waste are collected, we will create a truck where the compression level is lower than the existing level so that we can improve the sorting capability and the recycle capability as well. Research and development support is given by the government continuously to this aim. Next is high quality, high value added material recycling. PET, transparent PET bottles are separated beginning from 2020 December, first from apartment, and beginning from this January, even single detached house need to separate transparent PET bottles as well. That transparent bottles will be processed in a special facilities, and they are subsidized by the government for their facilities and processing fees as well, so that we can improve the sorting of transparent PET bottles. And also, transparent PET bottles were not allowed to recycle to make the food container because of the safety concern. However, from production up until the sorting, everything's are very much strictly regulated by the Ministry of Environment and key CDC. And if the waste meet all the regulation of key CDC and the Ministry of Environment, they can use it to produce the food containers. And also for electronics and appliances, there are so many rare materials embedded in it. We rely on the import heavily for raw materials, so maybe we can expand the installation of the collectors or vending machine even towards the agriculture area. The countryside region, we can improve the collection of the rare materials. Also, more and more waste batteries will be generated due to the high penetration level of EVs. So we started to sell the waste battery to the private processors beginning from this year because there are so many valuable materials within the waste batteries. So those batteries are being recovered by private players. R&D support is given and waste battery cluster is being formed in Pohang region. Next is another focus area, chemical recycling of waste plastics. In the past, actually, plastics mostly used for kind of physical recycling. So when the component is more than 2, and when when there is impurities, we have no option but to landfill it. But those hard to be recycled can be also pyrolyzed, so that we can create some kind of oil or naphtha to regenerate plastic. So that kind of chemical recycling process is being tried. Those sorted waste vinyls can be re-sorted in a special facilities, and also waste plastic bags. There are so many waste vinyls in it, so we can tear those bags apart so that we can do the second round of sorting to produce some meaningful materials out of it. Also, public facilities will build more pyrolysis facilities. We decided to build 4 units within this year and 10 units up until 2026. ASCII, Geocentric, GS Caltex, those large companies also are joining this effort to build pyrolysis facilities and put those into the raw material lines, and they are doing kind of demonstration whether it causes errors or not. So these are some of the examples of the common effort so that we can go beyond the physical recycling into the chemical recycling to reduce the plastic waste. Thank you so much for your kind of listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. An. He made 16 points, so I'm not able to elaborate all the 16 points. Maybe to promote a circular economy, stakeholders should be able to engage easily. So processors, distributors, and consumers and enterprise businesses, all stakeholders need to play their role, and we need to strengthen regulations, and we should give incentives for participation, and we need to enhance R&D capacities so that we can go forward and further. When it comes to plastics, chemical recycling is one of many methods. So with pyrolysis, we can shift waste plastics into other usable materials. Once again, Senior Deputy Director An Sang-hyuk of Ministry of Environment, please give him a big hand. Thank you. And I'd like to invite the next speaker, Director Myung-gyun Kang of Living Environment Division of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. He has been in charge of many themes, in particular regarding Waste-Free Island 2030. So I guess more burdens are on his shoulder. So far, Jeju has pushed forward a project called Waste-Free Island, and he's going to talk about the project. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. As has been introduced, I'm Director Kang Myung-gyun of Living Environment Division of Jeju, Special Self-Governing Province. When I came to here, one of my staff members said, it is your first time to stand at the podium of an international conference. I guess it is a great honor. Thank you for your invitation. Indeed, Governor talked about 2040 plastic-free island declaration. So at least I believe by 2030 we need to make sure that the island should be free from waste. And as Dr. An said, there are huge burdens on our department, and it was acknowledged by him. So thank you for your acknowledgement. So many have been talked, and Jeju is UNESCO Triple Crown, and it has 4 and 5 Ramsar sites. So it is a treasure-like island, but the population of the island has increased as well as the visitors. So in just 10 years, the volume of waste has been doubled, and per capita waste generation is the highest in the country. So when it comes to per capita generation, if you look at the equation for that, so the province generates a lot of waste, but we need to take care waste generated in island first. So that's why we have focused on securing and setting up more facilities for treatment. So in particular, for the first time in the country, we built a single-family house building where staff members can support residents for recycling. And incineration facilities and landfills have been operated since 2019. It's been 3 years, and we saw that per capita disposal of waste has decreased, so which led to an increase in recycling rates and decrease in the rate of landfill and dumping. So management of waste has been a bit stabilized. So that's why we started to change some policy directions. We have exported waste to the Philippines. And since then, we decided to go further. That's why we started initiative called 2030 Waste-Free Island, or 2030 WFI. We have been preparing a lot. Then how we should do? In 4 areas, we set 10 core agendas to deter the generation of waste. It's first. Second is infrastructure, and 3 agendas are under it. And waste generated in Jeju should be processed and treated in Jeju. So we have 3 agendas under this. And also we need to go with our Jeju Islanders. So if Jeju Islanders are against something, then it takes a lot to do something. So with Jeju Islanders, we are going to do some projects. So let me talk about 3 agendas and tasks under the area of deterring waste generation. And it's been talked a lot by the governor as well as other figures. So we should use reusable cups. And we decided to increase the times of cleansing of reusable cups to 200 times. And as you heard before, Udo in restaurants and cafes in Udo are not using single-use cups. And small-size cafes or small-size markets or large-size markets have dedicated zones for zero waste. And also, we are going to expand the retail networks for multi-use retail packaging. And also currently we are carrying out a study, feasibility test and study. And next is public offices and the tourism sector. So for public offices with many state-funded companies, we can reduce plastics. And when you enter into public offices in the island, if you have single-use cups or single-use items, then you are not allowed to enter the offices. And to reduce waste in the tourism sector, we need to figure out how much waste is generated by tourists. And after the study, we are going to set up a specific and detailed plan. And third is about the secondary industry. You can see mulching vinyls. If we change it into biodegradable ones, then agricultural waste would be decreased, which will be good for waste treatment. So also we said we should go biodegradable when it comes to fishing gears as well. And second is securing enough infrastructure. We have one incinerator, which is about 400 tons. So it is for sludge and for daily life waste. So we need one more incinerator with a capacity of 380 tons. So it was hard to select a zone, so we put incentives for competition, and 3 villages applied, and we are going to persuade the village. So if we select a village in September, then we may be able to burden some burden regarding incineration. So when it comes to composting, we had some issues regarding odor, so we decided to go and establish a gasification facility. And currently we are carrying out a construction project as well. And it is a selection facility with state-of-the-art technologies and sensors. We are going to set up a province-wide daily life resource collection center. So this is a picture for construction. And the last task for infrastructure, we need to modernize the facility for drop-off. Currently, there are some outdoor drop-off hubs, but we are going to build a new drop-off hub site. And recycling support center will be built more so that each village has at least one recycling support center. And when it comes to carbon neutrality industry, we should formulate circular resource innovation cluster. We should create an industrial complex so that clean PET bottle industry or waste plastics and pyrolysis and wasted solar panels and dead batteries can be dealt with inside the province. And next is about construction materials made out of incinerated ashes. So we are going to, we have received many applications from many villages as well. And next is practice resource circulation with our islanders and residents. And currently we are carrying out many projects as well. Upcycling center establishment and private-public partnership when it comes to resource circulation and resource circulation village establishment. And last but not least, it cannot be done by a single department. All stakeholders and departments and working level people should work together. So that's why we created a practice committee, which is led by and presided by the governor. This is how we are working today. So our goal is to eradicate open dumping by 2030. Open dumping is about just dumping on an open site. And we are going to reduce 30% of plastic waste by 2030 compared to 2020, so that by 2030 we will be able to achieve 90% of recycling rate. So your support and interest would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Director Kang, for your presentation.
So Jeju Special Governing Province Governor Oh said that the island will be free of plastic because 10 years ago, Jeju announced the Carbon-Free Island 2030 initiative. So the World Bioreserve Conference was held in 2010 on Jeju Island, and the Jeju able to made such declaration because Marado and Kapado, the two islands standing in the middle of the island, was selected as a demonstration project for the carbonless island. So that kind of small trial was done, and that demonstration was spread across the nation and suggested as the carbon-free island. As time goes by, carbon-free island or carbon neutrality emerged as the main global agenda, and Jeju, thanks to all the achievement accumulated, was invited to the P4G or COP conference to share the case examples of the island. Udo Island also started another experimentation to make the island free of disposable plastics. So zero plastic island, whether it is academical or non-academical, can be used as a policy aim. So the carbon free of plastic generation will be created going forward so that the plastic does not degrade the marine ecosystem or biodiversity or the health of human beings. So that kind of scientific verification is being tried on this island. Regarding this kind of initiatives, the island of the three no worries have been explained by Mr. Kang, and he said that his presence in this conference is the pride of the family. Please give him another round of applause for his good presentation. Next is from the Hawaii government regarding the biodiversity preservation, plastic pollution reduction, and the activities that has been done by the Hawaii government will be explained by Mr. Jeb Baxo, the communication outreach specialist. I think he's with us on the Zoom platform. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Aloha kako from the island of Maui in the state of Hawaii in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where right now it's almost 11 at night on August 3rd for me. But thank you all for your patience and attendance. And I will say thank you in advance to the wonderful translators, because although many Korean folks visit Hawaii, my Korean is not good. So we've heard a lot of things that I will repeat, but I hope I can give you some insights from my home and our state and some examples of what we've been able to achieve, and two insights that I've actually been able to glean from listening to our prior speakers. With that, I'll share my screen to show you some of Hawaii and what's happening here. I hope that, can you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right.
Please.
We sit in Hawaii. We are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Our state stretches about 6,000 kilometers, And so, although we have only about 2 million people, we do generate our own plastic waste, of course. We also collect a lot of waste from other places in the world, unfortunately. And so,
please your presentation data.
I can barely hear you. I hope you can hear me.
Please slide show.
I think the slide is not being shared.
Okay. My apologies. Just one moment.
Please full screen. Change
Okay.
full screen.
Is that better? I hope so. So, we share one ocean, all of us. So it's been great to hear how many people are working on this issue from different corners of the world. It gives me great hope. This is from Papahanaumokuakea, the natural reserve area north of where most people live in Hawaii. And no one lives there. Only volunteers or scientists go there occasionally. So as a result, unfortunately, these things build up. You can see we get things from all over the world. Just yesterday, a volunteer group reported that they took out over 1,000 tons, 3 boatloads of materials they had collected in the last 6 weeks of ghost nets and plastics from those shores, just from that tiny portion of our state. As we all know already, these larger pieces of plastic, things you can pick up with your hands, are dangerous to animals. They can maim them and change their growth, stunt them. Of course, green sea turtles are no longer considered endangered in the United States, but monk seals are. They number less than 1,400 in the wild, the most endangered seal on the planet. And young animals make the mistakes of encountering these plastics, or they have no choice. In an area that I intimately love, a coastline, only a half a kilometer long, I picked up all the items you see on the left side of the screen in just 1 hour. And of course, we collect all manner of floating plastic things, as you can see on the central picture. Nets take a lot of volunteer work to get off of the reef and into a truck. But all of these things keep coming to us. Now, this isn't just about volunteers. It also costs our state millions of dollars and a lot of staff time. These young state workers, this took 3 days to collect this material, and they had to be flown in by helicopter because on Molokai, this is at the base of a very steep cliff, this coastline, and it cannot be approached by boats. So all of the big white bundles you see are packaging those plastics to be flown out by helicopter and taken to places where they can be incinerated. Now, macroplastics, these things we can pick up, are only, as we know, as we've heard, are only part of the problem. The problem with plastic bags or flexible plastics and microplastics, of course, is that they present as food items to endangered species. Hawksbill turtles, like the one on the left, a favorite food of theirs is jellyfish, and plastic bags look just like it. But even green sea turtles will eat the plastic. That's the plastic that was found in that 4 deceased green sea turtle you see on the right. Now, all of these plastics can become homes for living things, even such as coral, but the main danger we have are that microplastics and even plastic beads used in cosmetics and personal care products, all of these things grow algae on them. And this becomes a real problem for animals which mistake these items as food. Often people have told me, you know, if the animals are so stupid to eat these plastics, then it's their fault. But if you're an animal that relies on scent and a piece of plastic is in disguise because it's got algae growing on it and it smells like food, then you eat it. The hawksbill sea turtle hatchling on the left passed away and was washed back on shore with these plastic bits in its intestines and stomach. we don't know how many of these animals perish at sea and never come back to shore. They hatch from our beaches and they should be able to visit your island, but we don't know if they can make it. They're certainly encountering a world of microplastics. Even fish, like the one on the right, juvenile fish will mistake these foods as plastics. Now that moves up the food chain, of course, as we've mentioned, seabirds. This is a Hawaiian dark-rumped petrel. They are also on the endangered species list. They nest in the main Hawaiian Islands, but they feed thousands of miles out to sea and come back to the shore to feed their chicks to our islands. But they feed on things that float on the surface. Seabirds that feed on fish are ingesting plastic, which fish have already ingested. So even though they may correctly identify a fish as a food, then they can still get plastics into their own systems. And sadly, these can be transferred to their chicks that they keep filling their gullets full. But the baby is always hungry because the baby is not really getting any nutrition. Now, larger animals know how to navigate through our plastic waters that we're creating. But of course, again, the monk seal is a fish eater. And if it's eating fish that have eaten plastic, it's involuntarily ingesting plastic as well. Now, something I haven't heard presented yet tonight or today is the link between plastics, microplastics especially, and various toxic chemicals, many of which are in personal care products. And this is where I can report some good news, besides all of our volunteer efforts. The state of Hawaii has not yet completely banned all sunscreen materials, but the county of Maui, the island I live on, will ban the sale of 12 different sunscreen petrochemical products. Starting October 1st of this year, they will not be sold or cannot be used on the islands of Maui, Lanai, or Molokai. Hawaii Island, that county, will join us in this fight on December 1st. We are one county at a time converting our state into a place where people may only use mineral sunblocks. And that's important because these chemicals and others bind to microplastics. So when these animals ingest microplastics, they're ingesting these chemicals. These chemicals are very adhesive to microplastics and larger pieces as well. That means it gets into our food. This has been mentioned before, but I thought it would be worthwhile to show you the full cycle of how and why we are ingesting these plastics, and we are ingesting the chemical pollutants that adhere to these plastics. And this is one important point I wanted to bring up regarding comments I've heard earlier about education. I've met many people in the public who will say they're concerned about endangered species, but they're more concerned about their own food security, their own convenience. And while they think it's a shame that an animal that's endangered may go extinct, we can use the information to tell them that this isn't just about sea turtles and seals and birds. This is about our own food and our own bodies. And I believe as educators, we need to really increase that message so that people understand we are part of this food chain. And I will just close by saying, in Hawaii, we often give visitors a lei made from products or flowers or seeds we find in the wild. Unfortunately, this is the most common thing you find on our beaches now, our plastic bottle cups. And I tried making a lei of it, but I don't think I'll give this to anyone. That would not be very kind of me. But one other important lesson I have seen and heard today from this body of people is that Jeju Island is setting an example for the rest of its country. And when people come to Hawaii from other parts of the United States, they see that we have banned plastic bags. The last island to ban was Oahu. We started the process, Maui, in 2011. Plastic shopping bags have now been banned from all islands. You cannot get a plastic shopping bag. You have to take your own bag to a store across our state. Even visitors have to learn this. And we've also done that with polystyrene food containers. That was in 2018. In the year 2020, our island banned the use of plastic single-use food items such as forks, knives, spoons, straws, cups, and plates. The next on the list is that we will try to ban the use of microbead plastics in personal care cosmetics. So I think we all have learned great things from each other, and I'm very excited to hear the progress that's being made all around the Pacific, because each of us helps each other in this fight. And just a thank you to Dr. Craig Downs for his research on the link between plastics and dangerous chemicals binding to them, and volunteer leaders who helped us obtain these things, like a woman named Cheryl King here on Maui. And these websites are connected to those efforts. And thank you for your time. I hope you have some questions I can answer. Mahalo.
네, thank you very much for your presentation. 감사합니다.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. We have seen many species affected by pollution, plastic pollution. Indeed, we can see species affected by plastic pollution in Jeju as well. First of all, Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin and finless porpoise are affected by pollution of plastics. So we have experienced a lot, but the thing is, invisible plastics or microplastics, they are a bit more important. Salt and groundwater contain microplastics to the extent that it's really serious and risky. And in the iceberg in the Antarctic also contains microplastics. And plastic generated in the coastal area in Jeju are fragmented and broken into pieces. And in some cases, microplastics are used in the first place and they are leaked into the oceans. But there are many heated debates in Jeju Island. About 1,000 associations are doing work for recycling and some eco-friendly movement. And some visitors came to Jeju and took part in some campaigns. And some visitors come to Hala Mountain and collect waste. I guess the engagement of citizens is very important. They can play a role as a watchdog, but they can play as a partner as well. So last but not least, I'd like to ask Director Ko Ho-young of Korea Environment Corporation for his speech under the theme of COVID-19 responses and establishment of real-time safety management system of medical waste. Since 2020, the COVID-19 has prolonged over the last 3 years. The biggest concern generated is about the volume of plastic waste generated. So please, Director Go ahead. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to be part of it. My presentation is final presentation. Be relaxed because it was kind of the marathon-like forum, so please be relaxed. My presentation is about the COVID-19 outbreak and the waste generated because of the pandemic and how we have responded to this kind of medical waste and how safely we have managed the waste, medical waste. So plastic containers generated because of the COVID-19 has increased, and also RFID technologies are being used to track and manage the medical waste. So those will be covered in my presentation mainly. Dear participants, the medical waste are designated as a special waste because MERS or COVID, those kind of contagious disease make the people who use the medical product transfer their contagious disease onto those products as well. So those kind of medical products are also called as contagious waste as well. Now we just call it medical waste, but in the past we used to call it as contagious waste back in 2005. So back in 2005, we put RFID tag to entire medical waste to track and manage the medical waste in a safe manner. And if you see the types of medical waste, there are 8 types. And the number 1 is medical waste for quarantine, which has high level of contagious possibility, and also tissues or placentas or other for hazardous medical waste and general medical waste. So let me give you details of the management process. When waste is generated, for example, if you go to hospital, you can see the syringe and the synthetic resin that cover the syringe, and you will find a red mark on it. So that synthetic resin is used for syringe, and the box next to it is the vinyl, synthetic resin vinyl. So those 2 boxes or vinyl are used to collect and seal the medical waste and put the RFID tag onto it. In the process of collection and transportation, everything is completely airtight sealed in this truck, and then RFID is checked once again to track the collection and transportation. Also, they are moved to 16 designated incinerators. When the truck comes in, RFID scan is done, and during the process of incineration, RFID tag is also used to track the incineration as well. So the whole process are tracked with the RFID system, and Olbaro, the public information system, online system, is used to track the waste management of hazardous waste, and those kind of information is being shared with each municipalities as well. After the outbreak of MERS in 2015, another outbreak came called COVID-19, starting from Wuhan region in China. So in 2020, the first confirmed cases was found, and January 21st, the second confirmed case was found, and on 27th, the fourth confirmed cases was identified to alleviate the disease alert level to warning level, and Central Disaster Management Headquarters started to do its work. So as of January 28th, COVID-19 special manual for the waste management was enacted, and the 6th edition recently came out. The main gist of the guideline is from the production, management, transport should be done within a day from the point of production. The existing regulation said that the waste management, hazardous waste can be stored up to 6 days or up to 2 days for storage and up to 2 days for processing. But because of the special law, everything that is related to COVID-19 should be done within a day, or preferably within a day, or at least within 2 days. So my institution also, to meet the requirement, decided to make some policies to meet the requirement of this new measurement. So actually there were 6 different kinds of medical waste codes, but we added 7th code for COVID-19 waste material. So we issued COVID-19 bar tag and added it to the existing database so that they can be used by transporters or waste collectors. So municipalities, co-ops were received that additional code within the 2 days from the outbreak of the alert notification. So from beginning up until end, every medical waste are monitored under the management of the Resource Circulation Division. The Ministry of Environment and municipalities share the information for the COVID-19 related medical waste for real-time monitoring, and also at the same time we provide education, and intergovernmental temporary shelters were received such information as well as of 29th. Also, since it was a national crisis, we decided to put the management first, then approver. The existing waste management system tells that the waste producers, when a new code is added, when the manager is changed, they need to apply for a change application, which takes 5 to 6 days. But my corporation decided to minimize the timeline within a day so that the hospitals and 560 temporary shelters and 260 hospitals can manage and implement the designated waste management within the day. So we put the operation first, then the approver, and by doing so, we were able to minimize the timeline from 6 days down to a day. Also, we supported the government joint task force because of the prolongation of COVID-19. Temporary shelter expanded, and the number of the workforce required increased as well. Also, the number of dispatched offices need to be increased as well. Also, those dispatched officers after the return need to be quarantined as well. So multiple issues came out at the same time. But by working and coordinating with relevant institutions, for example, the Office of Dispatching Government Officers made an exemption that they can work at their home while having quarantine, and those dispatched officers receive some incentives, financial incentives or welfare incentives after having consultation with the Ministry of Environment, and we created special shelters for them for dispatched workers. Because of the outbreak of COVID-19, this slide tells how much medical waste has been generated. In 2010, at the beginning of the COVID-19, the monthly waste generation was 500 tons. But from the end of that year, the amount increased up to 1,500 tons. And from 2020 up until today, the amount increased up to 2,500 or even 3,000. Please direct your attention to the red mark figures. The number soared from 5,000 up to close to 25,000. So actually in 2019, the diaper was reclassified as a general waste, not a designated waste. So the amount was reduced quite sharply, but due to the COVID-19 waste, that trade off the decrease coming from the diaper reclassification. Also, the usage of synthetic resin increased sharply. In 2019, the number of the resin box used was 6.7 billion, but in 2020 it was 9.4 million, and in 2022 it was 15 million. So up until 2020, end of 2020, I believe that the number will further increase up to 17 million. So you can think that the number doubled. So I told you that diaper from 2019 has been reclassified as a general waste, but if the diaper was used for the patient with a contagious disease, it is classified as a medical waste, but the diapers from non-patient are classified as a general waste. This is because the medical waste has been on the rise and the management capacity reached its limitation back then. So that kind of reclassification was necessary back then due to the limited capacity. But actually, outside of Korea, there are many countries that recycle the diaper, even, for example, Norway. Norway has very high quality processing system and infrastructure. So at each village level, diapers are very much well collected, and even parents also have good awareness of the need of recycling the diapers. So instead of putting that into the waste plastic bag, they return it to a designated diaper bag, and so that the government can collect it. And by doing so, they were able to reduce the waste management fee and raise awareness at the same time. But in case of Korea, that kind of diaper recycling has not been done yet. And I told you that we put operation first, then the approver to build real-time monitoring system and also command center for faster decision making. And intergovernmental task force was helped by my institution because that is our social responsibility. Lastly, Korea's COVID-19 management experiences are being shared with overseas countries through UNDP webinar or Paraguay. So we shared many examples, the excellent examples of the Korean specific quarantine measures. Also, like I said, we advanced the RFID tag further to safely manage the medical waste. But the problem here is that producers and collectors sometimes, like you see in this picture, need to possess this plastic card to transfer the waste, but sometimes the collectors falsely input the information without just collecting plastic card. So we decided to put the beacon tag instead so that they don't need to carry this kind of plastic card anymore. So if the waste with a beacon tag arrives at a certain designated area, that kind of arrival and location data are automatically collected by the central database system, and those information are also shared with municipalities in real time. So that kind of improvement will be made. Secondly, transporters and collectors, when they give and receive the garbage, they are doing such work at a truck level. So sometimes the documentation paper is not issued or truck transportation record is not made. So in order to fill that gap, instead of doing the tracking at the truck level, we decided to do the tracking at the box level beginning from next March so that we can track better. As such, with highly cutting-edge technologies, we will manage the medical waste in a safer manner going forward and improve the entire system. This concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Go Ho-young, for sharing your presentation. Indeed, medical waste should be treated in a special manner, and it is. Indeed, waste touched by a patient should be treated as medical waste, and from generation to disposal, the whole process should be clear. So that's why we had many problems and difficulties. And regarding the COVID-19, so many healthcare staff workers have made a lot of efforts for tests, but behind the scene, there are so many staff members who have been in charge of treating and managing medical waste. So with other than K quarantine, so K treatment and K management to medical waste has been excellent. Please give him a big hand once again. So treating and managing medical waste separately costs a lot, and its cost is 2 or 3 times higher than the treatment of other general wastes. And also separation of plastics from medical waste is also hard job to do. And also the UN suggests that we should create a proper framework. And currently many civil organizations and citizens have engaged, and as the Governor O mentioned, that Plastic-Free Island 2040 initiative would be a meaningful starting point. So with this, we'd like to conclude the part 2 of the session 2, and Emeritus Professor Seo will wrap up the session 2's part 1 and 2.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kim, and all the panelist members. Please give them another round of warm applause. Thank you so much. As you just said, now the panel discussion will commence, and the moderator, Mr. Seo, will come onto the stage once again to moderate the session. And also, Ms. Dit Window-Beiser, please come onto the stage once again for the panel discussion. So we had 2 rounds of the discussion to talk about the plastic management, and also we were able to listen to many overseas cases so that we can make our planet cleaner and safer, and to make our planet free of plastic pollutions. So it is time for us to share our ideas wholeheartedly. And if you have any question, please leave your message in the YouTube chat so that we can deliver them to each presenters. Professor So, the floor is yours.
It has been really long day because it is already 6:17 and this meeting is scheduled to be over at 6:30. So we have only 30 minutes for comments and discussion. So first of all, the second session, in the second session, many wonderful, excellent presentations were made. And in summary, knowledge, policy, and economy should be integrated to tackle challenges caused by plastic solution. For knowledge, measurement tools are very important, emphasized by speaker from IUCN, and also Dr. Yu from Ramsar actually showed us some real number of plastic pollutions pollutions in biodiversity. And also, it is very shocking that the Lake Geneva has already had problems caused by microplastics. It is. I've been to Geneva many times, and I thought Lake Geneva is one of the most wonderful, beautiful lakes in the world. However, still Lake Geneva suffers from the problems of microplastic problems. Let me invite any speakers for comments for other presentations, or if you like to add some comments for your own presentations. Any speakers? Do you have any comments after hearing many presentations in this session? Well, then let me point out another thing. I think collaboration among stakeholders are very important, such as nation to nation. We should learn from each other, and also the local government should communicate with the national government to reduce plastic waste, and also public involvement is very important to implement. Miguel, you have some comments, so the floor is yours. Miguel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very briefly, thank you very much for this very good session today that I had the pleasure to participate. I think my message to take home is really that we had very good presentations on case studies, because it's important that we really have sites that do something on the ground and they show the way forward. Even if the site is small, but we can make it, we can achieve it. And even if we see, like, for example, Hawaii, that they clean the beach and a week later they come back and it looks the same, there is the way. There is the way to go. And in the Biosphere Reserve approach, we really try to have concrete areas, concrete projects that can make a model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Any other comments from speakers? Then let's move to Lynn. You have some comments, right? Lynn.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor So. And thank you to all of the panelists for the really engaging and interesting and reinforcing messages that we all shared, I think. It was very interesting, and I'm very honored to have been here today. I would like to just say that in terms of collaboration, to make your point, Professor So, that the collaboration opportunities with IUCN, with ICLEI, with the other organizations that have presented today are, we have been doing a lot of this work together, and we'd like to continue, IUCN especially, expanding our collaboration opportunities with our Jeju Leaders Forum that is coming in October, that will be happening just a few months from now. And we'd like to be able to, again, share the messaging of hope that even though we saw lots of very challenging images of the degradation of biodiversity, the pictures of the birds and the hedgehog and the monk seals and the fish and the turtles, there is hope for the work that we are doing. And so to end on a maybe more positive note, the work that everyone is doing to contribute to this is making a difference. And I especially admire the progress and efforts of the Republic of Korea, but also of the island of Jeju and the Jeju Islanders in particular. Your passion for conserving the environment and your efforts to use technology and innovation and the movement towards making a big difference to save our planet from the plastic pollution problem is actually super inspiring. And so I really hope that people leave here today with a feeling that they are empowered and that we have hope for the future with the coming global treaty, with the local efforts, with the national efforts, et cetera. So just to say the collaboration is key for multi-stakeholders from everybody's point of view, and also that we do think it's possible to solve the problem that we created. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I agree that the collaboration between among organizations is also very, very important, and also collaboration between organizations and states or organizations and local government are also very, very important. Yeah. And the Jeju actually is proposing to have a World Leaders Conservation Forum, which will be held in October, I guess, this year, which is organized by close collaboration between IOC and Jeju, and also the Ministry of Environment of Korean government. So thank you very much for your comment. And any other speakers? Well, since we do not have much time to finish this meeting, are there any questions from the audience by YouTube or? Wow, Jeju, you are in trouble now. The first question, Jeju, do you really think you can achieve your very, very ambitious goal of a waste-free island by 2030 or 2040? I don't exactly remember. Do you really think it is possible? Is it feasible? That's the first question.
So 2030 waste-free island. So I believe that is the goal, to create an island where there's no treatment. So I guess 2040 goal is the same. So we need to make sure that there will be no more waste problems. That would be my answer to that question.
Is continued by this second question. I will understand that the establishment of policy is important, but who is going to practice this policy? The public. The public is crucial stakeholder to implement policies. Do you have any idea how to have public aware of this problem, or how do you have any plan on public education?
So the public is also a stakeholder. Indeed, the public should provide guidelines. And also other panelists mentioned that the private and the public should work together, and we need to educate at school. And separately, we are currently preparing for environmental education courses. And among 10 tasks, the last one was about PPP, private-public partnership, and I talked about we are currently preparing for education for environment. That's how we are working today.
You actually briefly mentioned that Denmark is proposing similar target, which is reduction of plastic waste by 45, 35, 55 until 2040 or something. I don't remember the exact number. What is major political processes to achieve this goal to the, by the proposed year?
Yes, so the number was 55%, and I was wondering a bit about the differences of the numbers, and I checked it up. So I think it's important to say that the goal is that 100% of any plastic being marketed and sold in Europe should be reusable or recyclable by 2030. Another thing is that the amount of plastic waste should be reduced by 50% in the first place. So when we then calculate that 55% should be recycled, we're already talking about a smaller amount in total, out of a smaller amount. So how is this being implemented? This is an EU regulation and an obligation, a minimum obligation. But what it does is that it creates the foundation to allocate the funds, because we say implementation is the key. Implementation is infrastructure. It costs a lot to build new facilities. A recycling station today can cost several hundreds of millions kroner to implement, develop, test, and get these recycling technologies in place. So the implementation is about allocating the funds. It's about mobilizing. It's about creating the incentives. And at the end of the day, I can say that in Denmark, we as citizens pay our waste fee is directly related to the cost. So as soon as we get the incentives, as soon as we can incentivize also at the consumer level, also at the individual house and apartment level. The cleaner your fraction, the cheaper the cost. We need to work with the creative mindset of how do we get people engaged. And one of the presentations today was saying it's with the mind, it's with the heart, but it's also muscle memory. we know that it takes around 18 months to really implement a new sorting mechanism. So we need to be very careful on how we implement to get the maximum effect. But obviously this has to be done at several levels, and I want to just repeat that the core strategy in Denmark to reach this is talking about the circular economy, because this is where we find the real incentive everywhere to do more. Not what you're obliged to do, but more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, whenever we are proposing a certain number, like a certain percentage, you know, as Lynn suggested, measurement tools are very important to estimate, you know, how we achieve certain goals. That's what I think. Actually, actually, there are a long list of questions here, but let me have last question from the audience. As we have mentioned, we have discussed collaboration between local government and the central government is very important. So if Jeju province is targeting, proposing this very ambitious target of 2030, the central government, the Minister of Environment of Korea, how are you going to support? How do you collaborate? What do you propose? What is your help to Jeju to achieve this ambitious goal? So my question goes, the question goes to the Minister of Environment. Do you have any idea? Is the Ministry of Environment of Korean government is committed to support Jeju's idea? Do you have aware of their proposal? That is the last question. Thank you.
저희 환경부에서 Actually, my Ministry of Environment recognized the effort of the Jeju Island for plastic-free island and carbon-free island. Of course, we recognize it. And Jeju Island and Ministry of Environment actually has been done quite a lot of projects together. For example, single disposable cup has been removed from certain coffee shops, and resource circulation clusters have been formed with a collaboration between Jeju government, special governing province, and the Ministry of Environment, to name a few. Also, like it was said, the plastic-free island, that kind of initiative of the Jeju Island has been in line with the central government direction, of course. So they are well synced, I believe. Of course, detailed projects and programs have not been revealed by the Jeju government, so it is very difficult to tell the details of the support we will give. But I believe that there are ample opportunities for cooperation between two sides. Instead of giving just simple financial incentives, the Ministry of Environment plans to expand the use of recycled raw materials as well as other policies. And Jeju said that the island will be free of plastic by 2040, and our policies will indirectly help the island to achieve the same, I believe.
Let's wrap up this session because it's already 6:36. So first of all, I would like to thank all speakers for your attending this meeting by presence, insight, and also who attended this meeting remotely by online. And also I want to thank all audience for their participation to this very meaningful meeting. And my sincere thanks goes to the staffs who have this meeting go smoothly, and also especially a simultaneous translator. You provided wonderful translation for Koreans as well as for speakers. My special thanks goes to the chair of this forum, who is the former Vice Minister of Environment, and currently he is Counselor of IUCN, elected, I think, last year. So can you give your final comments, or do you have any? Can I invite you for the final comments for this whole meeting today?
So you can come up to the stage.
Okay, this is quite unexpected situation. Okay, we completed thanks to your very good guidance. And tomorrow we have another day. I think today we have watched many heartbreaking pictures, which shows the dead animals because of the plastic pollution. But tomorrow, I guess, we will discuss more tangible ideas on how to come up with the technology and innovation to tackle these plastic issues. So tomorrow, there will be many professors and experts which will deal with that technology and innovation and scientific evidence, things like that. And thank you very much all, particularly from the Ministry of Environment, Mr. An, delivered very detailed policy direction of the central government, and then local government also, and the other, the Korea Corporation as well, and all the experts from IUCN and Wetland, Ramsar, and many other speakers. Thank you very much for attending this meeting. I hope to see you again, everybody. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I forgot to deliver his name. His name is Yoon Jong-soo, Jong-soo Yoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your being with us to the very end of this meeting. So officially, this meeting is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we need another big round of applause to the moderator and all panelists on and offline. 다시 한번 여러분 큰 박수로 함께해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
Please give all the participants and speakers a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your discussion. And thank you very much, Chairman Jong-soo Yoon, and thank you very much, the moderator. So with this, we'd like to conclude all the sessions we prepared for today. Thank you very much, all the participants, for your presence, and online participants as well. Today, we have prepared a variety of sessions. The first session will take place at 9, session 3 under the theme of the future of companies and ESG. So activists will share their cases responding to the post-plastic era. Your participation will be very much appreciated. The session will take place at 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.